sometimes when I talk to them, I thought he was one of the bravest men in America. He worked tirelessly and sometimes without pay in order to help these people who had renounced get their citizenship back. Mm-hmm. And so he spent many, many hours. He originally wanted to do a class action suit, which is where everybody gets their citizenship back at once.
Right.
And one judge said it was okay, and another judge said no. And so he had to individually get the citizenship back for thousands of people, and he did it. And anyone who wanted to come back was able to come back. It took a decade, more than a decade for some, wow. A couple of decades for some.
How is there not a movie about this guy?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
As we talk about these camps, it's interesting, the various names, right? They call them internment camps, relocation camps, separation camps. Uh-huh. What do you make of that?
Well, it's just the times change, I think. So I had said internment at one point in the book, and I had somebody read the book for me who's very knowledgeable about everything to do with the camps. Mm-hmm. And he says nobody really uses, nobody really uses that much anymore. And so not to use that word. He encouraged me not to use that word. So right. I tried to use more like incarceration uh-huh. and things like that.
Huh. These photographs we've been seeing are great primary sources, great primary mm-hmm. documents, and we've done a handful of shows here at the Fairfax Network teaching teachers how to use primary sources. Mm-hmm. Talk a little bit about how you use primary sources in your research for these books.
Well, I interview a lot of people, not a lot. I try to interview as many as I can who actually went through the experience. So that's the main source mm-hmm. of this book for sure. And also, I love looking at old pictures. It's so invigorating to me as a writer to see these old pictures. There's someone took some pictures, I think it was in Tule Lake, that they used Kodachrome, so they're actually in color.
Oh, wow.
And they really come to life for you. So.
And you had a very personal primary source. Your father was in one of these camps, right?
My father was in the Poston camp, yes, and he, in fact, was not a no-no boy, and he was drafted, and he actually ended up serving. He didn't see action. He served as an interpreter in Japan.
Right. Did he talk much about his time in the camps or his service in the war?
No, right? No. He didn't like to talk about it. Yes, yeah. He didn't like to talk about it. So I think more and more people are willing to talk about it. And I've been lucky. It's almost like magic. Suddenly, these people appear in your life, and they're willing to talk about these things. So.
And speaking of your family, the family is a prominent theme in a lot of your books. Mm-hmm. Why does that resonate with you?
They were just such a big part of my life growing up. I think we lived in Arkansas as a child, as I mentioned earlier, and uh-huh. It was just, there was nothing but your family. It was all your family. You're with them constantly. And when I interview people, older people, about their lives back then, they talk constantly about their families. So you say, what was it like living in the camps? Well, my dad thought that, or my mom thought that, uh-huh. So it's very much about their families.
Interesting. All right, we have an email question for you. This one is from Katie. And she writes, why are both little brothers in Kira Kira and A Place to Belong so quirky?
That I have no idea, because my brother is not that quirky. I mean, everybody's a little quirky, all people are, but he's not that quirky, and I think of him when I'm writing, and I think the quirkiness comes from the fact that, to me, my brother is, because he was a baby and, we changed his diaper, so he's very vulnerable to me. He's not like that, but to me, he's very vulnerable. And so I think I make them kind of quirky because I like their vulnerability.
And speaking of the characters in your books, talk to us a little bit about how you go about developing the characters.
The characters, a lot of it comes from talking to people. Like with A Place to Belong, I first started it in 2006, and it took forever because I just couldn't find the character. And I suddenly met this woman who had lived through that, her father was some kind of vegetable worker. He worked with produce, and they were sent to Japan on this ship, and she lived with her grandparents who lavished love and affection on her. all of a sudden everything clicked. So it was really meeting her that just changed the whole progress of the book. I was floundering, and then all of a sudden I met her, and she was like magic for me.
Well, great. And when you do these interviews, what do you record them like a wouldn't be a tape recorder now, but an audio recorder? Or do you videotape them? How do you do it?
I take notes. I take really, really messy notes, and then I type up the notes. I have recorded people before, but the problem with that is it's kind of tedious to transcribe them. And I had what is it called? A dicta thing where you press your foot. Yeah. And I got pretty good at that, actually. Right. But some tapes I actually never end up transcribing because there's just so many of them. Right. So it's easier for me with handwriting, I think.
Right. That's good. Okay, time to go back out to Rocky Run. I think they've got some more questions for us. Hopefully they are lined up to fire away. Go ahead, Rocky Run.
Hi, my name is Sherry, and I was wondering, how do you incorporate foreshadowing in your writing?
Hi, Sherry. I'm not a very technical writer. I think I'm more of an instinctive writer, so I don't really think in those terms necessarily about foreshadowing. I think more just what is instinctive, I think, and I just put it down there on the paper. So sometimes my editor will talk in more technical terms, and the copy editors as well. And then I'll insert something at their suggestion. But in terms of how I just sit down and write in front of my computer, that's not something I think about that much, if that makes sense.
Can you give us an example of one of your books that played out that way, the way you were just describing?
I think all of them. I talk about my editor a lot because she's a big part of the process. And so everything I write, except for Kira Kira, really, I write it, and then she just slashes through everything in green pen, and we argue. She doesn't argue. I do all the arguing, and so I have to change a lot. I don't always do what she says, and she doesn't always say specific things you should do, but she will say, she'll cross things out. This isn't working, and if she mentions something more technical, then I do have to think about it in a more rational fashion.
And just tell us a little bit more. We were talking before about your editor and the relationship you have with her, and that you've known her for a long time, and there's lots of trust there. Just tell us a little bit about that relationship.
I do. I'd have to say she's one of the handful of people in my life I just have total trust of. I would trust her with anything. She was my roommate in grad school, and she's just always been. She's a wonderful person, and I apologize for all the times I get mad at her and I yell at her because she's really a wonderful person. And in a sense, I can act the way I act with her because I do have so much trust of her.
Right.
Like if I trusted her less, I would probably be much better behaved.
Right. Like we all do with our friends, right? Let's go back out to Rocky Run for another question.
Hi, my name is Bella, and my question is, how do you decide the topics you write about?
How do I decide the topics I write about? It's just stuff that's in my life that I love and that I'm interested in. My son he doesn't like me to talk about him, but he does play ice hockey, so I'm at the rink a lot. And so I know a lot about kids playing hockey. And so that was something I had to write about. It's a huge part of my life. And, the camps, that was a big part of my life just because my dad was in a camp. And I wanted to, like with A Place to Belong, I wanted to write about another aspect of the camps. So in Weedflower, I wrote about the people who were sort of yes. And in A Place to Belong, I also wanted to write about the people who were no boys. So it's just really stuff that invades my life, and it's in my brain, and I can't get it out, and I have to write about it.
Back out to Rocky Run for another question.
Hi, my name is Margot, and my question is, what would you say is the hardest part about writing a book?
The hardest part about writing a book, I read something many years ago, and it said, when you're writing, make a mess and then clean it up. And so when I first start writing, I just throw it all on the page. And that part is almost the easy part. And then it's really, again, mentioning my editor when she comes in and says, "What have you done?" That's probably the hardest part. And another hard part, I think, is just finding that magic. Like sometimes you're writing and you're just not in the zone. You know how they say athletes get in the zone and they just know how to hit a baseball or whatever. You have to be in the zone. And I think finding that zone, you're listening to music, it's the right time of day. And that is probably one of the hardest parts. Once you're in there, then the writing starts to flow. But I think getting in that zone for me can be really hard.
One more from Rocky Run this time around. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bella, and I really like checks. But what made you tie cancer to hockey?
I'm not sure what made me tie cancer to hockey. I wanted him, the boy, to have something in his life that was very distracting from the hockey, and that I wanted it to be really important to him. So he had to think about, what is my life about? What gives my life meaning? What is my biggest priority? And so I just wanted him to have these challenges in his life. So I wanted something that was very important to him. And because I have a Doberman as well, I just naturally threw the Doberman in. I threw a Doberman into, what book was that? The Thing About Luck. I threw a Doberman in there too. So I just throw Dobermans in all my books.
Your lucky charm, right? Great questions, Rocky Run. We'll get back to you guys in a little bit. So you talked a little bit about your process and how you just kind of throw things out there. Mm-hmm. Let's go to the end. Do you ever know how it's going to end before you get going?
No, I never know how it's going to end. Sometimes I'll write up the ending, but it never ends up being the ending. So that happens in the process of writing.
Right. Let's go to another email question I think we have here for you. This one is from Megan, and she writes, "I like how you write about strong female characters who don't seem to fit in. Is this something you've experienced?"
I hope I'm a strong female character in my life, for sure. And I think we all feel at times that we don't fit in, especially when you're growing up. You feel like nobody understands you at moments. So part of that, for sure, is from real life. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I had friends, and I felt I had fun. For sure, I had fun growing up. So I don't know why that I have them not fit in. Maybe just to give some drama into their lives. Right. But the strong female characters, I think that's really important. When you write a book, you want the character to have a certain type of strength and passion in their lives. So.
When you talk about writing in drama into the story, how do you know if enough is enough? Do you ever get like, oh, I got to dial this back a little bit? That's too much.
That would be my editor's job, for sure.
And also, when you're starting, do you use an outline at all? Do you kind of structure things out that way before you get going?
I used to. With Kira Kira, I did write an outline. And as computers just sort of took over the lives of all of us, I started just writing it more on the computer and just letting it all come out. Right. But I used to always outline. I used to write everything by longhand first. So.
Wow. And when you're talking about being in the zone, what are your settings for getting yourself into that zone? Like, do you have a favorite chair? Do you have a favorite time of day? Do you have to have a glass of something?
I like night better. Uh-huh. I like my 3 bottles of water or whatever. I drink a lot of water, and I have earbuds in, and I listen to music. I used to not have earbuds, and then when I lived in apartments, people would be banging on the floor basically telling me to turn down the music.
What type of music do you listen to?
Oh, I like Bruce Springsteen. I like Motown a lot. Right. And I like some of Bob Dylan's songs I like a lot. Right. So Amy Winehouse I like a lot.
Oh, very good, very good. Okay, one more time out to Cub Run. I think they have about 3 more questions for us. Rocky Run. Confusing my schools here. Rocky Run, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Bonnie. I wanted to know that if you could tell your younger writing self anything, what would it be?
My younger writing self, I think I was always worried about getting published, and that's probably a bad way to go about it. At some point, I did realize that the most important thing is trying to make yourself a better writer. So I think I would just say, don't worry about getting published, worry about trying to make yourself a better writer.
Great answer. Back out, another question.
Hi, it's me, Prisha, again. What kind of challenges have you come across when researching to write a book?
The biggest challenge with, for instance, A Place to Belong was just finding people to talk to. I think a lot of the families who came from no-no boy families, there was a stigma to being a no-no boy, and there was definitely some strife between those who were and those who weren't. And so some of them did not want to talk, and it was hard to find people to talk to. There was another very elderly man. I think he might have been in his 90s, and he wrote this paper, and he said, I'm going to show you this paper, but don't show it to anybody. This is about my experiences. And he was terrified. He thought that the FBI could come after him if they read this paper. And honestly, I read it, and it was very mild, and it was very non-controversial. But so there's also this almost fear with some of them. I think that's probably been a big challenge.
Along with the challenges and all the things you learn while you write a book, what are some of the most surprising things that you've learned while you write books?
The most surprising things, I think the most surprising thing over time has been the way it just suddenly clicks. Like whenever it happens, it's a shock because you've been struggling, and then all of a sudden it's there. So,
are you ever surprised when it doesn't click? Like, do you come to depend on? Well, I know it's going to click here sooner or later, so I'll keep plodding along.
That's a great question. You do. You think, yeah, it's all going to work out. It's all going to work out. And then there definitely was one book where it never worked out. Two books, I think, it just never worked out.
Right.
But yeah, that does surprise you a lot because you expect it to happen.
Yeah. And do you experience the stereotypical writer's block?
No. I mean, I would say sometimes I do, where I just don't. It's more like it's a laziness block kind of. I just feel like, I don't feel like getting on my computer, and so it feels more like laziness than not just than a block where I really can't just access the whatever the magic or whatever.
Yeah. All right, one last question out there to Rocky Ron. Fire away.
Hi, I'm Ella again. So my question is, what suggestions do you have for aspiring authors or just students trying to improve at their writing?
What suggestions do I have? I think, it's interesting. You have to balance almost this feeling of complete freedom. So just be free. At the same time, you have to have a lot of discipline. So I think finding that balance is the most important thing, that there are times when you just have to let yourself go and be free and to write what's in your heart. But there are other times when you have to be very disciplined and think about what's working and what's not, and think about what other writers have done and how that worked and why that worked. So I think just maybe finding the balance for you is it's probably the most important thing for me. And
all right, great answer. Rocky, Ron, you guys did a great job out there today. Thank you so much for all your questions.
Thank you.
You guys are a big part of the show. Thanks. And Cynthia, thank you for being here today. It was a lot of fun talking to you.
It was fun.
All right. If you'd like to learn more about Cynthia Katehata, visit her website. To learn more about our upcoming programs, visit the Fairfax Network. For the Fairfax Network, I'm Matt Fetters. Keep reading, keep writing, and keep dreaming. Thanks for watching.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrew Ruiz, and I will be your moderator this evening. This is a production of the School District of Palm Beach County, and we're here to talk about some of the academic support programs that are offered by the School District of Palm Beach County this summer. As you can see, I am joined by our Deputy Superintendent, Keith Oswald, and also by our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Glenda Sheffield. Good to have both of you guys here. If you don't mind, Mr. Oswald, let's kick things off and kind of give everyone a background about the services we'll be providing this summer.
Thank you, Andrew, and really appreciate being here tonight to talk about a very important topic to the school district. It really goes to our core business about educating our kids, and it's called our Student Academic Support Plan. So as we all know, this has been a very, very challenging year in so many different ways. But when it comes to the academic outcomes of our students, that's our primary business. And we've seen a lot of unfinished learning that's been occurring in our students. So if we can go ahead to the next slide here, you're going to see some of what we do call unfinished learning. So typically in a school year, we have gaps in student learning that occur that we try to make up for that learning in different ways through targeted tutorials, extended learning time. And over the course of this last year, it's been exacerbating in this distance learning environment. Our teachers have done an outstanding job really trying to reach our students that are learning from home, but we know that's not an ideal state for our students. And when they're not in brick and mortar and dealing with all these other challenges, we've seen a lot of unfinished learning. So what do I mean by unfinished learning? There's been an increase of the number of students who have not passed their core courses, so D's and F's, that greatly affect, in particular, our secondary students in high school and middle school, their GPA, their ability to go on to the next grade level. That's of great concern. And we're expanding opportunities this summer for our students to make up that type of work. In elementary school, again, seeing a lot of students who are not mastering all the standards of a grade level. And so it's real important that we prioritize and expand learning opportunities for our students to make up for this unfinished learning. We started this work back in March, really through targeted tutorials. The school district leveraged resources, an additional $10 million to do targeted tutorials from now until summer and greatly expand, like we've never done, additional summer learning opportunities for our students. And in addition to addressing the core academic programming, we wanted to give a robust experience for our students in many of the areas. So STEM activities, arts activities, physical education will be part of this summer learning opportunity. Through this 4-week program that we want to do this summer, we know that our students will be better prepared for the next school level. So if you're one of the students who are going to be targeted for this summer, please, parents, pay attention to this next section of these exciting summer learning opportunities that Dr. Sheffield is going to talk to you about in more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald, and good afternoon to our parents, our students, our community leaders. I'm just excited to have an opportunity to come forth and just continue to talk about, as Mr. Oswald indicated, the work that we're doing this summer as we wanting to, of course, mitigate the instructional losses that many of our students have encountered during these past 16 months. As what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give you a brief highlight in regards to what this extended summer looks like, because surely our summer looks very differently here within the School District of Palm Beach County. The first program that I'm going to talk to you about is our VPK. We're going to have a VPK Academy. It's going to be for our 4-year students. And these will be for the students that did not use their VPK voucher, I should say, during the past academic school year. And again, this particular program is going to be held at Village Academy. Then we're going to go in talking around our elementary. When I go into elementary, we have an awesome program for our rising first, second, and third graders. This particular program is going to be focusing on literacy and math. You'll hear more about the targeted areas as we go through some slides a little later on. And we're also going to have what was known as our SRA. Our SRA, our Expanded Summer Reading Academy, This is a program that we generally have had the past summers for our third grade students that were not successful on the FSA assessment. We're going to continue with our SRA, our Extended Summer Reading Academy, regardless of the fact that we do not that our students again will be taking the FSA, this coming May. The scores will be coming back. We may not have the scores back in time, but we are committed and we're going to be targeting those students based on some data matrix that we have within our schools. So then we will go on to middle school. Within middle school, we're going to be talking about our Preparing for Success program that we're going to be having for our rising sixth grade students. Very excited. This is our first time hosting a summer academy for our current fifth graders that will be coming on to sixth grade in the fall. Then we will go on to talking about what is known as MSCR. MSCR is our middle school course recovery. And we're also going to be having for our middle school students Jumpstart, our Jumpstart program to high school. Our Jumpstart program to high school is a program that we have for our seventh grade students. I will talk more about in regards to what our students would need to do, are the criteria that must be met for them to be eligible for this particular program. Then we will go on to high school. Our high schools, we know that we have our awesome graduating class of 2021. But what we're going to be doing on our high school campuses is that for this particular program, we're calling it graduation support for our students, our current seniors that may be shy of their credits, high school credits, for graduating with their class of 2021. We will continue working with those students over the summer, trying to get our students graduated from high school so that they can continue on for their academic success, whether it's post-secondary, directly into the workforce, armed forces, or what have you. We want to make certain that we are there, encouraging our students and providing the support to where they receive the necessary, earn the necessary credit to successfully graduate high school. And then once we've worked with our seniors, our class of 2022, which is our juniors, there will be select juniors that will have an opportunity to participate in this particular program as well. And lastly, on this particular slide, we also have and will continue, as in years past, to offer our programs for our summer ESY, our ESOL, and our migrant education programs. These particular programs for our ESE students, our ELL students, and they're going to be held at various cluster sites. So this is just a quick overview, of the programs that we're going to be having for this summer. And our summer programs are going to be running June 28th through July 22nd. Now, what I did, I just gave you a real quick rundown in regards to the programs in itself. So now I'm going to really slow down and talk to you in regards to what are the target students and what are the goals of the program, our purpose and our why. What is it that we're wanting to accomplish with our students? So for that first program that we talked about, our Rising program for our K-1-2 students, which are our students that are currently in kindergarten, first and second grade. And what we're going to be utilizing, we're going to be looking at the students, at their iReady data, and we're going to be looking, working alongside with our teachers to see if there are some other data points and identifying the students for this particular program. And what we're wanting to accomplish, the goals of this program, of course, is to provide an engaging instructional program through project-based learning, through STEM, STEAM, PE, arts, music, and most importantly, that social and emotional learning aspect. And then it's very important that all of these programs that I'm talking to you about, that's going to be available for our targeted students, the students that have been identified, it is important for me to make note that these programs are face-to-face. Face-to-face. And then lastly, our students with disabilities and our ELL students, these students will also have an opportunity to participate via the inclusion model where they are identified as appropriate. So again, The programs in which we're offering, we're being very inclusive, and we know that our students with disabilities and our ELL students, it will be based on their individualized educational plan to help determine what's most appropriate for those students. The second program that I'm going to talk to you about is going to be that Summer Reading Academy, our SRA. It's that program for our current third grade students. These are these students are the students that are currently sitting in third grade. And the targeted students with a level 1 score on their winter diagnostics, as I indicated, our students are indeed taking FSA. I'm hoping that I know that they have done well. We're going to continue to work with them, those that are continuing to do their state testing, but we will have our winter diagnostic scores that we did in the winter because we would not have our FSA scores back in time. So, in identifying these students and assisting them, and to help again mitigate some of the instructional losses, and trying to ensure that when they go on to fourth grade, that they will be successful. This is what we're going to do with the identified students. These identified students will attend face to face. They're going to be at cluster elementary sites throughout the district. And as I indicated earlier, all of our programs are inclusive to where our students with disabilities, ELL students for this particular program, it will be determined based on their individual educational plan. And of course, this particular program will focus very heavily on literacy. And our next program is going to be around our middle school transition. Our middle school transition, again, brand new. We've never done this particular program before. This program is targeting our current fifth grade students. So, our students that are in their elementary school in fifth grade that will be identified based on, again, their winter diagnostics, the winter diagnostics that they took this winter, because we would not have our state test scores back. So we're being proactive in working with these students. So any student that are predicted or were predicted a level 1 or a level 2 on their ELA and their math winter diagnostics will be identified and be asked to attend this particular program. This program is going to be face to face, and this program is going to take place at the student's assigned middle school. So, students, you may be in at your elementary school in fifth grade. The caveat here is that you're going to have an opportunity to go onto your middle school campus, your assigned middle school campus this summer, and to participate in this accelerated program. And again, our students with disabilities and our ELL students will again have an opportunity to participate based on the most appropriate placement. And of course, working with their families. And our next program around middle school is going to be talking about our middle school course recovery. This particular program is held on our middle school campuses and is prioritizing our current eighth grade students. These are the students that may be behind in quality points, meaning that there are some academic deficiencies there. They're behind in quality points, and they're needing to make up those points to move on to the next grade level. So we will prioritize with our eighth grade students. As appropriate and as space open up, we will then begin working with our seventh grade students and then down to our sixth grade students. This program in itself is face to face. These students will attend the campuses in which they are currently enrolled. They will not be able to select the middle school of their choice. You will have to attend the school in which you are currently enrolled, which is your SAC school, the school in which you are currently enrolled, I should say. And then, of course, the same piece here goes and remain true for our students with disability and our ELL students. And I have to say, with all the programs that I am covering, students will be identified at the school sites. Parents will receive notification if their child was selected and encouraged to participate. And parents will have to let the school know if they have chosen for their child to participate. in the program in which they have been identified for. So parents, you will have that choice. Another middle school program that we have had in the past, and we will continue with this summer, is known as Jumpstart to High School. And if you look here, this particular program is with our seventh grade students. And there are some criteria here. And a criteria that is listed here is for students who have failed 2 or more grades, okay, are in the seventh grade, and they are behind academically. Again, students and parents, your school would have to have identified you. You would have received the appropriate selection process. This program is going to be face-to-face. This program is going to be held on a high school campus. The high school in which this program is going to be held on, that one high school campus, has not yet to be determined. That decision will be made at a later date, and the students, as you are identified, will be made aware on which campus this particular program will be held on. And lastly, what I have to say about the Jump Start to High School, because of state statutes and other caveats that goes along with this, is that this particular program will, because all of our other programs are Monday through Thursday, but our Jump Start to High School program, it is a 5 days per week. So our students for Jump Start will attend 4 days a week face-to-face. On Fridays, the program will be virtual through distance learning. So it will be virtual on Fridays, but Monday through Thursday, this program will be face-to-face, just like all of our other programs. And our Jumpstart program extends in an additional week. And then when we go on and we talk about our high schools, senior high schools, you heard me say earlier, we have the awesome seniors, the graduating class of 2021. This particular program, our target students will first be for those students, our seniors, those that are in this cohort class of 2021 that may be behind in credits. So we're going to be bringing those students onto campus, giving them an opportunity to remediate and to do what we call course recovery, to try to get all the necessary credits and meet all of the graduation requirements in which they need to meet if they did not meet it during the spring. And so those students then will still be part of the cohort of 2021, but if they successfully complete and meet all of the requirements over the summer while participating in this program, these students will have an opportunity to participate in our summer graduation that will take place on July 22nd as a tentative date. Then as space opened up in this particular program, we would then be inviting our juniors class of 2022, those students that have been identified of having some credit deficiencies and need to do some course recoveries. Schools, guidance counselors will be reaching out to the students and their families as they are identified and encourage them to take advantage of this opportunity. And again, for this particular program, it's going to be very important that our students understand that this program, it does require face-to-face. Students will attend on the high school campus that they are currently enrolled, are currently attending. And again, goes for our students with disabilities and our ELL students. These students will again have the same opportunity to participate in this course recovery. And then as we talk about summer school per se, these programs we have every summer for our outstanding ELL and our ESY students. So for the first one, you can see bulleted here is our ELL and our migrant program. And these particular programs are face-to-face. They're held at various cluster sites. They're not on all of our campuses. They're at cluster sites. The programs are going to focus on language development and increased academic skills in the areas of literacy and mathematics. The extended school year program, our ESY, this particular program is for our ESE students and the students that are participating in our extended year. Of course, is driven by their IEPs, those students that have been identified by the IEP team. And of course, students are going to have an opportunity, to just continue to build and work on those skill deficiencies in both of the So I'm just excited. I know that it was a lot, in regards to the work that we're doing here this summer and trying to just mitigate some of the instructional losses. We know that this summer alone is not going to really and truly close the instructional gaps that our students will be facing. So this is phase one. I should say phase one, part two, because phase one, part one was the tutorials that our students were involved in this spring, before school, after school, Saturday tutorials, as our teachers, wonderful teachers and principals have put into place in working with the students. Now, this is the second part of phase one, the work that we're going to be doing over the summer. And then when we go back over to start talking about phase two, because we know that working with our students with these various programs this summer is not going to close that instructional gap to the full extent that we're planning for what the academic year is going to look like for years to come. So it's very important for me to say this because I don't want anyone to think that because we are sharing what we're doing over the summer with the various program that we're thinking that this is a one and done. We know that it's not. We know that this is going to be years to come, that we're going to need to look for strategies and look for things in which we need to put in place to continue to work with our students and work with our families in navigating in this space while we're trying to mitigate and enclose these instructional gaps. And it also is important for me to say that for all these programs, transportation will be provided. Transportation will be provided. Our students will receive, thank you, transportation will be provided once you are identified and you have said that you will be attending, parents will have an opportunity to log on to the district portal like you do during the academic year to find the bus route. So there we go with transportation. If we go to the next slide will talk to us about our school meals and the services that we will be providing for during the summer. Students that are participating will have an opportunity to receive and participate in our free breakfast and lunch programs. And it's also important that I let the community know that all summer school sites will be open on Thursdays for grab and go meal distributions. And what that means is that 7 days worth of breakfast and lunch will be provided for those students that are not participating in our summer academies. This is, again, just an overview of what we're doing for the summer. And I'm just hoping that as the students are identified, that parents will entrust us to continue to work with them and their child. And I must thank the community for their involvement and their support during the last 16 months. And I should say the continuous support.
Thank you, Dr. Sheffield. And I do want to get to some of those questions because as you were making the presentation, we were getting some of them. And the first one that I want to pop up, it's from Nitsa. And she's asking, will there be any virtual options or alternatives available to students?
Right now, all of our summer programs that I described this evening, right now, our programs are face-to-face. The only virtual opportunity is for the Jumpstart program for our seventh graders. And as I indicated, that particular program is 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, but our students will be face-to-face Monday through Thursday, and on Fridays, they will attend virtually. But all of the other programs are Monday through Thursday, face-to-face.
Very good. And I'm glad you mentioned that because people are used to, again, having that distance learning option. And so, Keith, can you kind of talk about somewhat of the importance of making sure that this face-to-face instruction is happening? I know that you guys have definitely been pushing the positive benefits that there are to that.
Sure, Andrew. And I think first we need to talk about the safety measure the school district has put in place to ensure that we have reduced the spread of COVID happening on our campuses. The research has clearly shown it's not happening on our school campuses. From the wearing of face masks, social distancing, those two big areas, as well as enhanced cleaning that's going on in our schools, we know that we're providing a safe environment for our students to be on the campus. Again, we talked about this unfinished learning. These learning losses are of great concern. And we know that if our students, in particular the ones who are struggling the most, are this much learning is unfinished, that on campus where they're actually interacting with a teacher live, face to face, that's the best opportunity. You get that immediate feedback, an immediate opportunity to talk to a teacher. And then the whole enriched program that Dr. Sheffield spoke to, and thanks to her and her team to really design a program that's really going to be interactive, fun for the students to be on a school campus. But again, and if you're a senior, this is important. You've done so much good work. It's so important to be on that school campus to make sure that we address all of the areas of a standard high school diploma that are not finished to make sure they are completed.
And you guys certainly have been seeing that there are students that need this help. Can you talk about the identification process? Because I'm sure there are parents who are here who are now asking, okay, well, how do I know if my child is eligible to attend one of these programs? Can you guys, again, kind of re-identification process is working?
Well, the identification process, I did go through the data matrix that the schools will be utilizing. So for any student that has been selected to participate in any of the programs that I've described this afternoon, they will receive a letter from their principal on school letterhead. And the letters should start going out on tomorrow. And we do have all the specifics within the letters. So, and if parents have concerns that they did not receive a letter or what have you, I would ask that they reach out to, their child's administrator, a guidance counselor, or someone there on the campus. But they will be notified through letter on school's letterhead.
Can I add, Andrew, onto that, please? So, any parent who, wants to know how their child is doing, they should reach out to their teacher or school principal immediately. They know the child best. They're working with their child all year, even if they're not struggling, to ensure that they understand exactly where they're at. We strongly encourage that communication to be ongoing and regular. We added more progress reports that we pushed out to our families to inform them. So again, if you're in question at all, please reach out to the teacher or the principal.
And we do have another question from Vasily, and I'm going to pop it up here. If the student is not able to attend the summer program SRA, what would that result in? So are there any possible consequences or things like that?
That's a fantastic question from Vasilia, sorry. So it was an emergency order that came out from our Commissioner of Education around certain areas. So if you're talking about SRA, Summer Reading Academy, if we're talking specifically for third grade, so what this emergency order said was that we do not need to use state test scores to determine a student being promoted to the fourth grade, from third grade to fourth grade. However, a big however, a student still needs to demonstrate at least the equivalency of a level 2 on the Florida Standards assessment that they would normally take. So if the student doesn't take that assessment and we don't have a score and we don't have student work that meets that level 2 by the end of the school year, that it's important for that student to go to the Summer Reading Academy so that they can get promoted to the next grade level. Let's take, for example, in 8th grade, middle school course recovery that Dr. Sheffield spoke to. If a student doesn't meet what we call student progression plan, it's a policy that we have in place with our school board, and it has certain standards of what a student has to be able to do at a certain grade level. If they don't meet all those particular credits, they may not be able to be promoted to 9th grade. And of course, most important for seniors, if a senior doesn't meet everything that's outlined in state statute for standard high school diploma, they won't get that diploma and have to continue working towards that, and we can finish that up this particular summer. And any of the other programs we talked about, potentially it could put a student at not meeting, again, student progression plan to go on to the next grade level. This opportunity will help better prepare them for that next grade level. And again, reach out to the school and to the teacher and the principal to best inform you exactly where your child is at.
We also have a great question from Stephanie, somewhat along the lines, and it is pretty long here, but she says, my son will be leaving a charter middle school and starting ninth grade in PBC high school. He was enrolled in a choice program. He does not test well, but his grades are average to good. What do I expect? Does his affect him at all?
So, welcome to our district operated schools. We're so excited to have you going into one of our high school choice programs. As you know, there's so many great opportunities for our students. So if your child has been doing well and met all the requirements by that charter school to be promoted to high school, you're in good shape, and really there's nothing to worry about. But again, if there's any questions, I strongly encourage either towards the end of this school year or this summer, to reach out to the school, where we want to ensure that your class courses for your freshman year are all in place by day one. So the school is going to be reaching out to you to make sure that we schedule all those, to ensure that we have a schedule that best fits your particular needs. Again, if there's any other questions, you can certainly reach out to the school principal and to set up an appointment with the school counselor to sit down to review your academic records now to start beginning that process.
In regards to some of the testing, I know that the governor and again the Department of Education have said that testing scores will not again determine whether a child will go on to the next level or not. So some parents are choosing maybe not to have their kids tested this year. Can you talk about why maybe that might not be the best idea for students and their future?
Yeah, so that's a fantastic question, an important issue. So yes, the emergency order does say that we don't have to use some of these test results for promotional decisions, for depending on what grade level and what they wait for. But there are consequences that are pretty deep if a student does not take them. I'm going to give you a couple examples that are most concerning for us and important for a parent and a student to understand. If you're enrolled in Algebra 1 or geometry, last year, students who took Algebra 1, obviously we didn't take any state tests because of the pandemic. However, those students still have to earn a level 3 or better or concordant score on SAT or ACT or PSAT in order to receive a standard high school diploma. So those students that are currently in Algebra 1 or geometry, they can get that standard high school diploma requirement by taking that end of course exam and getting a level 3 or higher on that state test. They have met a very important milestone of that diploma. If they don't take that test, they're going to have to eventually either take it as a retake or get a concordant score on SAT, ACT, or PSAT. This also exists for our current 10th graders and last year's juniors on the FSA test. So juniors can take it as a retake, 10th graders take it for the first time. The results of that English language arts exam is a direct requirement for the standard high school diploma for English language arts at a level 3 or better. If it's not taken, it's going to have to be taken sometime again or get a concordant score at SAT, ACT in order to meet that requirement. That's a very important distinction. Also, the only place where we don't have to use that requirement are anybody who's planning to graduate in the spring of 2021. So if you're graduating this spring, there's more flexibility for us with those particular individuals, mostly seniors or anybody else that was looking to graduate this year. That also plays out if you're in middle school. We have many middle school students who take algebra and geometry. Again, that's a high school requirement that it's best to get it taken care of now so you don't have to worry about it later. I talked about the third grade example going to fourth grade. You don't have to take the test. We don't have to use that test as an indicator to go to fourth grade, but we still have to demonstrate, the school has to show that the student met that mastery of that curriculum to go into fourth grade.
Dr. Sheffield, I wanted to bring this question to your attention. We actually have a family who is not sure whether they will be contacted by the school for additional resources. In this case, they said that they just moved to the USA, but is there resources that or a recommendation that you can give to families? Let's say if they don't get the call or the email from the school saying that their son or daughter is eligible for a program. What recommendations would you have?
The recommendation that I would have, welcome here to Palm Beach County. And if the family is already registered into one of our schools here within the school district of Palm Beach County, I strongly recommend that the family again reach out to their school, one of these administrators, principal, assistant principal, our guidance counselors in regards to their concerns as it pertains to their child's academic needs. And if the child is not one that has been selected for one of the academies that we're going to be having here over the summer, then of course, we will be able to assist in regards to looking to see what kind of additional resources that we may be able to provide over the summer while they're at home. But I will encourage the family to reach out to the school to share what their concerns are academically and see how we move forward there.
I want to address.
You must start at the school.
Yeah, very good advice. So again, if you don't hear from the school, you should definitely follow up and ask them to see if there are those additional resources available. I'm also again seeing many questions in here about masks. I don't want people to think that we are ignoring them. So Mr. Oswald, if you can address that issue, people are concerned about mask wearing into the summer programs and the next school year.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. And currently, we have a board policy in place that requires masks to be worn. We're still evaluating on a day-to-day basis if we make any changes to that policy going into next school year. It really is too early to tell what decisions will be made for the fall when we go back to school in August. Right now, our plans for this summer will be to continue wearing masks for this summer school program. And again, we're going to monitor closely any changes that come from CDC, local data, and also engage with our local health officials to make those decisions for August.
We also have a question now from another parent. It's from Ms. Cintron, and here it is. It's what about fourth grader going to fifth grade who doesn't take the FSA test? Will they be in jeopardy of being retained? I think we've kind of answered that, but go ahead.
No, that's a great question because we didn't really talk about fourth graders. If there are fourth graders who are potentially not meeting student progression requirements to go to fifth grade, school principals and teachers will be inviting them to a summer program as well if they're in that position. So there will be an opportunity for summer school. Again, if you're not sure, please reach out to your school principal and teacher to find out.
All great questions, and I just love this technology that we're able to see the questions in real time. And again, we have a significant amount of participants here on the call. So if again you guys have any questions, please submit them to us. We do have our Chief Academic Officer and our Deputy Superintendent of the School District of Palm Beach County here to answer your questions. School board members, community leaders, again, they're all concerned about the outlook for students. They want to make sure that they're well taken care of. Would either of you guys just like to speak to the plans that we have for the future, not just for this summer, but again, addressing what we are calling the COVID slide because of the different learning models that have been, again, basically thrown at students?
Well, I guess I will start, and I'm sure Mr. Oswald will add to it. But as I indicated earlier, when we talked about what we're doing over the summer, this was, part of our phase one in trying to address some of the instructional losses that our students have encountered. So as a continuation of that, we have what is called our Student Academic Support Plan. And the Student Academic Support Plan, what it is that where we're layering out a 3-year plan that's not just over the summer, it's going to also take us during the next 3 years to talk about what is it and how we're going to address these losses during the instructional year. And, in addressing these losses during the during the academic year, I should say, during the academic year, It's not just about, the human capital and creating, additional positions and so forth, but what is it and how we're going to drill down and what is that instruction is going to look like and how we're going to help leverage, the support to our school centers, to our principals, administrators, and most importantly, how we're going to go into the classrooms, work with the teachers, and help leverage to where our teachers can effectively drill down and assist in addressing these academic challenges that our students are facing. And I should say, in mitigating these instructional losses. But I'm sure Mr. Oswald wants to add to that because we are working on phase 2 of this support plan now. We just met today to talk about as a team in regards to, for the next 3 years. And it's all around mitigating these instructional losses of our students.
Mr. Oswald?
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, Dr. Sheffield, you're exactly right. We got some exciting plans in the works that are just going to provide additional opportunities for our students to participate. I think you can plan on seeing extended learning opportunities, after school, Saturdays. Hopefully next summer, after this summer, you're going to see expanded summer school as well. We're in this for the long haul until all this, I like to use unfinished learning because it was a difficult year for our students to learn and our teachers to educate our kids, that we're going to really think outside the box of opportunities during the school day, as well as outside the regular school day for our students, not only to address unfinished learning, but really to focus in on accelerating our students and what they're capable of.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. And so with that, we're going to kind of close this out. I mean, if you guys do have additional questions, feel free to reach out to us here on social media. We have a great team that is here to, again, support you and help you connect with your teachers or your principals about other specific questions that you may have. Again, it's a pleasure for us to host these with you and really get to the bottom of some of the questions that you guys do have about your child's future. Always remember, you can go to palmbeachschools.org for additional information. And of course, we're always updating our Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube pages with important information. So from all of us here, we appreciate you and we hope you have a great night.
Give myself a wash. Wash, 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 wash. Give myself a wash.
Reading with your child and asking lots of questions can help them develop a love of literacy.
This is my favorite book.
To encourage better understanding of the text, here are some conversation starters from School District of Palm Beach County VPK Curriculum and Instructional Specialist, Alexandria Lawson. Number 1, what do you think the characters are doing and how are they feeling?
So the benefit of asking questions that help them to predict things or make inferences is to help with the comprehension.
Number 2, ask where is this happening? That helps children creatively describe the scene.
What do you think is going to happen this week?
Number 3, what do you think will happen next? How or why do you know?
You're asking them to explain their thinking. So you've asked them a question and they give you a response, and then you ask, how do you know? And that helps them to further deepen their understanding and thinking.
Number 4, what is something new you learned while we read this book together? This encourages children to draw on their own experiences and make connections. Number 5, what different ending can you make up for this story?
Well, thinking of a different ending can help by sparking creativity within your child. They can see themselves as authors and just feel that creativity.
Number 6, does this remind you of something we've ever had happen to us?
So all learning takes place and is built on prior learning. So if you can make those connections, you're most likely you're going to remember what's happening.
Lastly, number 7, ask, how does this make you feel? This helps students process things in the world.
You could get a book about losing a tooth or the first day of school. So when a child sees those characters overcoming adversity within those stories, they themselves internalize that and they say they can do it too. It builds their confidence.
Remember, it's great to read the same book again and again. It gives children comfort, joy, and confidence as they're able to remember and retell the story. Happy reading! Are you graduation ready? Here's how the big day will look for the class of 2021. Guests will be directed to enter the South Florida Fairgrounds through Gate 3, which is located off Sainsbury's Way, or Gate 12 off Fairgrounds Road. The entrance to graduation is located along the south side of the parking lot. Guests must have tickets handy. Extra tickets will not be distributed at the venue. After tickets are collected, guests will pass through security screening. Each guest is permitted to bring a clear bag and one unopened water bottle. Graduates and school staff will enter the building through Gate 11, located just west of the south parking lot. Staff must have their school ID visible in order to enter through Gate 11. Both graduates and staff will also be subject to mandatory security screening. Once the Expo East doors open, guests will enter the building from the courtyard. Seating is open, first come, first serve, and the seats are arranged in groups of 2. Guests, students, and staff must adhere to social distancing and other health-related protocols. Facial coverings are mandatory. Hand sanitizing stations are in place throughout the expo buildings. All high touch points, including restrooms and chairs, will be cleaned before and after each graduation ceremony. Unlike previous graduations in which seniors and guests all sat in the same building, COVID protocol requires that both groups are separated for most of the ceremony in order to maintain social distancing. The exceptions will be at the start of the ceremony, when a procession of graduates will pass through the East Expo building for their guests to physically see them. Seniors will once again enter the East Expo building to receive their diploma cover. This is how it will look. Graduates will line up in the Expo West building. Walk through the connecting hallway toward the stage. Spot markers will be placed on the ground to assist with social distancing. Graduates will walk up the ramp, cross the stage, take a picture, and receive their diploma cover. Graduates will then walk on the red carpet through the Hall of Fame and return to their seats in the Expo West building. After the final diploma cover is given, the principal will then transition back to the smaller stage in the Expo West building. The majority of the graduation, including the speeches, will take place on the graduate side in the Expo West building. Guests will be able to watch the speeches as they are projected onto large screens suspended throughout Expo East. The principal will close the commencement with the ceremonial tassel turn. Students will be dismissed by rows in Expo West to return their gowns and retrieve their actual diplomas. This will take place in buildings 6 through 10. Gowns will be collected in building 6, and diplomas will be distributed to graduates in buildings 7 through 10 in alphabetical order. After receiving diplomas, graduates will exit building 10 and return to the parking area to meet up with their guests. Congratulations to our graduates and families!
It runs from the thermostat through my terminal, which is
Timothy, an HVAC Academy student at Royal Palm Beach Community High School, explains the electrical components of a basic air conditioning system, a project created at this school within a school, helping students see success after graduation.
I can go to college, I can work afterwards, I can work during college, take night school. I just want to make basically a great future for myself.
The HVAC Academy offers hands-on technical education, free industry certifications, and college and career preparation. Students who attend the Academy spend part of the school day in regular class and part in the Academy.
After 4 years, they leave here with ready-to-work certifications.
These certifications could otherwise cost tens of thousands of dollars, but HVAC Academy students get the experience, education, and certifications for free. Jackson likes the idea of getting a jump start on a solid career.
It feels great. Just to know and I'll be financially stable and not have to worry about debt.
Community organizations support the Academy with equipment donations and internships in order to help cultivate new talent to meet the growing demand for skilled workers.
A big portion of our trade is going to retire in the next few years. So a lot of these companies are losing anywhere from 30 to 60% of their employees because of just retiring.
Alex is a senior and putting his HVAC Academy experience to work in his family AC business.
Not only am I making good money right now, but in the future, it's only going to improve.
These students have the same academy teacher for all 4 years, giving them the chance to develop strong relationships and a real sense of family.
He taught us how to be grown men. He taught me how to be patient, and also just taught me how to be a good worker.
Whether students continue in HVAC or other careers, they're definitely a step ahead in life.
This outstanding volunteer coordinator has worked at Gove Elementary School for the past 8 years. Dora Lopez, congratulations on being Palm Beach County School District's Volunteer Coordinator of the Year.
To win this award is a great privilege because I see that my work is valued. I love what I do, so this just motivates me to continue to do my job even more. As the volunteer coordinator, our biggest responsibility is to bring in volunteers. We held a multicultural night with many parents being involved. We also hand out science supplies to all our students. The ultimate reason that I do my job is to see those smiles of the children and to see the smiles of the parents. It comes from the bottom of my heart to be able to help our community and reach out to our parents and children.
Miss Lopez has a can-do attitude. And, you know, whenever I ask her for anything, she says yes. And then she figures out how we can get that accomplished.
And she always gives it her all. She just did extraordinary this year. And I felt it was really, really important for her to be recognized.
We are grateful for everything that you do for us.
Miss Pringle is family. Here at Pioneer Park, we are a family.
I hope you have a safe and blessed journey into the rest of your life. We love you so much.
Thank you, Miss Ellis. You're amazing.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. I'm about to cry. I love my kids. I love them.
And she also cares for us. She gives us things when we need it. She's such a great teacher.
Lighting up the beacon, showing me the way.
We have an extraordinary surprise for an extraordinary teacher who has blessed the lives of everyone staying in this room and so many more.
I don't have a lot of money, but I have a very satisfying life because I've touched them and they have touched me.
You got me.
We want to thank you for this amazing award. The great thing that I see about it is a partner in education. On behalf of our players, our coaches, our staff, and the South Florida community, you look at the Miami Dolphins, having such a great partner in Palm Beach County, it's been great to work with, great to see, and great to provide educational opportunities, and also opportunities around the sport of football, which we all love. We're excited to provide uniforms, education, equipment, fitness equipment to all the girls and boys football programs in Palm Beach County. We want to promote the game of football, but we also want to make sure it's done safe with the proper equipment, with the proper nutrition, with the proper tools and coaching techniques as well. We think it'll make better people within our society.
The most important thing that we believe is important is positive choices. Everyone say positive choices.
One of the most special events we had was going to Lake Park Elementary.
Everybody in the audience is getting brand new Nike tennis shoes.
It was a great day with a lot of smiling faces, but more importantly, a great day to show that the Dolphins were in their community. I think football is a microcosm for everything you can learn to be successful in life. Where you're talking about overcoming adversity, education, physical and mental toughness. All those activities we feel makes you a better person and hopefully a better student as well. We've had an amazing relationship with the Palm Beach County School District. We hope that more organizations can be a part of it. But we want to make sure we do our part, not only to inspire
We wanted to recognize 3 teachers that got an abundance of recognition, and I can tell you how fabulous you are, but I think it's really wonderful when you hear it from the kids, your kids.
Mr. Pinto, thank you for being my extra mom in school and helping me with everything.
She's done so much for me and all the kids in her class. She deserves every little bit of what you can give.
Just being a second mom and one of the greatest teachers. I also want to thank Ms. Garcia for teaching us so many strategies that will help us in the future.
You are so kind and care so much about your kids. You deserve the world. Your students are so grateful to have you as teachers. They're always happy when you make them laugh. I'm grateful to have you as a mom and you as a friend.
A huge, huge heartfelt thank you to Miss Weiser. My daughter now is up to grade level. She reads beautifully. She just skips to and from school every day, and that is because of you.
I love my teacher because she helped me move up reading levels. I love when she reads to us. She picks the best books.
Aw, good job, kiddo.
My job is to keep these kids safe, to make them feel loved. If we don't have any of that, they can't learn. I want them to know that they can depend on me anytime. They can call me, they can email me whenever they want.
I think you could see that here, that they enjoy being at school, they enjoy being with us as their teachers. It's basically a second home, a second family.
Just to see how many of our students really appreciate us, not just me, but my colleagues too. It means a lot. It reminds us why we're here and why we do what we're doing.
Hey, Palm Beach County, who will you nominate next?
community members. I have an exciting update for you regarding the district groundbreaking initiative to bring free, high-speed internet to more than 25,000 students across 50 square miles in Palm Beach County. The first Wi-Fi mesh network is now live and operational in Lake Worth. This small test area is being used as a pilot to ensure that the Wi-Fi extenders connect to the mesh network properly in students' homes. The district educational technology team is working closely with several schools' Wi-Fi teams to review the Wi-Fi extender distribution process and conduct follow-up surveys with each family to obtain feedback and improve the deployment process as we look forward to distributing Wi-Fi extenders on a larger scale. This groundbreaking initiative is a game changer for local families and is the result of a partnership between the district, the county, local municipalities, the Education Foundation, and business partners. Please check out the April Digital Inclusion newsletter to learn more about other areas that are slated to go live soon. Speaking of soon, summer will be here before you know it. As a district, we are committed to providing accelerated learning opportunities over the summer through a series of remediation plans designed to address learning loss as a result of the pandemic or pre-existing achievement gaps. Parents of students who have experienced academic loss will be notified by their child's school about summer learning opportunities. This week, academic leaders held a Facebook Live Q&A to inform the community about our Summer Acceleration Academies. The recording is included in case you missed it. Students will leave the Summer Acceleration programs more prepared for success in their upcoming grade level. Tomorrow, May 1st, is the first day of Haitian Heritage Month. The School District of Palm Beach County honors the contributions of Haitians and Haitian Americans in our schools and throughout our community. Once again this year, the district is holding an essay contest to commemorate the valuable history and contributions of the Haitian community in Palm Beach County. The contest is open to students in grades 9 through 12. The deadline for submissions is May 6th. The theme is explain the major challenges that Haitian and Haitian American students face in the American education system and how they can overcome those challenges. Students, find out more about the contest from your teachers. May 1st is also School Principal Appreciation Day. I'd like to give a special shout out to all of our school principals. These men and women serve as their school's leaders, their school's mentors, and in many cases, the mayor of their schools, which are roughly the size of a small town. We could not survive, let alone thrive as a school district, without their steadfast leadership, and we thank you today and honor your work every day. On behalf of the school board and the entire school district of Palm Beach County, thank you for your unwavering support of our students and staff. Our A-rated public schools are your best choice for education. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Palm Beach County offers it all.
As the second largest county geographically in Florida, our Atlantic shoreline is 47 miles long, nicknamed Florida's Gold Coast.
We boast 110 parks and recreation facilities. Agriculture is big here. 18% of the country's sugar is produced in our own backyard.
4 Major League Baseball teams call Palm Beach County home for spring training.
The school district of Palm Beach County is A-rated.
With nearly 170,000 students who speak 146 languages and dialects,
making it the 10th largest school district in the nation.
Our school district is the largest employer in Palm Beach County with more than 22,000 employees, including nearly 13,000 teachers.
We are a tech-driven district. We have smart boards in every single classroom.
2,600 of our teachers are Google certified instructors.
That is the most of any district in the U.S.
And each student has a take-home device issued by the district.
Here, we have amazing community support.
We're building a 50-square-mile Wi-Fi mesh network
that will deliver free, high-speed internet access to 25,000 students.
Our competitive salaries, benefits, and professional development
make the school district of Palm Beach County the place to build a career. Plus, we enjoy a full week off at Thanksgiving. What are you waiting for?
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 Join us today and build your amazing career in education starting now.
Together, we can. Together, we can. Together, we can.
Together, we can.
We all work
work at a company here, Pyro Promotions, so you might know us as the t-shirt people. Hi, my name is Janelle Harris, and I'm with Pyro Promotions, and I cannot tell you how thrilled I am to be recognized by the Palm Beach County School District. So anything that you can put your logo on, we do that. The kids, they just love wearing anything that's got their school name, their school mascots on. I think it just gives a sense of belonging. They feel like they're a part of something. It's really cool. Seeing them in their gear that we help provide to the school. I love seeing their little attitudes and the extra little pizzazz that they gave on the runway while they were doing the fashion show. Just made my whole day.
I love Timberland shirts because they make me feel happy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We were so excited to be able to donate 50 masks per school in Palm Beach County alone to be able to help with the PPE initiative.
Love that it's dry fit, so that staff will really like it, and so will the kids.
Super comfy, super light. Partnering with a school district is something that's even more rewarding because it's going to directly trickle down to, I think, the most important people in our community, which is our kids. So that's why we love doing it.
They're able to create products that really help our families and help promote that business-community partnership, and at the same time make sure that children have smiles on their faces every day here at school.
Thank you so much again for presenting us with this award. It goes above and beyond anything we could have imagined, and we're so looking forward to our continued partnership with our schools and with Palm Beach County School District moving forward. Thank you.
The gear ratios are on point, and it's well executed.
12th grade student Ariel shows what a robot he designed, constructed, and operates can do. Robotics is just one of the many exciting subjects in this Mechatronics Academy classroom at the West Technical Education Center. Ariel's been in the academy 4 years and is learning a lot about future education and career options.
Mechatronics is not simply one engineering field. It opens so many opportunities for students if they want to do diesel mechanic, if they want to do electrical, if they want to just learn 3D printing. Mechatronics opens these doors for job opportunities and even, college opportunities.
And again, these are the skills you're going to learn here in this classroom, and it's being implemented out in the industry. We're being engaged in robotics, we have pneumatics, and we have all different types of equipment that go in the field of manufacturing and robotics.
Mechatronics combines the study of mechanics, engineering, computing, and electronics. The Academy is available to all School District of Palm Beach County students through the Glades Construction Academy Choice Program at West Tech.
When you participate in the mechatronics program here at West Tech, you're getting training on small versions of large equipment that you would see in any manufacturing plant.
Students learn how to program autonomic robots and other machinery and earn advanced skills they can put right to work, often in internships and jobs with school district business partners.
When people think of Palm Beach, they think of the beaches, they think of tourism, but we are a major hub for manufacturing.
They provided me a job here in town, and the exact machines that are around me in this classroom were used at that workplace.
Ariel has earned college scholarships and is interested in a technological career and owning his own business.
It feels so inspiring knowing that we have so many doors to be opened and to go through. It has shaped my experience and has made me a well-rounded worker.
Pre-K students are full of wonder, energy, and excitement about learning. Want to help them become strong readers? Here are some easy tips from School District of Palm Beach County VPK Curriculum and Instructional Specialist, Alexandria Lawson. Number 1, make it fun.
One way to make reading fun for both grown-ups and kids is to ensure that the children have books with characters that look like themselves, as well as other cultures.
There's something about Mommy that reminds me of juice in my cup.
In addition to that, whatever topics your child is interested in, say dinosaurs or trains or things of that nature, get books about that.
Number 2, focus on rhyming.
One way to focus on rhyming is with nursery rhymes. You know, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, Humpty Dumpty, things of that nature.
Number 3, find words in your environment.
So you might just be taking a walk in the community and you see a stop sign. And just ask your child, well, what letters do you see? Do you know any of these letters or letter sounds? Or if you're in the grocery store looking at the different cereal boxes or different things like that, ask your child to identify the letters or the sounds that they know.
Number 4, read with your child often.
Hands are to hold and pat and clap.
One way to get more reading in is reading the same book over and over again. So it brings comfort and joy to your child when they get to read that same book. And at one point, they'll memorize the story and it'll build their confidence.
Number 5, talk with your child about their day.
So it helps to talk with your child about the day that they've had because they have to kind of think about what happened in the course of their day and then retell that to you. So it helps build oral language and it shows that you value their day and you really want to hear about what they did.
Try a new tip each week to help your child become a happy and confident reader.
Some books can teach you, some books can make you laugh, and some books may make you sad. I like to read really funny books. My most favorite type would be Ginny B. Jones.
Books are the building blocks of imagination and information, and growing good readers starts early. The first tip, sing songs and play games.
When children sing songs, they are hearing the language, they're hearing rhymes, they're hearing how language sounds, and it's fun.
Word games such as I Spy, Scrabble, and Hangman are a few ideas. Tip number 2 for growing good readers, have lots of conversations with your children.
Having conversations at the dinner table. It's really important that we give our kids opportunities to talk.
Tip number 3, set a daily reading time and show kids you're a reader too.
Children love to see their parents reading and reading with them, and especially dads. There's a whole new study out there by Harvard that says that when kids see their dads reading or a male figure reading, it's sending even another message.
I like that it gives you a lot of alone time, and usually when you're nice and mad, you can just calm yourself down by reading a nice book.
A trip to the library fuels interest in reading. Some parents also use books as rewards.
The children are allowed to pick a book at the end of the month. And we take them to their favorite bookstore and they just go at it. And they love it.
Tip 4, ask questions before, during, and after reading a book.
Just as you're naturally thinking, like, I wonder what's going to happen next, or what happened so far? How do you think this character feels?
A final tip, encourage writing and make it fun. Write out a grocery list together, or have children write about books they're reading.
The more that we can do as parents to help our children at home in those early years is really going to benefit them in the end.
Tricia Shervin for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
We've been offering the course now for 2 years, but now we're going to take it to the next level and expand the program so that we can offer it to more students within the county.
These are all skills that we learn in the class using ping, like trying to get your IP address from your computer. Cybersecurity Academy is going to, we have a lot of software, a lot of curriculum that's becoming available to us, and they're going to learn how to navigate how networks function, and then also step up from there is going to be how to prevent and anticipate any kind of security hacks, hackers coming in.
The demand right now is high in this particular field, and so students are able to also take industry certifications where they can leave high school certified in this area and go out and get a job making really good money while they're possibly going to school and earning a degree.
Just by being able to take this class, just starting it basically, has already allowed me to have multiple colleges ask me to apply.
There's more jobs than there are people to fill those jobs. So the need to train students, people to fill those jobs is important, and this gives us opportunity to go in that direction.
My role as principal is to go out and see which jobs are in demand so that I can bring those programs here to Santa Lucia's and prepare my students for that post-secondary success. My name is Paige Weinstein. Today, I hold the title of Miss South Florida, but not long ago, I was an awkward middle school student who didn't have much confidence. I was bullied in school, and it took a heavy toll. If it was not for the support of my mentor, I would not be the strong and courageous woman that I am today. Bullying is not tolerated here in Palm Beach County. Instead, we need to celebrate our differences. This means being inclusive, not exclusive. If you see something, say something. Fill out an anonymous report online, in your student portal, or in your school's anonymous Dropbox. You can also report it in person or by calling the bullying hotline at 561-434-8200. It takes a courageous soul to overcome bullying and a confident heart to know you are important.
Are you graduation ready? Here's how the big day will look for the class of 2021. Guests will be directed to enter the South Florida Fairgrounds through Gate 3, which is located off Sainsbury's Way, or Gate 12 off Fairgrounds Road. The entrance to graduation is located along the south side of the parking lot. Guests must have tickets handy. Extra tickets will not be distributed at the venue. After tickets are collected, guests will pass through security screening. Each guest is permitted to bring a clear bag and one unopened water bottle. Graduates and school staff will enter the building through Gate 11, located just west of the south parking lot. Staff must have their school ID visible in order to enter through Gate 11. Both graduates and staff will also be subject to mandatory security screening. Once the Expo East doors open, guests will enter the building from the courtyard. Seating is open, first come, first serve, and the seats are arranged in groups of 2. Guests, students, and staff must adhere to social distancing and other health-related protocols. Facial coverings are mandatory. Hand sanitizing stations are in place throughout the expo buildings. All high touch points, including restrooms and chairs, will be cleaned before and after each graduation ceremony. Unlike previous graduations in which seniors and guests all sat in the same building, COVID protocol requires that both groups are separated for most of the ceremony in order to maintain social distancing. The exceptions will be at the start of the ceremony, when a procession of graduates will pass through the East Expo building for their guests to physically see them. Seniors will once again enter the East Expo building to receive their diploma cover. This is how it will look. Graduates will line up in the Expo West building. Walk through the connecting hallway toward the stage. Spot markers will be placed on the ground to assist with social distancing. Graduates will walk up the ramp, cross the stage, take a picture, and receive their diploma cover. Graduates will then walk on the red carpet through the Hall of Fame and return to their seats in the Expo West building. After the final diploma cover is given, the principal will then transition back to the smaller stage in the Expo West building. The majority of the graduation, including the speeches, will take place on the graduates' side in the Expo West building. Guests will be able to watch the speeches as they are projected onto large screens suspended throughout Expo East. The principal will close the commencement with the ceremonial tassel turn. Students will be dismissed by rows in Expo West to return their gowns and retrieve their actual diplomas. This will take place in buildings 6 through 10. Gowns will be collected in building 6, and diplomas will be distributed to graduates in buildings 7 through 10 in alphabetical order. After receiving diplomas, graduates will exit building 10 and return to the parking area to meet up with their guests. Congratulations to our graduates and families!
Moi-même, c'est moi héritage haïtien. District École Région Palm Beach là a honoré contribution haïtien ak haïtien américain dans la communauté noire dans l'État Floride là ak dans tout pays États-Unis. Sans oublier impact histoire pays Haïti gagne sur histoire monde là.
participating in the International Butterfly Project. That is an education and arts program that goes on worldwide, where children paint a ceramic butterfly that represents the 1.5 million children that were murdered during the Holocaust.
Boris was born in 1936. He lived in Riga, Latvia. His mother's name was Asia. I feel like it's important that we should remember the people in the Holocaust because many of these people were really young and many were kids, and we should focus more on them. And when we paint a butterfly, it's like a remembrance for them.
I made this butterfly for Eula Kravitz, who was born in 1939 and was last seen in Shoah, but his death location is not known. I chose to create this butterfly with yellow, purple, and red because in Diary of Anne Frank, a diary about a girl in the Holocaust, yellow was one of the only colors that brought happiness to the people to the Jews, and purple really complements yellow.
Students naturally gravitate to the arts, and through the Butterfly Project, students are able to make artistic choices that connect with history and remembering others.
I really enjoy what I'm seeing. A few of the kids had a lot of information already about the Holocaust, and I think it being children affected them.
When we learn the Holocaust in a personal way, we remember it, we own it, we feel it. The Holocaust wasn't about 6 million people that died. It was about each person being an individual. Each person had a story. Each child of the 1.5 million children had a future. We don't know what they would have been. And it's our obligation to remember them and to honor them.
A ribbon cutting at Santa Lucia's High School to celebrate the launch of a program to provide feminine hygiene products in schools. Suncoast High School senior Rithika Ketchum is the founder of Girls Help Girls. Rithika shared the goals of her organization to Philanthropy Tank, Palm Beach County. She says many students in our schools can't afford feminine hygiene products.
We believe that menstruation is a right and not a luxury, and that people should be provided these products for free.
Philanthropy Tank sponsors rewarded Rithika's vision with a check for $15,000.
And I can't wait to get started working with you.
I really appreciate it. I look forward to working with you guys.
The funding will provide product dispensers in 11 Palm Beach County Title I high schools. Palm Beach County School Board member Erica Whitfield attended the ribbon cutting.
We don't always think of the problems on the ground, and so these students are right there. They're working in it every day. They're hearing the problems from their friends, so they're innovative. And they just have the best ideas.
Santa Lucia's is proud to be the first to install the dispensers at their school.
I really feel that our future is in good hands with these young ladies being able to come up with these types of projects.
Rithika hopes to expand Girls Help Girls to other schools around Palm Beach County.
All students have access to grade-level appropriate ebooks, audiobooks, videos, and reference materials through the student portal. From your home computer, go to the district website, mysdpbc.org, and log into the portal. Choose the Other Resources tab, then click on a tile. For example, in Mac and VIA, you can search by title or author or by book cover. Gale features nonfiction databases and reference books. Similarly, Worldbook is available for research. Elementary students also have Tumble books, which allow them to read along with the program. These resources are also accessible on phones and tablets by downloading the free apps from your device's app store. Need help? Your school's media specialist is happy to assist.
Successful, you have goals and dreams. Making the right choices is going to be very important.
Tavon Coney, I graduated from Palm Beach Gardens High School locally, went to University of Notre Dame, where I studied business management consulting. Now with Las Vegas Raiders and my nonprofit organization called Tough Choices.
Just show you the way that you guys can be successful, show you the way you guys can make it to the top on what you want to do.
truly appreciate him coming to JFK and really selling that message to my students.
We're just here to support Tavon Coney, a great friend of mine. Also, we handle, some marketing for him. So we're just here to really just help leave a message and an imprint on these youth kids, and just let them know about tough choice and let them know they're not alone.
I think it's vitally important that we have our students really see someone in the community making a change. So to bring them in and to really show them that they can do it as well, I think it's just critically important.
Education is important. That's the main reason why I went to Notre Dame and made sure I double major in 2 degrees to make sure that I had the knowledge to be able to come out in the world and be able to get into business.
We try to push acceleration courses on this campus to really let them know that, hey, yes, you can also strive to be the best athletically, but it also starts and really represents what you can do academically in the classroom.
Hello, I'm Donald Fenoy, the proud superintendent of the School District of Palm Beach County. Stress and anxiety due to the COVID-19 outbreak are all too common negative impacts of the pandemic. Many students are feeling isolated. The school district is here to help. Mental health professionals are available to support students on our campuses and in distance learning. It's important that our students know that they are not alone in their fears and worries. If you or a student you know needs help, please reach out to your school for support.
Deborah Warren's father died of cancer before he achieved his goal of becoming a firefighter. Now, as she puts on the uniform, she is reminded of his unfulfilled dream.
That it's something that I wanted to pursue for him and for myself, to be able to complete the dream for him and for myself.
Deborah takes giant steps towards that goal in the Fire Science Academy at Palm Beach Lakes High School. She is so thankful for the program, made possible by the Education Foundation of Palm Beach County and a grant from JP Morgan Chase.
Thank you so much. You don't understand how much it means to me for them to allow me to pursue something like this, and I'm very much grateful for it.
The Fire Science Academy of Palm Beach Lakes is in its 3rd year.
You guys are getting the inside scoop on how to become firefighters, and you guys are taking advantage of that.
Right now, 70 students learn from active duty and retired firefighters. The students can receive college credits and industry certifications in areas like emergency medicine.
That's what the Education Foundation is about. That's what this grant from JP Morgan Chase is about. It's about kids and getting them ready for the future. And the future is incredibly bright right here at Palm Beach Lakes.
After graduation, Deborah will be ready for a full-time job as a firefighter.
The reason why our fire academy is so successful is because the kids know right now what they want to do for their life. They want to help people. They want to help the community. And this is a program that allows them to do that.
Thanks to Palm Beach Lakes High School and community support from the Education Foundation and JP Morgan Chase, this classroom is launching careers and making dreams come true.
Task complete.
Thank a Teacher Day! We wanted to recognize 3 teachers that got an abundance of recognition, and I can tell you how fabulous you are, but I think it's really wonderful when you hear it from the kids, your kids.
Mr. Pinto, thank you for being my extra mom in school and helping me with everything. She's done so much for me and all the kids in her class. She deserves every little bit of what you can give.
Just being a second mom and one of the greatest teachers. I also want to thank Ms. Garcia for teaching us so many strategies that will help us in the future.
You are so kind and care so much about your kids. You deserve the world. If have you as a mom and you as a friend.
A huge, huge heartfelt thank you to Miss Weiser. My daughter now is up to grade level. She reads beautifully. She just skips to and from school every day, and that is because of you.
I love my teacher because she helped me move up reading levels. I love when she reads to us. She picks the best books.
Aw, good job, kiddo. My job is to keep these kids safe, to make them feel loved. If we don't have any of that, they can't learn. I want them to know that they can depend on me anytime. They can call me, they can email me whenever they want.
I think you could see that here, that they enjoy being at school, they enjoy being with us as their teachers. It's basically a second home, a second family.
Just to see how many of our students really appreciate us, not just me, but my colleagues too. It means a lot. It reminds us why we're here and why we do what we're doing.
Hey, Palm Beach County, who will you nominate next?
I will be a leader for my school and community so that other people can think about it.
The day starts with a pledge to support fellow classmates who formed a fraternity called Beta Chi Lambda, to have a college mindset, to work hard, to set good examples, and inspire others.
Living by that pledge is one important to my main success, and I feel like that will help many people just by following those steps.
Donovan is a senior, one of 43 Beta brothers brought together in the AVID class, which stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. The class focuses on personal growth, academic success, and community involvement. Donovan is a gifted athlete with scholarship offers for both basketball and football. Beta has helped him stay focused, organized, and supported.
I started off not making honor roll, and now I'm making all A's. I have taken A's classes, the college level class, and I have a 4.0 and then a 4.5 weighted.
His academic success is a snapshot of the program's success. Over the last 2 years, reading proficiency for graduation jumped from 13% to 100%. Average GPA grew from 2.6 to 2.9. They're averaging 82 community service hours during their high school career, and 100% of students are on track to graduate and go to college.
It's been 4 years of hard work, and it's not just the students, and it's just not me. It really is all hands on deck on campus, ranging from their football coach to their basketball coach, all the way up to the principal, who also has a close relationship with the boys.
For Noah, Beta has brought lifelong friendships and a goal for the future.
My plan is to study psychology or something with kids, so I could help other people.
Jalen, the school's quarterback, is used to leading on the field and enjoys being a leader on campus too. He's thankful for the opportunity to be a part of Beta.
If you plan to go to college, or if you want to be a successful person in life, this is where you want to be. I'm grateful for Miss Cook and all the work she does for us.
We're here for each other, and we have been for years. So it makes me really excited to see where we're going to go from here. My AVID story starts with someone who was very gullible, insecure, and lost.
Because it's their quote, it shows that, I did my research. I've had a student to sit here in this desk in 9th grade to say, Ms. Gordon, I don't know why I'm in this class because I'm not going to college. You're going to click on that.
AVID's mission is to close the opportunity gap for all students, that we're looking at how to change instruction from being that kind of teacher-directed to student-centered.
The foundation of AVID is Wicker, the writing, the inquiry, the collaboration, organization, and the reading. And I think AVID instills a passion for yourself, your future, your community.
It builds leadership skills, it builds communication skills, and honestly, it's not just for college readiness. AVID prepares you for who you are as an individual. It prepares you for what the world has to offer once you leave high school doors.
After a few years of going on college tours, giving them the tools that they need to succeed. They can see themselves in a college. That same girl that I'm talking about received 5 letters of acceptance in her senior year.
Definitely found myself and where I would like to go through Avid.
Welcome to this year's Teacher of the Year and School-Related Employee of the Year ceremony.
The best of the best in Palm Beach County, honored during a virtual awards presentation inside the Education Network studios.
What you do matters. The impact you have on young lives lasts forever. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing more sacred than a teacher or the people who support them. Let's give them one more round of applause.
In the School-Related Employee of the Year category, 4 amazing nominees from the North, Glades, Central, and South regions. The winner, Hernan Avilla, an instructional technical support assistant from Wellington Community High School.
When I go and to work every single day, I just try to do the best that I can for all the students in the community.
The Teacher of the Year nominees also come from the North, Glades, Central, and South regions. The winner is Toshimi Abe-Janiga from Riviera Beach Preparatory Academy.
For me, helping students and helping others is, I feel like that's a duty as a human being and a responsibility.
The winners receive checks for $1,500 and a beautiful trophy.
I'm just thankful that we're all here to celebrate one another, but more importantly to acknowledge that this has been a trying year, and even in the midst of all of the pandemic, great things are still happening here in Palm Beach County.
Congratulations to all the nominees and the winners for making a difference for the students inside the Palm Beach County School District.
This is a basil plant. Hi, my name is Howard Primus. I'm happy to be the senior volunteer for Palm Beach County. See the little flowers right here? I volunteer here inside of the garden at Northborough Elementary. I like the idea of having the kids come out and see where our food comes from. This is carrot. We grow a variety of fruits and veggies as well as herbs, from pineapples to strawberries to kale. I was a teacher in the Palm Beach County school system for 35 years before volunteering to help in the schools. And when I help or do something with the students, I consider myself planting and nurturing a seed in hopes that they will grow up and help others. The reason I volunteer, I enjoy giving back. I look forward to trying to help our next generation. I still believe that our children are our future. I get to see the fruits of my labor. If I can grow a little extra to share with someone else, that's even better.
If I were to say thank you to Mr. Primus from the bottom of our hearts for building what he's built here, the joy that he can bring, he's happy to do, and that's what makes him such a great person and great volunteer.
Mr. Primus, we are so very proud of you, and we want to give you this. You're the Senior Outstanding School Volunteer. We appreciate everything you do, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Students taking flight at Palm Beach County Park Airport, thanks to the Boynton Beach High School Aerospace Science Academy.
I hope that you get the most out of this event.
Program Director Maria Sklar kicks off Aviation Career Day.
Everybody's out here to support our students and help them along the way as they achieve their goals.
Helping dreams come true are industry professionals who take time to talk to the students. Danny is an air traffic controller.
I issue the instructions to the pilots. They read it back.
And Davidson is an airplane mechanic.
And the job of an A&P mechanic is to maintain the airplane.
Students even network with commercial pilots.
At American, I've been there for just under 4 years.
Sophomore Madison Fauntleroy has sky-high ambitions thanks to the program.
This is what I want to do. I want to wake up in the morning and I want to fly airplanes.
We need to check registration.
School district programs give students like Madison a chance to actually get into the airplanes. Teamed with a volunteer pilot, the two go over the pre-flight checklist before taking to the skies.
I would like to thank the program because it's given me the opportunity to grow in my training within aviation knowledge and aerospace knowledge, and it's just given me the opportunity to pursue my passion as a commercial pilot.
It wasn't too long ago that Ryan Bazil was a student in the Aerospace Science Academy at Boynton Beach High School. Now he shares his experiences with students as someone who flies drones for FPL.
You can do anything you want if you just really put your mind to it. The program has advanced my career exponentially. It's helped me grow into the person that I am today, being more confident about what I do in the aviation and aerospace world.
Ryan's success in the industry, a testament to the academy. And there's no doubt, many of these students will also one day work in the aviation industry. I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
I'm super excited today. We're here in the city of Riviera Beach at Riviera Beach Prep, and we're here to distribute over 400 shirts, 400 suits. We have thousands of pairs of socks for students all throughout the counties.
The largest size we have is, what, 16?
The Giving Closet was integral in making this happen. They get donations from all over the country, and they were able to share with us these brand new suits.
This is my man Hal from John F. Kennedy Middle School. He just tried on a suit for me. It looks like $1 million.
A brand new suit makes you feel totally different. And for some of the students in these surrounding communities, Riviera Beach, West Palm Beach, they've never had a suit. And we know this suit would make a big difference.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone that's here because this is my first suit and I can't wait to put it on when I go to church. It's gonna make me feel good.
Here at Riviera Beach Prep, we are so proud to be a part of this program because it means that we're giving back to a group of young men in our community, in the Riviera Beach community, and to see them, put on these suits and be proud of who they are, that means the world to me.
I am so excited. He looks so handsome, and this is such a good opportunity for the children. I would like to thank the Palm Beach County School District, the Giving Closet, for reaching out to these children who are not able to get what they need. It's just amazing because they love our children, and I am forever grateful.
Mary Beth Tinker made history when she was the same age as this Zoom audience at Western Pines Middle School in Loxahatchee. The 7th and 8th graders listened to her story of protesting Vietnam in 1965.
Yeah, I'm upset about the war. I'm sad. And I want to do something about it. So that's how we ended up wearing black armbands to school.
The armbands led to death threats and a school suspension. The ACLU fought the suspension all the way to the Supreme Court. In the end, the justices ruled in favor of Mary Beth.
When the court ruled by 7-2, that kids do have a right to express themselves.
These Western Pines Middle School students have been reading about the case, Tinker versus the Des Moines School District, in their history and civics classes. But to have insight from the plaintiff was special.
Embracing Miss Tinker as they did, there's just, I can't think of anything that's better than that.
To have a guest speaker like this just makes history come alive. This is real-world application. This is just a fantastic role model for them to understand that they really have a voice, and to learn civics education is so important.
For now, the students use their voice.
Would you have changed anything?
To ask some insightful questions.
Pretty surreal, actually, and it was honestly really cool, and increased my understanding of
not just, like I said, factual information, but real-world knowledge.
Mary Beth Tinker's courage to fight for her beliefs has inspired these students.
I'm not just limited to my own thoughts inside my head, that I can speak out and make a difference.
This lesson reinforces the importance of civics education in our schools.
What made you want to wear it to school?
I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
She's a good person. She's very encouraging. And I just like that we both have a lot in common.
A glowing review from Palm Beach Lakes Community High School 9th grade student Inaya, as she describes her mentor from the Take Stock in Children Johnson Scholars Program. Her mentor is just as big a fan of Inaya.
She's amazing. She has really good grades. Her teachers say wonderful things about her.
Charette Plummer, a teacher at Inaya's school, volunteers time as a mentor, meeting virtually during the pandemic to make sure students get the life and academic support they need.
You almost need a cheerleader. You know, you need that, I'm here, I got you, I see you. You know, that extra voice to say, I got your back.
500 Palm Beach County students currently participate in the Take Stock in Children mentoring program, featuring weekly meetings throughout their high school career. Participants earn a college scholarship upon graduation, and many remain lifelong friends with their mentors.
We have mentors still today, 20 years later, after mentoring their student when they're in high school. They're still in touch. They're still, following them through their life.
Building lasting relationships and helping children thrive are just a couple of reasons School Board member Marcia Andrews chooses to mentor.
It truly is important for me to stay connected to children and give back, especially to the students who need me the most.
Inaya appreciates the impact her mentor is making.
I'm glad she's my mentor because she brings more energy. She's bringing life. My mom likes her. I like her.
With all the demands being placed upon teachers, many are still choosing to go above and beyond to help students succeed.
I think mentoring is important. I think giving back is important. When I was in school, I had a mentor, someone who helped me along the way.
Take Stock in Children trains all mentors and welcomes new faces year-round.
Our dual language program is new. Many of the other schools have it already established, but we have it for kinder, first and second, and we started last year.
What do you notice about those words?
For our Spanish-speaking students, this program is great for them because not only are they getting English with me every day, they're also getting my partner teacher Spanish.
Well, our community here has changed. We have a lot more Hispanic parents and families that have moved in. So this is important for them because they come, they're going to learn their English, but they hold on to their heritage. They hold on to their language and culture, which is very important.
For me, when I started, I didn't know anything, but then I went to first grade and I got smarter, so I prefer to talk English than Spanish.
I think it's important because we have to learn different kind of languages.
Muy bien, eso mismo.
But we can swim.
I like to learn two languages because I get to help other people who don't know how to speak a language, and I could have a better future.
So they're getting their home language, and we have a curriculum where one day when they're with Spanish, they learn one thing, and then the next day they come to me and they get that on repeat in the English language.
I want to know Spanish, so I know how to make friends in Spanish if they speak Spanish only.
And now their children can help translate, help them provide the services or jobs or anything that they could do to help the family.
Antes de Rutherford. Ajá, John Adam.
Our teachers here are amazing. They have such a love and dedication to their students and to the idea of having bilingual students.
I am interested in learning two languages because I
can have a better future, like such as going to college, having a better job, and helping other people.
If I change my attitude,
Students of all ages are participating in state-mandated enhanced mental health education using a curriculum tailored to each grade level.
Personally, I think that the most valuable part is how to help yourself or someone in need.
It's all part of the private sector-funded Hope for Healing Florida program. Some topics covered are mental and emotional health, substance abuse, suicide prevention, and child trafficking prevention.
It's conversations we would almost rather not have, but it's important to be knowledgeable about them. And so what we're trying to do is really give kids the tools to equip them with the things that they're seeing and they're experiencing every day.
And find someone who can help me.
For parents, what I tell you is that we're really trying to handle it very carefully. We take everything we see very, very seriously.
Teachers receive training on the curriculum, which contains exercises, conversation starters, and videos.
I very much appreciate that teachers are deciding to open this line of communication, because some kids might not be fully in touch with themselves personally.
Having somebody who is not their parent, an adult that they can trust and talk to, can be very helpful, because it's sometimes almost safer to talk to a trusted adult versus a family member because they're fearful of judgment.
At the end of each lesson, students complete a short paragraph or bullet points about the lesson. These papers are reviewed by their teacher the same day and could also be seen by a school counselor if a child seems to need extra help. Parents or other authorities may also be contacted when necessary.
The Sweet 360, which is the program that we're using, has an incredible amount of information. When the kids walk away, they actually have resources of places to turn to or people to turn to if they need help.
Students are encouraged to talk with their parents, teachers, and counselors to use the coping skills they've learned and to seek assistance through resources such as Fortify Florida.
Northborough Elementary School student Deron Blake Jr. handed balloons and a very large $1,000 check to celebrate Deron becoming the Carson Scholars Fund 10,000th scholarship recipient.
This foundation has impacted the lives of 9,999 students before me. And certainly, thousands will be impacted after me. Why, might you ask? Because Dr. Carson wants to reach back and give back to children.
Dr. Ben Carson and his wife Candy award the scholarships to students in grades 4 through 11 who achieve academic excellence and are involved in their communities.
We're going to need extraordinary leaders. And that's why we need to be so proud of these young people. What they're doing and what they represent is the salvation of our nation.
Deron is a top student who recently appeared in an Education Network video honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
His dream talked about how all of us can be equal.
He participates in food drives and cleanups and is an expert solving the Rubik's Cube.
If you give a kid, help them to dream for the stars, maybe they won't quite reach all the stars, but they'll still get up there. And this little kid, oh gosh, did you hear him speak? He's just amazing.
Also signing a Carson Scholars Fund scholarship and representing Northborough is Olivia Harper, recognized for perfect attendance and a 4.0 GPA.
Having the Carson Scholars to be able to
support our students is just a wonderful opportunity. We have so many students that are gifted, so many students that are not always recognized.
Congratulations to both Olivia and Duran. And thank you to the Carson Scholars Fund for making a difference in our classrooms. I'm Rick Blackwell for the Education Network, keeping you informed.
It runs from the thermostat through my terminal, which is
Timothy, an HVAC Academy student at Royal Palm Beach Community High School, explains the electrical components of a basic air conditioning system, a project created at this school within a school, helping students see success after graduation.
I can go to college, I can work afterwards, I can work during college, take night school. I just want to make basically a great future for myself.
The HVAC Academy offers hands-on technical education, free industry certifications, and college and career preparation. Students who attend the academy spend part of the school day in regular class and part in the academy.
After 4 years, they leave here with ready-to-work certifications.
These certifications could otherwise cost tens of thousands of dollars, but HVAC Academy students get the experience, education, and certifications for free. Jackson likes the idea of getting a jump start on a solid career.
It feels great just to know I'll be financially stable and not have to worry about debt.
Community organizations support the Academy with equipment donations and internships in order to help cultivate new talent to meet the growing demand for skilled workers.
A big portion of our trade is going to retire in the next few years. So a lot of these companies are losing anywhere from 30 to 60% of their employees because of just retiring.
Alex is a senior and putting his HVAC Academy experience to work in his family AC business.
Not only am I making good money right now, but in the future, it's only going to improve.
These students have the same academy teacher for all 4 years, giving them the chance to develop strong relationships and a real sense of family.
He taught us how to be grown men. He taught me how to be patient, and also just taught me how to be a good worker.
Whether students continue in HVAC or other careers, they're definitely a step ahead in life.
Give myself a wash. Wash, 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 wash. Give myself a wash.
Reading with your child and asking lots of questions can help them develop a love of literacy.
This is my favorite book.
To encourage better understanding of the text, here are some conversation starters from School District of Palm Beach County VPK Curriculum and Instructional Specialist, Alexandria Lawson. Number 1, what do you think the characters are doing and how are they feeling?
So the benefit of asking questions that help them to predict things or make inferences is to help with the comprehension.
Number 2, ask where is this happening? That helps children creatively describe the scene.
What do you think is going to happen this week?
Number 3, what do you think will happen next? How or why do you know?
You're asking them to explain their thinking. So you've asked them a question and they give you a response, and then you ask, how do you know? And that helps them to further deepen their understanding and thinking.
Number 4, what is something new you learned while we read this book together? This encourages children to draw on their own experiences and make connections. Number 5, what different ending can you make up for this story?
Well, thinking of a different ending can help by sparking creativity within your child. They can see themselves as authors and just feel that creativity.
Number 6, does this remind you of something we've ever had happen to us?
So all learning takes place and is built on prior learning. So if you can make those connections, you're most likely you're going to remember what's happened.
Lastly, number 7, ask, how does this make you feel? This helps students process things in the world.
You could get a book about losing a tooth or the first day of school. So when a child sees those characters overcoming adversity within those stories, they themselves internalize that and they say they can do it too. It builds their confidence.
Remember, it's great to read the same book again and again. It gives children comfort, joy, and confidence.
Good afternoon again, everyone. The board has already participated in 3 closed sessions. We will now move on our public portion of the day, beginning with workshops. The workshops for May 5th, 2021 are now called to order at 3:05 p.m. Mrs. Bass, please call the roll.
District 1, Barbara McQuinn. Here. District 2, Alexandria Ayala. Here. District 3, Karen Brill. District 4, Erica Whitfield. Here. District 5, Frank Barbieri.
Here.
District 6, Marcia Andrews. Here. District 7, Deborah Robinson.
We have quorum with all 7 board members present. Also joining us is Superintendent Dr. Donald Fenoy, General Counsel Sean Bernard, Inspector General Teresa Michael, and Board Clerk Carol Bass. Senior staff members will join us periodically as directed by the superintendent. Viewers and listeners can access the meeting today by either watching on Comcast channels 234 and 235, UVerse channel 99, or by using the YouTube link on our webpage at palmbeachschools.org. We also offer a listening-only option, which the public can access by calling 561-357-5900 or toll-free at 1-866-930-7015. The meeting ID is 561-880-1124 #. This meeting is being transcribed by a closed captioner, so remember to speak at a reasonable pace. Will everyone please stand for the pledge to be led by Superintendent Fenoy. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On behalf of the board, I'd like to welcome any public speakers who are joining us in person today. While your attendance here at the board meeting is appreciated, please be mindful of important safety protocols that the board now has in place to conform with COVID-19 safety guidelines. Please respect this cautionary warning that in the event of interference with the orderly processes of the meeting, failure to follow the safety protocols and procedures, or otherwise disruptive conduct will result in removal of the person from the meeting. Specifically, please sit only in designated seats and do not move about the room unless you are speaking at the podium. Exiting to the bathroom or leaving the building. Do not move any furniture, maintain social distancing 6 feet apart, remain in the designated visitors area, and leave the property once your visit is complete. School police has been instructed to remove anyone from the meeting who does not adhere to these safety protocols and procedures as I have outlined. Please abide by these protocols so Palm Beach County police officers do not have to take action. Mr. Superintendent, workshop.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Today is the 4th update from the Chief of Staff Office on the development of our next strategic plan. As we officially move into phase 2 of our engagement plan, today's update will focus on providing high-level findings to the board and public related to our phase 1 feedback survey, which closed on April the 9th. We recognize individuals, including the board, may want to explore the survey data in ways that are not addressed as part of today's workshop. So members of the board and the larger Palm Beach community are encouraged to visit palmbeachschools.org/strategic plan development, where they will find an interactive data dashboard for everyone to access. Be sure to click on the surveys and opportunities to get involved quick link on the left-hand side of the webpage. As a reminder, the results of the phase 1 feedback survey will be used by the Strategic Plan Steering Committee to draft initial goals for our next plan. Their proposals will be shared with the board and community on Wednesday, May 26th, and phase 2 focus groups will occur in late May and early June to ensure interested individuals have an additional opportunity to provide their input. Finally, don't forget to tune into the next Strategic Plan Steering Committee meeting, which takes place next week on May 12th at 4 p.m. More information is available on our website, and a recording of the meeting will be posted for those who are unable to watch live. I will now turn it over to our Chief of Staff's office to provide us with more information on phase 1 survey results, as well as our next set of milestones for phase 2. Mr. Tierney.
Chairman Barbieri, Vice Chair Mrs. Brill, school board members, Dr. Fenoy, I'm pleased today to be here to help facilitate board workshop number 4 on our strategic plan development process. Joining me at the table is Ms. Kathy Villavicencio. You see our agenda. Today we'll provide an update on the strategic plan development. That's update number 4. We will cover the steering committee meeting. It was held on April 16th. We'll talk about survey highlights from our phase 1 survey. We'll cover a summary of the input from community meetings. We'll also review the stakeholder engagement plan. We are now in phase 2, so the pre-work is done and we're in design phase. That will cover the important role that focus groups will play in phase 2, culminating in the May 26th workshop where draft goals will be brought to the board. Then we'll cover next steps. Strategic Plan Steering Committee number 2 took place April 16th. That was both streamed live and recorded and posted on our website. The topics covered were reviewing data from our current strategic plan. So we looked at the data associated with the long-term outcomes of our current plan. That data highlighted inequities. So we discussed root causes of those inequities, and that entire process was done through the equity lens that the board has been insisting that we use for both evaluation of current work and for creation of the strategic plan moving forward. For our phase 1 feedback survey, for approximately 2.5 weeks, our survey was open. We surveyed the community. We conducted that survey in English, Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Portuguese. It was mainly done online. There were paper and pencil surveys either when needed or more convenient for certain constituency groups. Okay, and those questions range from selected response to open-ended. The topics covered were awareness of our current strategic plan, as well as possible directions and priorities for the next strategic plan. This is a summary of that survey. So I'll remind the board, when we started, we hoped to match the 18,000 individual interactions that led to the creation of our current strategic plan. We're pleased to announce that we had 28,764 responses. So we significantly passed our goal. 49.1% of the respondents were parents. We're not surprised by that, as vested as they are in their children's education. I'll call the board's attention to the lower left portion of that survey. 22.5% of the respondents were students. So on one hand, you can say, well, 6,472 is a relatively small sample considering the number of students that we have. And while true, this is the first systemic outreach to elevate student voice, at least in recent history. So we're pleased with the almost 6,500 student responses, while we acknowledge still work to be done on elevating that voice. Ms. Villavicencio.
All right, so I just wanted to draw attention to something Dr. Fenoy said, as well as you'll see the QR code there. We do have a Power BI data dashboard available on our website, so palmbeachschools.org/strategic plan development. And if you click on surveys and opportunities to get involved, you can actually interact with this data yourself, and that goes for the board as well as members of the general public. And so again, we recognize that we have a limited amount of time today, and there may be some data exploration you would like to do. And so we are making all of the survey data available to you and the larger community to be able to do that, since again, we'll just be covering certain highlights today. So we collected some self-reported demographic data to get an understanding of our survey respondents. And so you can see here on the left-hand side the breakdown of survey respondents by race. And we also added a question about ethnicity, and that's primarily because sometimes folks may identify as white or black, but we're not necessarily capturing whether they're Hispanic, Latino, Latina, Haitian, or Brazilian. And so, for example, I'm Cuban, but I would select white as my race. So this question kind of just sheds some light and tries to dive a little bit deeper into that data, which I know we talked about during the root cause analysis, trying to disaggregate it a little bit more than what we typically do. So of the over 28,000 responses, you can see that close to a little bit over 27% identified as one of those ethnicities. So just wanted to call attention to that. But again, this is really just about understanding our survey respondents. But I know that we had a lot of folks emailing the strategic plan email inbox that I manage, and some of them really preferred not to answer, just because sometimes survey data can be used in a divisive way. Such as something that I wanted to bring up with the board. But here, that's just a breakdown. And then we wanted to kind of just go straight into it and really focus on the required question around top 5 priorities. So it's important to note that you also have an appendix to this presentation that we won't necessarily get into, but I just want to thank Russell Clement and his team, particularly Amanda Burke and Melanie Platt, for the hard work that they did to help analyze the open-ended responses and put that appendix together. So again, just want to elevate and celebrate Team Palm Beach as part of this, because I know it's a lot of folks behind Mr. Tierney and I getting this work moving forward. So the participants were just asked to pick their top 5 priorities from a list of options. These options largely came from guidance from Insight Education Group, as well as our last strategic plan and current strategic plan and what we asked folks to give input on. And then we also had an other option, which I'll get to in a second, where folks could specify a topic or a priority that they didn't feel was represented in their list. And so this wasn't a ranking. So if you picked your top 5, we didn't ask you of those 5, which one is more important. Sometimes from a survey perspective, the return on investment is not as big because the ranking questions are a little bit hard to do in a survey, especially an electronic one. So we just asked them to pick their top 5, and they were required to pick 5. And so what you'll see is just the overall totals of which priorities received the most votes across all stakeholder groups. So community members, parents, students, and district employees. And so just looking at the list, what we have there is mental health and social emotional wellness. Again, not surprising, just given everything that's happened this past year with COVID. So it's important to understand that this is a survey that's a snapshot of a moment in time. So again, these are the community's priorities as reported during the month of April. So again, just something to keep in mind in terms of survey data being a point in time. And then as we dig into this a little bit more, we're really trying to use data as a flashlight, not necessarily a hammer. And that's something that Ms. Vertakis talked to us about on March 9th when we did our root cause analysis. So this is just trying to help us, know better and do better, right? Which is something Dr. Fenoy has said many times as part of this process. So again, as we dig a little bit deeper into this data today, and as you do your own data exploration on the data dashboard, just want to make sure that we are using this data to help, light the way for what we need to be doing in the future, and not necessarily as punitive data or anything, in that respect. So on the next slide, we'll actually see a breakdown by stakeholder group. So we included the major groups here: employees, parents, and students. Community members represented a small percentage there, so they're not on this slide. However, again, using the data dashboard, if you're curious to see what the top 5 priorities were for our community members, you can do that on the data dashboard. But it's interesting to see, employees definitely ranked employee retention higher than, parents or students, which makes sense given what their stakeholder group finds as important in their daily work. Students also had expanding school choice and career programs a little bit higher than what we saw overall. And if we advance one more time, I just want to remind everyone that based on that first slide that Mr. Tierney went over with the data, of the 28,000 and change respondents, employees represent about 27% of that. That includes employees who also identified as parents, so we kept them in the employee category only just to keep the data a little bit clearer. Our parents represented about 50%. So again, of the 28,000, 50% of the 28,000, that's kind of where their top five priorities are. And then students were a little bit more than 22% of the total number of survey results. And so you can see what their top 5 priorities are. So I think it's important to just proportionally, we're not weighting these things. I'm looking at Mrs. McQuinn, our resident math expert here, to make sure I'm doing a good job. But proportionally speaking, it's important to keep that in mind because not all of these are kind of equal in that sense. However, again, if we click the slide one more time, just a reminder of what our top 5 were overall. So again, it's kind of like a popularity contest here. Whoever gets the most votes is seen as number 1. So mental health and social emotional wellness, again, across everyone, got the most votes, followed by school safety, educational equity for all, which I think is really great considering what the board has kind of took upon themselves to begin this process and to have a strong foundation in equity. So it's reaffirming, I think, that the community is coming along with us on that journey. Accelerating student learning due to COVID, again, not surprising, just given the current state of things. And then anti-bullying. And if you are curious to see how the other 19 priorities did, again, please go to the data dashboard on our website, and you can see all the cumulative totals. You can do comparisons between groups, and all that good stuff. So again, please take the time to do that and reach out to Mr. Tierney and myself if you have additional questions. So the next slide shows that 9,589 folks out of the 28,000 chose to give us another priority that they felt was not reflected in those other 19 that we gave them. And so again, just big shout out to Russell, Amanda, and Melanie in research and evaluation, because they went through all 9,589 responses and coded the data to come up with specified themes. So those themes kind of, again, you'll see the bars kind of represent the relative times each written response was categorized, and a written response could maybe have more than one theme, right? Because they had, I think, 500 characters, so they could give us more options if they chose to. But again, you could see folks across all stakeholder groups were talking about curriculum being a priority, test preparation, student support, COVID precautions. Again, that's something that we keep hearing about. So again, I'll let you read that list, but again, if you have questions on that after exploring the data dashboard, you can let us know. And then the next slide kind of speaks to our phase 1 reflection, right? So we asked, again, open-ended responses. What would you start, stop, and continue for us as a district? So again, these were open-ended responses. They were optional. So at the bottom of each column, you can see how many of the 28,000 total respondents chose to leave optional information for us. So 10,457 wanted to say what we should start doing as a district. 8,604 left some feedback on what we should stop doing. And 6,392 had some feedback on what we should continue doing. So we have all the open-ended responses. So again, these are categorized thematically based on what our data folks put together. But again, if you want to see some of those open-ended responses, let me know. And again, just want to reiterate, we need to use data as a flashlight here. Staff has been working incredibly hard in each of their respective areas to the best of their abilities. And in no way should this be seen as a critique, right? I think this kind of helps us collect data, especially as we talk about attracting folks back to the school district of Palm Beach County. Yes, the survey was administered under the guise of the strategic plan, but we can also use it as more general feedback to see how, again, we can get better at what we do. So, some of these themes that you see popping up could just be a matter of, are we getting everything we need out into the community so that they understand what we do, how we do our work? Are there things that we could leverage better so folks, again, have a better purview in what the school district does? So I'm being purposeful not to use like a word like communications, because that doesn't just fall on one department, that's everyone. So the strategic plan is an opportunity to just reassess what it is we do as a district and, taking everything with a grain of salt, right? Some folks have very strong opinions, so they're gonna respond to the survey, but these are their lived experiences, and so we want to make sure that we honor those and try to attend to them, outside of the strategic plan if, some of these things don't fall in there. But again, data as a flashlight, this is really information we can learn from. So that wraps up kind of those highlights. Like I said, we're trying to keep it very high level. The information will be used by the steering committee to propose some initial goals that the board and the public will hear about on May 26th. I believe the start time is 3:15. It will happen right after our equity workshop number 4. But again, please check out that data dashboard. I know Russell and his team are doing a great job trying to be transparent. So it's not only we're listening, but remember phase 2 is about validating the information we're collecting. So we really want to make sure that all that information is available to the public so that they can access it and kind of ask their own questions. We also conducted some community meetings at the end of April to update folks, not just on the strategic plan, but also on the mission and vision and the equity work that will be coming forward for approval today at the special meeting. So again, we had folks join live, but we've also gotten a lot of hits to watch the recording, so that's great. And then we also had some interactive polls and chat transcripts. So even though, we didn't see everyone on video, folks were able to interact. And I know myself and other staff members were on there monitoring that chat. I know with Ms. Ayala's meeting, we were able to get into some Spanish there, so that was really great. But again, all that is posted on board docs. So if you want to see your own results or results of your fellow board members or even for members of the public, again, all that information is accessible to everyone because transparency, I think, is one of the big tenets of, the Chief of Staff strategy and something that Dr. Fenoy also tasks us with, being as transparent as possible in this process. And so we didn't have a ton of data, right? We didn't have 28,000 responses like a survey, but I think it's always good to reflect and get some takeaways. So the first big takeaway is that there is some interest in planning future in-person meetings. Again, want to make sure that we're prioritizing the health and safety of everyone, but we also recognize that while some folks really grasp the technology, we still have folks that prefer that in-person meeting. So we are looking into that and see what we can handle with staff capacity, but want to make that a possibility. Takeaway 2 was that, educational equity is a priority, a top priority, just looking at the results. Again, we kind of message these meetings as being updates on the strategic plan and equity work. So it's not surprising that most folks who showed up also prioritize that as well. And then takeaway 3 was that we do know the community and parents in particular still have many questions related to next school year. I don't think that's a surprise, right? So we had talked a little bit about, if we can support community meetings in the future that kind of attend to those concerns that we see from the community, because they seem to really appreciate that way of interacting. I love board meetings. You guys know board workshops are my thing, but not everybody wants to watch board workshops. So community meetings, I think, really gave folks a chance to interact with board members in a different way. So that's something for us to think about moving forward. Mr. Tierney?
We started this process in phase 1. That was
Mr. Tierney, let me just hold 1 second. Ms. Brill has a question.
Thank you. I just wanted to jump in. I've shared some information with Dr. Fenoy and I think Mr. Tierney as well, but just to put it out there, I know it was a great idea to have the community meetings to get more input, but the format did not work. I knew it wasn't going to work for my community. It did not work for my community. Using the Eventbrite and that type of format. My community struggles sometimes even with Zoom. They finally got Zoom down pat, but it was a question of the timing. So I don't know that, what I'm encouraging them to do is to make sure that they answer any online surveys, but the grandparents don't receive that. And some of the parents don't, pay attention to it. So if we do go out later on for other input, I think we do need to be a little more flexible in the way that we do it, because that format just didn't work for my community. I think I glanced at the number of participants. I think it was pretty much on the lower end of, or maybe the lowest, but it was a combination of the time and especially the format. But it was certainly a good effort.
Mrs. Andrews?
Yes, I'd like to give a little feedback on that. Thank you all so much for doing all the work to get the community meetings together. But if we decide to do them again, I would love for board members to be on the front end of the planning process, because those are the kinds of things we can tell you. I think I have a lot of people on District 6, but I just know a lot of people do not have access to the computers. And at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so many people were already at work. And I just talked to a person just today, and they said, well, I still can't find that community meeting online. So I would love for us to have the conversations with you about different kinds of settings. You say you're going to do that, but I would like to have different kinds of settings set up as we move through this process that's going to be user-friendly for those people who don't have the technology access, but also to be on the ground to see people personally. I know we can't do big crowds yet, but we can maybe do some simulcast kind of things in certain places and be in the neighborhood for people to know we're visible. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tierney. Go ahead.
So that was a first attempt at finding another way to solicit community feedback. Didn't think it would be perfect going forward, so we hear the feedback here, and should we choose to do that again, we'll adjust. So we appreciate that. So we started this process in phase one. That was pre-work, that was soliciting feedback, analyzing data. We've now recently transitioned to phase two. The kind of culminating event in phase two will be on May 26th when draft goals for the next strategic plan are presented to the board, and that will be here shortly. And then we'll transition, the culminating event is the big public event. Really the hard work and heavy lift of this portion will be focus groups. And the focus groups will be after the 26th, after the board sees those draft goals, and they will inform revisions to those goals if necessary. So to talk more about the focus groups is Ms. Villavicencio.
All right, so I know we had a lot of folks indicate interest on the survey, over 6,000. Like I said, I also monitor the strategic plan inbox, so I've gotten a number of additional folks after your community meetings reaching out and saying they'd like to be on a focus group. And then I also want to give a shout out to Janine Rizzo, because through her work, she has been interacting with students and has been asking if they would be interested in participating in a focus group. So we have some student information as well. And I know some board members have also sent me contacts of folks who would be really interested in participating in a focus group. So, you know, my philosophy is always go big or go home. I know it's not always the best one, but I think we're gonna try and accommodate all 6,000 folks as best as possible. So, you know, we will be sending an availability questionnaire to all interested individuals. We'll also be posting it on our website by this Friday, just to confirm that they're still interested, but also communicate, you know, calendar options so that I can schedule everything, as well as just reiterating what the purpose of the meeting will be. So I know we talked about community meetings a little bit, but just being really clear about what that will look like, so that folks understand how we'll be using their time and what we'll be able to answer and what we won't be able to answer. So we will also be sending more tailored participation emails to specific groups. I know Mr. Tierney will be talking to board members about that, since we have a finite number of, you know, target groups that we may want to utilize Insight Education Group to conduct those focus groups. So again, we'll be in touch about what that will look like. But they will occur Thursday, May 27th through Sunday, June 6th. So we do have evening options available, because we heard from board members about the community meetings and the timings not always being great. So we will make weekend and evening options available. Again, the availability questionnaire will help me plan that structure. Again, the goal is to involve as many individuals as possible. We will have some in-person focus groups if the availability questionnaire indicates that that is a need. So again, just given the sheer volume, Google Meet is really going to help us reach as many folks as possible. So we're really going to utilize the technology, but again, the availability questionnaire will also ask, you know, in addition to whether in person or virtual, if they need language support. So I have sent out a plea to staff to kind of help with that. And so I will be asking chiefs as well to share that with their staff, so that I can train up some facilitators internally, and we can again try to get to the 6,000 number based on the availability questionnaire. So again, you know, more information to come, but I wanted to share that so that right after May 26th, when those proposed goals from the steering committee are shared with the board and the public, we're going to hit the ground running and really utilize the end of May and early June to see what revisions may need to be made, not only based on board feedback on May 26th, but the public as well. So Mr. Tierney will talk to y'all this week during his weekly call-outs to kind of see if there are other groups that you'd like to engage in this process that are specific and not just the ones who reached out to us via the survey.
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. If you can pull off 6,000 people, like, I think I'm gonna put you in charge of the world if I could do that, right? So, but what I wanted to say is, so I think that the input meetings that we had, I mean, at least mine went fine. I mean, but it's still not who I think we should be listening to. And so, like, and I really would like to have all 6,000 people have their voice heard. But I think we really have to focus on disengaged. Who, if we can listen, actually hear the voices of those that we have failed to serve, right? So, like I specifically want to make sure that we get input from students, for example, in alternative ed. When I've asked students at Turning Points, what would they want us to change so that their younger siblings did not end up at Turning Points, they always basically said, give them a goal. I mean, in different words, right? And so I think that that's critically important. And maybe if we could specifically try to reach the adult in those young people's lives, right? Because I suspect I know what they might say, but I think we need to hear it like authentically, right? And then also recent graduates or recent dropouts, those who had the benefit of hindsight now to tell us what we could do better, right? Because I think that we tend to hear from like the usual people, right? And even with students, I suspect that we probably had a disproportionate number of student government leaders. Nothing wrong with that. But I really, if we're going to talk about in our various statements each child, then we really have to hear from those that we have not served well, right? And so I'm just going to ask that you be very conscious of that, and in whatever, and I also know that is going to require some specific outreach efforts that are not usual for us. But I'm happy to brainstorm that with you. Thank you.
Yep, and just to respond, I think that would be great. We're also going to ask members of our steering committee, and I know Elaine Hubbard-Williams is on the steering committee, and so I think she would be a great point of contact for some of those things. But I think, brainstorming is great, and I think whatever lessons we learn now, when we do that portrait of a graduate engagement, that's going to be very, very important. And so whatever we learn now, or folks that we couldn't get to the table, informing that strategy for portrait of a graduate. So I hear you, Dr. Robinson. I'll say the same thing I say to, my boss and Dr. Fenoy. We are going to do our best to get all the things, but continue to give us the feedback so we can improve, because we're doing what we know, but we need everybody at the table to help with
Good,
that.
Dr. Robinson. Good.
The other thing is, don't forget that there are community people who do focus groups in case we need to reach out to them to help expand our reach.
Mrs. Andrews?
And just to piggyback on that, Dr. Robinson, Canal Point, the farthest northwest part of Palm Beach County, we have a lot of housing developments in Pahokee where the children live out in the outskirts, and they have asked to have input into this process. I think you're going to probably have to break it down where you can kind of identify some of the school people in close proximity to the neighborhoods, where people trust these individuals to go into the neighborhood to kind of do some feedback information, have them fill out some of the surveys and give their input. Same thing in Belgrade and South Bay. But you just need to know who the people are. They may not always be school employees. Some will be from your area office. But people have called me and says, I can take you, Ms. Andrews, or a group out to the neighborhood. And so that's where you're going to have to really go into the neighborhoods. And you have to go in a time where people have actually come home from work, had their dinner, and so that might be like a 7. And still daylight savings time, and meet them. And you may have to do more than one visit to kind of get the leaders out there to help you in the neighborhood once you've made your impact out in the particular communities. Yep. Work with the Ministerial Alliance people. There's a whole lot of people that can kind of get down to the levels of where we want to find information from. I'm happy for the 6,000 that filled out the survey, but we're talking about being on the ground. And so I can help you find people that can get right into the network. Thank you.
Any other board members? Comments?
So our next steps, the next heavy lift is to schedule those focus groups. And you heard that with the number of people interested in participating, that will be a lot, but we're vested in making sure that every voice is heard that's interested. To Dr. Robinson's point, to reaching out and soliciting feedback from the people who traditionally don't respond, and then also just casting our net widely on feedback on these draft goals. So we'll work particularly hard on that. The next step is we'll review the feedback survey results with the steering committee. That will be on Wednesday, May 12th. And then at your next workshop on the 26th, you'll see draft goals with the next strategic plan workshop number 5 coming up on June 3rd, 23rd. Mr. Chair, that concludes the workshop, and we're available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tierney. Thank you, Ms. Villavicencio. At this time, I would bring forward Mike Burke, formerly known as the Magic Man, with our next budget workshop, and our wonderful deputy, Heather
I had to
Knust.
relinquish the title, I guess. Let's see. Can you do this? I'll start talking. Okay. Well, good afternoon and happy Cinco de Mayo. The budget development process, as we know, is a journey, and we reached an important milestone last Friday with the legislature approving the state budget for next year. Ms. Knust is going to be taking us through the details in a minute, but just to give you the quick summary, the revenue provided from the state is relatively flat. And you'll notice a slight uptick in funding, but when you consider the rising cost of FRS employer pension contributions, it more than negates that nominal increase. And then the decline in our enrollment remains the major budget driver. We're down about 6,000 students in our district-operated schools, and we're hopeful enrollment will rebound in the fall, but we have no way of knowing if that's going to happen for sure. And we're continuing to reach out and try to re-engage students and families, but we really won't know until we get closer to the start of school if that work's paying off and how many families actually register. Our district, we have reduced staffing as a result of the decline in enrollment. Most of our staffing allocation formulas for our schools hinge on student enrollment, so that has played out as we develop the school budgets. On the department budgets, you may recall last June, we were kind of proactive. We were really concerned about what the pandemic was going to do to our revenue, and we proactively reduced department budgets by 8% at the end of the day, which was significant. And we're currently going through the department budgets again. We'll be meeting, each department head will be meeting with the superintendent starting next week. And we were setting out to try to achieve another 5% in reductions, but I can tell you, I'm not optimistic we're gonna get there. We pushed pretty hard last year. We swept out a lot of vacancies. Any low-hanging fruit was kind of harvested. And now I'm seeing really difficult choices that would result in our ability to provide the services expected of departments, and the demands being placed in our departments continue to grow. So I just want to kind of manage expectations going into that. I'm concerned that we cannot go too far with our reductions, or we'll really hamper our ability to meet the needs of the students. We were very fortunate this year with the governor and the commissioner of education being able to hold us harmless and keep our funding intact. And they did that statewide. You may recall the state was down 88,000 students. We recently got the updated calculation from the DOE, and it turns out about 60,000 of the students landed in virtual ed, 50,000 in the state's Florida virtual school, and another 10,000 in a charter virtual school that was based out of Hendry County, but serving students across the state. So that's where a lot of the families flocked to, was to virtual ed. And our own Palm Beach Virtual has expanded this year and will continue to likely grow next year for families that want that online option. The bad news we're going to show you today is our general fund operating budget. Because of the flat funding, because of the decline in enrollment, we are facing a shortfall. But it's too early to panic at this point. The saving grace will be this federal ESSER dollars, the American Rescue Plan. We do have over $500 million for the next 3 years. There were costs that hit your operating budget that were COVID related, and that we can push those costs. The ESSER dollars will help us maintain our ability to open schools and run them safely. The primary challenges will be to spend these dollars to address the unfinished learning, the social emotional needs of our students, which I see as a high priority from the community, and just meet all the needs of our kids going forward for the next 3 years. So it's going to be a little tricky. We're also mindful of the fact that you don't want to rely on non-recurring revenues to address any structural imbalance in your budget. But I think we can manage that. We are achieving some savings this year with our operations not at 100% full capacity, with some students still attending online. And we'll be working through that over the next several weeks, and we'll be back in front of you in June. All right, well, I think my preamble is running a little long here today, but I had a lot to say. I'm going to turn this show over now to our Deputy CFO, Ms. Heather Knuston, let her break it down for us.
Okay, so I'm going to be able to get into a little more detail. We're going to start with an overview of the results of the legislative session, look at the FEFP, the statewide impact, as well as the local impact. I was uncharacteristically optimistic, overly optimistic in the last meeting, thinking that based on the positive economic outlook in the state of Florida, that we were going to see some increases in the initial House and Senate budget proposals. But really, Mr. Burke was right to be skeptical that, we really didn't see an increase in the education budget, and the increases in the revenue really went to other priorities within the state budget. So I'll be able to get into more detail on that. We really are facing significant budget challenges this year. We're in an environment that is really difficult to navigate because it is new and it is uncharted territory. And so one of the key areas of our budget and how our budget is built, like Mr. Burke just mentioned, is enrollment. And the uncertainty in enrollment really has an impact as to where our budget shortfall is ultimately going to end up. We're also going to give an update on the federal funds, the ESSER dollars that are out there and available. And we're still waiting on additional guidance from DOE. So even though we know the amount we're going to be awarded, we are still waiting for a significant amount of information from DOE on how to apply for those funds and the timeline of those funds and receipt of those funds. So starting with looking at the highlights at the statewide level of FEFP, the base student allocation, we're seeing an increase of $53 per student. That pretty much is enough to offset the increase in the cost of the FRS. There also was a pretty significant reduction in the class size reduction categorical, and that was based on changes in how the funding and the allocation of each of the grade level spans for the class size calculation. And looking at, there are some positive aspects of looking at the proposal, or looking at the actual approved budget. The RLE was not rolled back, so that's the first time that's happened in many years, although the increase in the assessed value is also not expected to be as much as it was in previous years. The charter school capital outlay was fully funded because that was a question as to whether that was going to happen or not, because that was a difference between the House and Senate proposals. So the charter school capital outlay was fully funded. And then the House went out on the debate of actually mandating some of the ESSER II funds as to how those are going to be funded. So that was some difference between the House and the Senate. And ultimately, like I said, the House prevailed, and there are some legislative mandates that we'll get into on those ESSER II dollars. So limiting our flexibility as to how those funds can be used. So now getting into more detail, specifically looking at what the impact is in Palm Beach. I know there's a lot of information on the next two slides, so please feel free to stop me as we're going through if you have any questions. Normally when I present this, I just show you the fourth calculation compared to the final calculation. This year I thought it was important to include the second calculation, which is the original projected enrollment, because of the hold harmless. So you could see really how much additional funding we were receiving due to that declining enrollment that we did see this year. So initially, our projected enrollment was 194,000 students, but based on the actual, the fourth calculation, which was based on looking at the actual enrollment in October and February, we ended up at 186,000 students. So that, was a decrease of nearly 8,000 students. Looking at the final conference, as to the projected enrollment for next year, we're going to be up a total of 2,600 students. You can see that the BSA is an increase of the $53. Once you apply our district cost differential, the increase in the BSA in Palm Beach County is $60. And the impact of the increase in FRS is about $50, so that does cover our increase in FRS. And going down, I want you to look at row 16. That's the proration available for state funds. is $4.2 million when you look in that fourth calculation. And what that is related to is that we did have a hold harmless this year. So every district was paid at least on what their projected enrollment was. But any district that had an increase in their enrollment over the projected enrollment that had to be funded, that additional amount, and that additional amount that was funded to those other districts was allocated to all the districts across the state. So initially, that original estimate was going to be $1.2 million based on the actual enrollment coming in after looking at both, looking at what the actual enrollment ended up being after the February count. If that was increased from 1.2 million to 4.2 million for Palm Beach County.
Ms. Knus, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Back on line one, you said we're down 8,000 students.
We're down 8,000 students when you compare our projected to where we were right now in looking at FY21. So once you compare our actual enrollment right now to compare to where we're projected for FY22, we're going to be up 2,600 students.
So can you translate that then to how many students we're down right now from where we were before the pandemic?
6,000.
So, Mr. Superintendent, do we know where those 6,000 kids are at? Do we still have children out there that are not connected to the district and we haven't found them?
No, so what we've determined is that some kids have left the state, some have left the country, and others have enrolled in charter schools and in our home schools. So the team has been able to track a lot of that. There may be a few kids, but nowhere near the number that we initially thought.
And then we also have started initiatives in order to reach out to those families to bring them back into the school district. And as part of when we get on later into the presentation with the ESSER II dollars, that's one of the legislative mandates, is that part of the money is used in order to help to reach out to those students and provide supports in order to try to bring them back into the school district.
Okay, let me just follow up, Mr. Superintendent. So we must have the names of the 6,000 kids that we expected to be there that weren't. So how close are we to figuring out, have we contacted 6,000 families, or how many families out of the 6,000 have we not got in contact with that we don't know where those kids are at?
Yeah, Mike can respond to that. His team was a part of that process.
Yep. Mr. Barbieri, we kind of broke down the missing kids into different categories. And the initial concern, there was about 1,300 students that were whereabouts unknown. We didn't know where they were. And under June Issa's leadership, she formed a little group that worked evenings and after hours to make contact with those families. And then, so we've attempted, they kept detailed logs, if they were successful or not, and what the issue was, why the student had left or moved out of town. So we've been actively working this. And we had about 5,600 kids that we were able to show each of our schools, the students that we expected to be at their school, but they were not there. And we shared those lists with our principals, and we provided a small allocation of money and said, we wanted that kind of school-based approach to reach out to the families and say, hey, we want you back, what's going on? Is there anything we can help you, any obstacles you need to overcome to get back in school? And we don't really know the success of that effort yet. But as Ms. Knus was saying, this issue got such attention by the legislature that they carved out $112 million statewide of the ESSER II dollars, and they earmarked it. So for Palm Beach, it's $6.1 million. And we are tasked with spending $6.1 million towards the re-engagement or finding these students, which is quite a bit. That's $1,000 per missing kid. So I think we're gonna have a hard time spending $6 million on re-engagement. But we certainly have the resources there if we need to do additional work over the summer months or in the months ahead, more counselors trying to get in touch with families, what have you, and I'll work with the superintendent and the team there. But the state has put some real money behind this because it was such a concern. Now, what's kind of ironic is, I just told you earlier about 60,000 of those kids were in virtual ed, so they're not necessarily totally missing, It may have been a little bit of an overreaction by the state that earmarked that much money. But we're gonna have to work through that, and we certainly have the resources to keep trying.
I think it's important also for the board to understand that when students go to Florida virtual, so we know where they're at, but they just don't count on our rolls. They have essentially separated from the school district. So that's why those numbers look that way. We know that, matter of fact, I don't know if it was Ms. Whitfield or Ms. Ayala, we found some families, because of the language barrier, instead of signing up for our distance learning platforms, they literally went to Florida virtual school, which then unenrolled them from our district. And I think back in, maybe in August, September, we discovered that some of the charter schools and some of the virtual schools did not let us know that the kids enrolled on their end. So in a typical year, if you enroll in another school, they contact us to get the information. But this year, people were just hoarding the kids and didn't even let us know. So we kind of know all those pieces, but to the point, the schools, and wherever June is in the room, her and her team worked late hours trying to re-engage with those kids.
They had a lot of success. And the other part that was the missing kids are just the families that never entered our system, that had maybe a kindergartner that would have been ready for kindergarten at the last fall, and they decided to, to sit this year out. So that's where we're expecting some of the bump in enrollment. We should have the largest kindergarten class ever, hopefully this August.
I would just like, and I'm sure the other board members, I'd like to see some report come back to us about how many kids we never found, so that, if you can't find them somewhere, I just don't want to see there's kids out there somewhere that are sitting at home, their parents are not making them come to school and they're not engaged at all, so we're losing them totally. So I would feel more comfortable knowing that you guys looked and these are the kids we can't find. Give us, the names of the kids that we know should be here, but we can't find them anywhere, so that we have some idea whether those kids, how many kids there are when you're all finished.
And I would just add, so when you get that list, my daughter's name would be on that list. Because again, I think our kindergarten classes, I met with the principals this morning, so the registrations for kindergarten roundup has been tremendous. And so my daughter would be on the list of kids that you don't have, and then she'll be on the registration list for this year.
I saw some hands, Mrs. Andrews and then Mrs. Whitfield. Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, and certainly the board members can help. We are on the ground in our community, so I've heard this number about all these missing children for months, but I've never seen a list. So, Mr. Barbieri, I do concur. I would like to see what we have. I mean, Dr. Fenoy, yes, we'll know your daughter is taken care of, but there are a lot of children out there that their parents are keeping them home, or we don't know where they are. But if we go into these neighborhoods that we're walking the street, doing what we do every single day in our districts, we can help find these kids. And we have people that's out in our communities that can help us find these children. So, but I've just never seen that list. So this will be great now that we're talking about it, that we can see what we're talking about so we can help, because we want to get every kid back in school.
Mrs. Whitfield and Dr. Robinson and Ms. McQuinn.
I have a question about the actual slide that we're looking at, but since we're talking about missing children, I think one of the things that's about to come forward and be a really big problem and is going to be our homeless population, with the evictions becoming a real issue again. I think we're going to lose a lot of kids. They're not going to have anywhere to live. And so I think that's going to have to be a priority for next year as we go forward, really thinking about where these kids are, how we get them services, and how we prioritize that. So I hope our budget will reflect that. The question that I have on this, and please feel free to just tell me, that I'm missing something here, but so we have more children in an increase, but we are losing $51 million. So I see there's a big chunk, $46 million in the emergency order funding adjustment, but can you explain why is it that there's such a loss, even though there's more kids overall? I'm clearly missing something.
Right, so, that's why I was, this year it was very unique in that we had the hold harmless. So initially, we're funded based on our projected enrollment. So that's what that second calculation is. So that very first column is our projected enrollment for this current year that we're in right now, FY21. And so we were projected to have 194,000 students, not only in our district, but not only our district operated schools, but charter schools and FES and McKay. We actually only had 186,900 students. But because of the hold harmless, we were being funded on $194,000 students. And so that's where we are right now, is 186,000 students. The projection for FY21 is we are actually going to see an increase in enrollment. So we're actually going to increase from where we are right now by 2,600 students. But it ends.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, Ms. Whitfield, I think you were on the right track. That 46 million you see, that was the one-time hold harmless, and that goes away.
Okay, that makes
so that's
sense.
a loss of 46 million right there. And then they did reduce the class size categorical. There was also this funding compression formula for last year that benefited us, we lost that. And as Ms. Canus is explaining, yeah, now we're saying, okay, we're going up 2,500, but that's from a reduced starting point of being down 8,000 kids. So it's hard to say, we're going up basically from our reduced position, but we're still, if you look year over year, we're still down.
And there was a little piece in here for the teacher classroom supply assistance. We took that away, is that?
No,
why
that's
did it
the
go
state
down?
program where each teacher gets, last year it was $320 per
And so-
teacher.
But that looks like it went down almost $50,000. Why, how did
And
that?
that's the allocation from the state. So this is a state categorical, it's allocated by the state. It would be, calculated based on what the actual, enrollment is.
Enrollment is.
Yeah,
And what funding is available to.
Okay, so it didn't change, it's just the number of kids.
No,
Okay,
We have
thank
to
you.
reset each year based on the number of teachers, and it ranges from like $275 to $320, somewhere in that range.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So first on this page, and then I want to go back to the prior conversation. There's an asterisk next to DCD on line 6, and I can't figure out what the asterisk is for.
Last year we had that concern about the formula changing. I don't know if I left an asterisk behind, but,
Okay.
do you know, Ms. Canus? I think that might be, the DCD issue was settled. For a couple of years there, it was in flux, and we were concerned that they might reduce it, but that might be an errant asterisk that I forgot to take out.
Okay, thank you. So just to go back to the finding children conversation. So would you look at the details in the fine print of the ESSER money? Because see, I think we need to find more than K through 12. I'm on this thing trying to find funding to have people knock on doors and find 3 and 4 year olds. Now we can find K through 12 at the same time, but I think I really, because I believe in the importance of early education, I'm trying to find those 3 and 4 year olds. So I'm wondering if we could use some of that money for that. And then the other thing is, if we can use any of that money to retrieve dropouts or young people who have graduated, but we want to bring them back into some of our career adult education. Can we use, I just want to know the rules. You can send us a memo or whatever, but I want to expand past the K-12, and which I know is important for the funding, but I want to talk about education and saving lives, and so I kind of want to expand the thought there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're waiting for a webinar from FDOE on the specific requirements around those dollars, so that we'll try to get those questions answered.
Mrs. McQuinn?
We haven't addressed, I don't think, the fact, a memo came from Mr. Burke, speaking to him through the superintendent, that you have allocated money for staff members from each school to reach out, correct? And that's happening now? Right.
Yes, that is correct. It was just under $200,000 district-wide, so it was a relatively modest amount, but yes, that's going on right now.
Okay, because I do agree with that the parents are going to respond more quickly to a school employee, and just paying them a little bit of money for that is at least acknowledging what they're doing to try to get the students. And I hope that the data comes back to us by school. Thank you.
Ms. Ayala?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Burke and the deputy. On the second slide, on line 30, under local funding, it says the 2.76% increase. So I was wondering, what's the dollar value of that approximately?
So that's the Palm Beach County tax roll. The projection is that it would go up 6.1 billion. So the current tax roll is about 222 billion, and it would go up to 228 billion. We're not sure about that. We'll get an estimate on June 1st, and then we get the certified tax roll after July 1st. And it's possible it may grow more than that. I know Ms. Brill has shared, the housing market's red hot. And we're hoping that this is a modest, estimate, but this is what the state utilized. And we'll just continue to monitor that. It's possible we could be back at, in the 5% ballpark, which will benefit us with our discretionary millage and our 1 mil referendum. The RLE, while it's not being rolled back, when the legislature approves the budget, they approve a fixed dollar amount. So if the tax roll exceeds expectations, they just reduce that tax rate. So the RLE would be reduced, and we wouldn't necessarily see the full benefit of exceeding the projection.
Got it. Just one quick follow-up. I agree that I think that's a low estimate, and hopefully we'll be in a good place. But just curious what that translated to, because since that fund can be used for other things we'll need it for if we do end up lucking out. Thank you.
Good point.
Ms. Brill?
Thank you, and I was just going to say that I'm glad you're being more conservative with regard to the tax roll, because while prices right now, the real estate market is very hot, prices are crazy high, the supply isn't there. So we're seeing a huge increase in price, but the supply is drying up, and it's drying up very quickly, much more so than ever. So I think maintaining a conservative approach is really, worthwhile. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I know that we touched on some of these, but I think it's important for me to just make sure to highlight them. And going back to the slide 4 that I was on, the funding compression and hold harmless, that was a brand new categorical in FY21. We did not plan for that money to be recurring. We didn't think that we would get that categorical again this year, and we did not. It's related to a calculation within the DCD. And so the benefit of us not including that in the regular budget, we had set that aside as one-time, non-recurring. So in looking at our budget shortfall, we can back that out because it's not something that we built into the budget as a recurring increase. So it will help to reduce our shortfall. And then in terms of the hold harmless, the difference between, the 194,000 students and the 186,000 students, the value of those students equated to $46 million. So that's how much more money we received from the Florida Department of Education than we actually generated based on our enrollment. And in looking at, we already talked about the tax roll. So right now the tax roll is set to have a 2.76% increase. We do believe that is conservative. So we are hopeful that we will see an increase once that's actually certified. We do expect to see an increase in enrollment in both charter schools and McKay and Family Empowerment Scholarship. And once you take all of that into consideration, we're looking at a loss in our district of $32 million. And that funding that per student funding equates to a loss of $27 per student. If you remember when we were looking at statewide, there was actually a slight increase of $30 per student, but because of the loss of the funding compression, as well as the loss in the class size reduction, we're looking at a loss of nearly $30 per student.
Ms. Knus, let me ask
Yes.
you a question. So I thought Mr. Burke said that 2.76%, the legislature's already set it, so if it comes in higher than that, we don't get the money anyway. Did I misunderstand?
But we will for the
Yeah,
referendum.
we get it on certain revenue. Like, we do not get it on the required local effort, which is, the big chunk there, $800 million or $817 million. That will not change. But the discretionary funds, the 0.748 mils, which is expected to bring in 163.8 million there on line 32, that will increase if the tax roll goes up.
Okay.
And if our capital millage, the 1.5 mils, that'll increase as well, and along with the 1 mil referendum.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
So yeah, we don't get the full benefit, but we see some of it.
Okay. Any other questions?
Because I know there's a lot of information and numbers on those two slides. And this year is just more confusing because of the hold harmless issue. So those slides are always confusing, and that just added a whole another level of complexity. So we are looking at a shortfall, and a lot of that has to do primarily with the declining enrollment. So in addition to that, we had the approval of the voucher program within the state legislature. So that is going to have an impact as well. And that is unknown as to what that's going to look like and what the impact is going to be. We already talked about the legislative increase in FRS. That equates to $8 million in our district. and FPL is proposing a rate increase. And if that gets approved, we would be looking at almost a $4 million increase in our electricity costs just in next year. And so we also have the outstanding issue with the charter school lawsuit and, having to set aside $25 million pending the ultimate outcome of that case. So in looking at our ESSER funds, it's still not finalized, so it's still in flux. We know how much money we're going to receive, but we're still waiting on guidance from the Florida Department of Education. We were supposed to have a webinar this week. We thought it was going to be this week, so if it's most likely will be coming up soon, because we do need to have a timeline and know what information is going to have to be submitted, how we're going to have to apply for it, and the timeline of when we're actually going to be receiving the funding. So looking at the ESSER 1 funds, that's already been fully expended. We've already drawn down the funds. The only thing that's still open is some charter school reimbursements. So looking at the ESSER 2 funds, there are some legislative mandates that have been set aside for those funds. And then for ESSER 3, there's some federal mandates on how those funds can be utilized. So in looking at the ESSER 2 dollars, this was what, a big discussion that we had this evening. $6.1 million of ESSER 2, it has been set aside by the state legislature to focus on locating those missing students and trying to re-engage them. $30.6 million is to address the learning loss, and $7.7 million is for technology and services related to technology and making sure that students have access. There is a portion of that money that is going to be allowed to be used in FY21. We don't know how much that is going to be yet. And so we're still waiting on official guidance from DOE. And whatever the difference is going to require a detailed spending plan. We don't know exactly what that detailed spending plan is going to entail, and when it's going to have to be submitted. So we're waiting on guidance for that. But those are all legislative mandates that were passed during this session. And in looking at the ESSER 3 dollars, 20% of that has to be spent on remediating the learning loss, and then the remaining amount, on allowable activities. So that was going to be the focus of the ESSER funds anyway, but that was just, making sure from at a federal and state level that it is being earmarked and at least a certain percentage is being used for those initiatives. And so the ESSER dollars, receiving over $500 million, it is daunting. It is a lot of money, and we have to make sure that we're being very transparent, strategic, and thoughtful in how we utilize those funds. And we need to plan for what that funding cliff is going to look like to ensure that we're using those funds for initiatives that are going to be sustainable, that we're building capacity. So we're focusing on the learning loss, the social emotional needs of the students, all the initiatives that you have been speaking about this evening.
Ms. Canoes, Mr. Superintendent, the board will obviously have oversight on how this money is going to be spent. It's not, I know that the district is working on a lot of different programs, but are we going to get to see how the dollars are being broken up? And
yeah, I'm glad you asked that. So, it's similar to the work that you're doing with your strategic plan. We need to develop an ESSER plan, and there should be a lot of consistency between those two things and the priorities that you're getting all that feedback from people. But what I envisioned is, yes, we would have the board take a separate vote on this ESSER plan and bring that in tandem with the tentative budget in late July, which that aligns with the timeline that Mr. Oswald and Dr. Sheffield have shared with you as far as, developing that. It's a SASB plan. We've also called it, as far as the student supports. So that's the work ahead of us over the next couple months, is to develop, I want to go ahead and do a 3-year plan to show, how we're going to use these dollars for FY22 through 24, and, and also knowingly that they're going to be gone in FY25, and what's our strategy to live without the money when it sunsets. So yes, that's what, there's a lot of work going on in this area. With the Council of Great City Schools, they're putting out different guidance documents every week, and we're building that plan. But as Ms. Canoe said, it's just, we've never had this type of money to work with. So it's, you know, we're thinking bigger than we ever have. And it's a little scary too, because you don't want to, you know, mess up a good thing here. So we want to bring you a really well thought out plan. And along the way, we've got to capture some of that same community input, like you're doing with your strategic plan. So I'm gonna talk to Mr. Tierney and Ms. Valencio about tag team and then maybe, you know, adding our ESSER plans to that agenda.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I think it's important for all of us to recognize that even when we bring the initial plan, Council of Great City Schools, all the organizations I'm a part of are saying, don't rush to build this massive plan now, because part of what we have to do is we're gonna get through the summer. And a lot of next year, we'll actually be ramping up as we understand who our kids are. So I think the plan that we present this summer, and Dr. Sheffield and Mr. Oswald and others have talked about this, we're gonna be bringing back different iterations of the plan as we all discover what is actually working. So I want all of us to be clear, when we come forward in July, it won't be the total plan for 3 years, but it'll have elements of the buckets and the directions that we'll be going. I think being aligned to the strategic plan only makes sense because the level of accountability with these dollars is going to be something we've never seen before. And I think we're going to have to, we've already talked to the Inspector General. I mean, there's a lot of oversight, quarterly reviews, and so the board there's going to be a lot of intimate conversations because we're going to have to account for every single dollar.
Mrs. Andrews.
And I thank you, Mr. Burke, for all the hard work you're doing with the Council of Great City Schools. Well, I'm sitting on the Friday meetings too, and you're right on the money that there is going to be a portion where that community involvement has to be in place. But the council is actually putting together a format for board members as well as for administration. So I would like for you all to watch out because we've been working on it, and so it will give you some guidance, even though it doesn't tell you how you're going to spend your money, but it's going to give you some ideas and some footprints on what kinds of things that these big urban school districts are thinking about, and how they're looking at where they're going to spend their monies. Certainly, we're not in a rush right now, but you kind of need to look at what's going on at a national level, and that's what Mr. Burke is a part of from the finance piece of the council. But they're building a plan for superintendents and administration as well as one for school board members. So would you look out for that as it comes through? That's going to be very helpful for you.
We actually got the first one today. I got it from Mike Castley today. The board, I don't have the board one, but the one for superintendents and staff, I already have that.
Okay, good.
Okay, so in looking at the forecast, so right now, taking into consideration where we are with our revenue, the increase in the expenses that we already talked about, like increase in FRS, taking into consideration the realignment of the school-based staffing based on enrollment, we are looking at a projected shortfall of $27.5 million. But know that that is primarily due to declining enrollment. And with the uncertainties surrounding enrollment, we're going to continue to monitor, and we're going to bring back to the board a balanced budget as we are required to do. At the same time, also working on the multi-year spending plan, ESSER plan as well.
Right, and that just breaks down to a little less than $4 million per board member. So we appreciate your help, and we'll be working. We've got some ideas, and I think when we shore up the operating budget for some of the expenses we had related to COVID, that now we have the federal money available for, that'll hopefully bridge the gap. Tax roll comes in a little bit higher, that'll help. So anyway, we'll be back in June with a tighter forecast and hopefully some recommendations to get closer to balanced.
Mr. Burke, what was the $4 million last year if we're down $4 million each board member this year?
I was thinking, quick math, 28 million divided by 7. So I can't remember how much you guys came up with last year. We'll go check.
Thank you.
And then we also did make reductions in this current school year as well, like Mr. Burke had mentioned, within departments as well as schools. And, with the state holding us harmless, that is going to help with savings in the current year as well, which can help to offset. And so our budget really does line very closely with the student academic support plan. And so there was the last presentation in April. The next presentation will be in July, which will align with, showing you a start of what the plan is going to look like for spending of those ESSER dollars since the ESSER dollars are going to be the primary funding source of that student academic support plan. So we are going to have a budget advisory committee meeting tomorrow. They're going to be hearing the exact same presentation today. I was hopeful that we would have gotten more information on those ESSER funds and the application process to be able to present to the budget advisory committee, but unfortunately we did not get that. But our next budget workshop and budget advisory committee will be in June. We have our tentative budget adoption July 28th, and final budget adoption is September 14th. And so are there any other questions from the board members?
Dr. Robinson?
So I have a question or a comment that's not exactly a budget, but on whichever page this is, you made note that in the state budget, it deletes the requirement for providing an extra hour of reading per day for the low 300. And so I know we had a student academic support plan. I think I would just like follow up later that our CAO and deputy were, and whoever else worked on that plan, teaching and learning, whoever, that they were conscious that this might have happened, because it didn't happen before we looked at the plan. And so, you know, historically, we've done that whack-a-mole thing, right?
So,
and yeah.
Yeah, this was an 11th hour amendment to I think, a charter school bill, where it kind of caught a lot of people by surprise. It happened right before the vote on, or before they finalized the budget. It doesn't mean we necessarily do away with that program, but I think as we develop the SASB and the ESSER plans, we need to say, okay, is that additional instruction, if it's providing value, is it something we want to continue through the ESSER dollars, or do we let go of it and do something differently? But we haven't even, we have to have that conversation.
Okay,
so. You know, Mr. Oswald and Dr. Sheffield just learned of this recently, and we were all caught off guard.
Okay, so, well, thank you for that. So, yeah, so I just want to make sure that we don't miss that. Like, so we were providing this additional support for some schools, right? It's now no longer being mandated by the state. Now, I don't particularly think it was effective, and I'm going to look at some reports about that, but I just want to know that we are aware that, and maybe that student academic support plan needs to be tweaked with that in mind. So that's my only thing, because you know me, I think reading is what? Fundamental. And I want to make sure that we are not going to slide at all backwards on developing these foundational reading skills. Thank you.
We're spending about $5 million to support that program, so if we stop it, then that's potentially money to help balance the budget or do something different. It's, what?
Mr. Burke always trying to take the money to balance the budget. Do that again.
Well,
Say
no,
that
I'm just
again.
saying that right now, it's to provide that low 300, the extra instructional time is about $5 million a year. And so the requirement's gone.
Right.
So, I mean, it's either potential savings or it's another, or you keep it going locally and say, hey, we think it's such a great program, we're going to just keep it going,
Right.
or we do something different. But
Right.
I think all that, you know, all that feeds into the same conversation about how do we want to use the federal dollars going forward.
Okay.
And
Okay,
so
so in
extended
my
learning
world,
time is a common theme you're going to see across the country.
Okay.
And that's a debate, right? Is it better to have more time, or is it better to have more intense instruction with fewer students?
well, since we're talking about the budget, then my request is that Mr. Burke holds some money in escrow for Mr. Oswald and Dr. Sheffield to figure out what we're going to do about that. Because I'm just saying, the money should be driven by what we need to do academically. And so now this piece of support is disappearing. So just, you know, make sure you don't, just set that aside, please.
There's also, within the federal dollars, though, it's,
Mike, let me respond to that. So
Maybe I'll talk to
we
Mike.
haven't yet decided that it's disappearing. I think that's really what the fundamental, we haven't, it's so new to us, we don't know what. And so between the ESSER money, I'm sure the team is going to come up with a solution, but we have not made that decision to let it go yet.
and one thing we have to guard against, the federal dollars, the ARP, the rescue plan dollars, or ESSER 3, includes a maintenance of equity requirement, so that you cannot to strip resources away from your low, you know, your highest need schools. And you have to be careful that you don't give the lower need schools an inordinate amount of resources, so that you create inequity there, right? So we're gonna have to be mindful, and that's part of that puzzle. If you pull away to low 300, then have we just lost maintenance of equity? So there's a lot to look at.
Lots and lots.
Well, I think may have wrapped it up.
Thank you both. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. At this time, I'll bring forward, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me to, Ms. Wanda Paul, Chief Chris Garrison, and Blair Littlejohn to discuss the board member redistricting timeline.
Ms. Garrison, it's nice to see you back in the building, away from the far reaches of the universe where the chief operating officer situated you.
Well,
Your microphone's not on, Mrs. Paul. I'm sure you're ready for that.
I have nothing to say regarding that, Chairman Barbieri. We're here to talk about the 2020 census. We have Chris Garrison, who is our Director of Planning and Governmental Services, and of course, Blair Littlejohn from our General Counsel's office. And so with that, Chris, go ahead and start.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The purpose of today's workshop is to outline for you the expectations, timeline, and recommendations for the release of the 2020 census redistricting data and potential redistricting process. Every 10 years following the release of the decennial census redistricting data, many governing bodies with elected officials use that data to evaluate their districts to determine whether they remain as equal in population as practicable. In the case of Florida school boards, you are only permitted to redistrict during odd numbered years. So in that case, if you're required to redistrict, or if it's recommended that you redistrict, we would essentially have until December of 2021 to accomplish that. The important challenge that we're facing this time around, this 10-year cycle, is that the data will be released 6 months later than it normally is. We've learned this week that we believe the stated timeline that the Census Bureau has released of September 30th is indeed the realistic expectation. Normally, in a normal 10-year cycle, we would have had the data already a month ago, and would have really already had we would have been deep into analysis of that data at this point in time. So just to put it in perspective, when we did our redistricting process 10 years ago in 2011, it took us 5.5 months, and we went through 3 different iterations of about 5 different scenarios. So clearly, with the late delivery of the data, we will not be able to take that amount of time this time around. So the next couple of slides outline for you some of the key dates, having said that we will not receive the redistricting data until the end of September, which is effectively the beginning of October. So we will spend the month of October evaluating the redistricting data. We will be working with our outside counsel to determine whether redistricting will be required. So what we'll essentially be doing in the simplest terms is we'll be taking the entire population of Palm Beach County and we'll be dividing it by 7 to arrive at what would be the quote ideal population for each of your districts. And some of the districts may be above that, some may be below that. And then we'll be working with our outside counsel to determine whether he recommends that we go through a redistricting process. If that is recommended, then we would have 2, and in a best case scenario, 3 school board meetings remaining for us to accomplish that by December 8th, which is your last school board meeting of 2021. I also put on here, just because it is part of the cycle, is that in August 22, there are 4 school board positions potentially up for election.
Ms. Garrison, let me ask you a question.
Of
So
course.
you said we can only do it in odd numbered years. is it possible to wait till 2023 since we're gonna be crunched on time if these numbers don't get to us? Are we allowed to wait till 2023 to do the redistricting?
I'm gonna let, Mr. Littlejohn answer that question.
So the answer to that is we would be potentially open to a challenge under the Voters' Right Act if you waited until 2023 because of the 2022 elections. So that is not our recommendation to the board.
And we're not allowed to push it into the first quarter of 2022 since the data is coming to us so late?
Well, the odd-numbered year requirement is a state law, and we did earlier when the session was going on, at least broach the topic of trying to get some proactive relief from the legislature, and we were told by our lobbyists that just wasn't going to fly, that legislature really wanted to hold local governments and school boards' feet to the fire to get this done in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question. Now, on this slide that's up on the screen now, I show that the 3 school board meetings that are potentially remaining after the staff has evaluated the data. And assuming that we are able to create a viable scenario or scenarios for board review, the very earliest that we see that we could bring that to you would be November 17th of 2021. And of course, this timeline would allow for very compressed, and it would have to be highly leveraged public input process. So we would obviously be working with our communications department to leverage our public input process.
Ms. Brew.
Thank you. So I just wanted to share with you what I shared with Ms. Garrison when we met and Mr. Littlejohn, and that was that unintended consequence. We did a very good job last time. Mrs. Andrews and I swapped some areas to make it really configured in a way that people could understand. But that's how I wound up with one high school in my area. So I think we're going to have to keep an eye also on where the schools are as we do this, because conceivably, if we have to tweak my area, I could wind up with no school in my area. So it's something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on.
Thank you, Mrs. Brill. This next slide outlines...
Ms. Garrison, I have 2 more. I'm sorry.
I'm
Mrs.
sorry.
Andrews and Mrs. Whitfield. I think Mrs. Whitfield was up first.
So one of the conversations I actually had with Ms. Garrison about this was very similar to that, is that we were talking about maybe having a different way that the data is presented so that we can put every school board member who has part of the area at a school. So that way you wouldn't have just one high school, you would also have parts of other high schools, because your students go to many schools. So you'd say, you know, Park Vista, and here are the school board members that are appropriate and that also contribute to that school. So I thought that would be a really good way for us to do it. And so that's something that she's going to work on, if you guys all agree to that in the future.
Yeah, it certainly has been a theme that I've been hearing. And, you know, the power of GIS is that we can overlay the school board boundaries and the school boundaries, and we can see how many schools you actually touch in terms of the catchment area, if you will, for each school. And you probably have more than one high school if we look at it that way.
So are you suggesting that 2 board members could have the same geographical area of the county?
No, what I'm thinking is you would do an intersect of the school board member boundaries and the school attendance boundaries.
Oh, I got it, okay.
So what I have my staff working on right now is actually looking at each school board member, what schools your students attend. And I think it's going to be very revealing in terms of the diversity of schools that each district touches.
Let me go to Mrs. Andrews first. Ms. Brew. Mrs. Andrews.
Thank you. And when we did it before, it was truly gerrymandered. So I have to commend you, Chris, as well as the attorney. So hopefully we're going to have the same attorney who did a great job last time. Mr. Barbier, if you can recall, my district was all the way in Boca Raton.
Yes, I remember.
And so West Delray and West Boynton all the way to South Bay. And so you all really did a great job. And I thought we were trying to make sure it was compact. I think that was part of the language. I don't know if we were talking about schools, but trying to make sure that the people within the region were able to actually interface with their board members so that we could get the job done. So hopefully we're on that same line of thinking again as to what the law says. We're looking at population, but we're also looking at making sure that it's compact, and that was one of the things we talked about. Can you share that, a little bit more on that?
Absolutely. Compactness was definitely one of the criteria that we used. And I, like you, am very proud of the work that we collectively did 10 years ago, because if you look at the 2001 map compared to the current map, we came a long way in terms of making more reasonable boundaries, very clean lines where before there weren't. So what we're going to do with the criteria, the screen in front of you is the criteria we used 10 years ago. And I've asked Mr. Wilson, the attorney that you mentioned, to review the case law, the decided cases that have occurred during the intervening 10 years, and let us know whether he would still recommend that we use the same criteria that we did before. And then having laid out for you how compact, use the word compact, how compact our schedule is going to be, I'm going to recommend that you adopt the redistricting criteria ahead of the data release so that we have it in hand and that your staff is ready to go as soon as the data is available to us to do our analysis.
Ms. Brew?
Sorry about that. I was going to just comment on Mrs. Whitfield's comment, and just so everybody knows, you know, I joke about having one high school, but it doesn't stop me from visiting all of your schools. And at the end of the day, I really hope that that criteria isn't a factor, because I'm looking for more school choice. I'm looking at more options for families to send their children where they want to send them, and we're doing that with, you know, with the open enrollment, with our choice, you know, options that the families have. So, you know, I joke about it, but, you know, out west, we don't have as many schools. It's just a fact. So, you know, I want to be cognizant of it, but I'm really not tied to it, because at the end of the day, I'm thrilled that the students in my district have so many options. I live in a community that is not zoned for my one high school. So, you know, I'm accustomed to the families moving their children around, and hopefully everybody will ultimately be able to do that in the future.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So, well, first let me address that, because maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention. I don't think we were contemplating drawing boundaries based upon school attendance. Okay, I'm just checking.
It's an analysis, just an analysis that I think will be interesting for the school board members to see. Okay,
I'm just double checking that.
Okay.
So, so the other thing is, so you have these criteria here. Are these are in order of importance?
You know, I can't remember if we ranked them in order or put them in order of importance.
So, well, let me follow up. So I believe that the communities of interest is definitively part of the Voting Rights Act. And so I think that is going to be a very high priority. I think that the maintain integrity of municipal boundaries may have been like a wish list. I don't know that has nothing at all to do with the Voting Rights Act, but I suspect that contiguity, it must.
Contiguity.
Thank you, because it's like, just wasn't gonna work. It just wasn't gonna work. Thank you. And ensuring compactness may be part of the law, but I'm not certain. But so I think that you will need to bring us back these proposed rank order criteria, and making sure that we are including the Voting Rights Act criteria near the top. But I mean, I remember, because I was part of a group that actually filed a suit against the school district some years ago about the Voting Rights Act. So I'm a little bit clear about it. And so I just don't want us to think that all of these bullet points are created equally, so to speak. Thank you.
Mrs. Whitfield?
I just want to be more clear about what I was saying earlier, because I don't think I did a very good job. I want to know which schools my kids go to in my district. So I have assumptions on which schools. I think I can kind of guess, but I think it would be interesting for me to understand, okay, so I represent these people and they're going to this school. I just want to be able to see that for my own edification. So that's what Ms. Garrison's working on, is to be able to say, you know, children that are in District School 4 go to all these schools, and this is, you know, so you represent some of these kids. So it'll help me. Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
And it's going to be interesting because so much development has happened in Palm Beach County School District in certain areas. So we can't wait to see what you're going to bring back to us, and definitely the guidelines based on, definitely Dr. Robinson looking at the voting rights of 1965 and all the other components. And I think those things need to be explained to us, because when you begin to start drawing, now we were just so out of whack before, it was kind of easy, but now that we've gotten a little bit better, we need to know exactly what we're looking for. And that's why that attorney is going to play a key role. And we do need the time to keep studying it, because, you know, I definitely feel comfortable about District 6 now that we've made some changes, but I want to look at where we go from here. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the input. So then this last slide kind of recaps the staff recommendation. The first being, of course, that we retain Jerry Wilson, who is a redistricting attorney, as our outside counsel. It's important to note that the county is engaging Mr. Wilson as well. He worked for both of us last time around. He's very familiar with our county, and Virginia Baker talked him into coming out of semi-retirement to do this work for us. So I feel grateful to her for convincing him of that. And we envision it being an hourly contract with staff doing most of the work, certainly all the GIS work, and providing the data that Mr. Wilson needs to do his legal sufficiency analysis. And then, as I mentioned, adopting the redistricting criteria with Mr. Wilson's guidance, and I will be asking him to prepare a legal memorandum for you so that you have an update of what he provided to us 10 years ago, so that then, to Dr. Robinson's point, you will then know the Voting Rights Act and what outgrowth that may have occurred from that in the intervening years. And then, of course, staff will make our best effort to get the redistricting completed by December of 2021, if indeed it's recommended.
Ms. Garrison, you're not going to need us to have that on the agenda. The superintendent can certainly, under his authority, can retain Mr. Wilson.
Oh, right, because it's under, correct. Right. I'm just letting you know how we're kind of laying the groundwork for you. Just wanted you to have the confidence that we're planning ahead the best that we can.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Superintendent.
Thank you, team. At this time, I would like to have come forward Ms. Claudia Shea, and we'll leave Blair Littlejohn at the table to talk about policy 2.54, one-stop film permitting. Our next workshop involves revisions to existing policy 2.54, one-stop film permitting. There are just a couple of changes designed to make the policy more school-friendly, inclusive, and to promote the great work taking place on our campuses. This policy falls under the ownership of the Department of Communications and represents a long-time interlocal agreement in partnership with Palm Beach County Film and Television Commission. Christy Andrani, who is the Director of Operations and Production for the Commission, is in the audience today and available to answer questions the board may have about our partnership. And now I'll turn the microphone over to our Director of Communications, Ms. Claudia Shea, to explain the policy revision. She's also a world-renowned makeup artist for Donald Fenoy. So I just want you to know that.
I think you need a little more mascara tonight. Okay, and you mentioned Christy from the Film Commission, and I'm gonna really put her on the spot and have her stand up. Our partnership, this interlocal agreement with the Film Commission, with the county in general, is extraordinary. We've been partners with the county now for about 30 years on this, and I can't tell you what an asset this is to the district. Okay, so getting started, I'm just gonna give you a broad overview of what this is. And as Dr. Fenoy said, we really aren't making that many changes. So the purpose of this policy is, what do we do when a commercial organization wants to come in and film on our campuses? If it's TV, that's different. That's covered in the public information policy, but this is just commercial organizations, whether or not money exchanges hands, okay? A lot of people come in, want to do documentaries or commercials or whatever. So that's what this is all about. So the policy sets forth guidelines and protocol regarding commercial filming or video, digital or audio recording on district property. And then we really wanted to add clarity to what you see below, because as Mr. Littlejohn can attest, this policy, the way it was written before, was this long. And when Blair first said, I think I need you to rewrite that policy, I thought, oh, it'll take me 5 minutes. But no, we ended up making it really long because we added so much in there to really protect our schools, but to also open up opportunity and promote our schools. Okay, so what we wanted to add clarity to was district discretion, when we can say no, the application process, permitting guidelines, the use of school names, logos, or identifying signage, which is key, and I'll talk about that more in a moment, and the suspension of production or recording. So the first revision, and again, there are two major ones, is the name change. So one-stop permitting is a process, but I think to the general public, if they were to see, this is our one-stop film permitting process, it's kind of confusing, you know, it's really inside baseball. So let's just call it what it is. So we're proposing that we change the name to filming or recording on school district property. We also are adding language stating that the district has absolutely no obligation to permit commercial filming. The superintendent or superintendent designee really authorizes what we move forward with and what we don't. We're also adding detailed guidance regarding the application process, and Christy and her team are just wonderful at really making it simple and guiding a producer through that process. And as you know now, the interlocal agreement with the county provides that all commercial requests are routed through the Film Commission, through this process known as one-stop permitting, thus the name of this policy in the first place. So typically what happens is a production company will call Christy and say, hey, you know, we want to do this on one of our campuses. Christy will call me, then I'll mention it to Blair and to the principal and the regional and the deputy superintendent, and everyone discusses whether or not they think this is a good idea. If it's a good idea, then it moves forward with leases, permitting, insurance, and all that good stuff. And if it's not, it just ends right there. Or another way that we hear of these is a principal will be contacted. Then the principal will call me, and then same thing. We'll just go through Christy and she'll handle it from there. Other revisions, language regarding the commission's permitting process, which must contain all prohibitions contained in the policy. So that would be violence, alcohol, drug use, anything like that is an act, we stop, we just don't do that. Okay, this is the big change. Allows the use of school names, logos, or identifying signage in films or TV programs that are non-fictional in nature. Okay, so the two things here. Before, our policy excluded using names ever, which wasn't really good. It really should be decided on a case-by-case basis. For example, Olympic Heights about a year and a half ago, Shark Tank came down because a girl there was very innovative and she won a contest. So they decided to film the show there, and it would have been great if we could have said, this girl did all of this and she's one of our own, and Shark Tank went to her school, but we couldn't use the name of the school because the policy prohibited it. The other thing that you need to pay attention to in this sentence is programs, the use of names in programs that are non-fictional in nature. So if somebody wants to film some sort of a sci-fi, for example, a documentary on one of our campuses, well, we don't want them to use the name Jupiter High School, for example, because this isn't real. And so we would prohibit something like that as well. Additionally, requires that the permittee enters into a facility lease agreement, excuse me, if the program involves the use of district property. This is just outside of normal hours. You wouldn't have to do that if it's just, you know, as described in the contract itself. Addition of language informing the permittee that recordings must not disrupt instruction or other activities. And we'll get requests, and Mr. Littlejohn knows this all too well, that they'll want to come in the middle of the daytime and go into a classroom when the teacher is trying to teach. We never had language in there before saying you can't do that. So we just really need to work out all of these details on the front end. Addition of language prohibiting the permittee from using the recording to express or imply any endorsement of a commercial product or service. This is important because we have vendors who are doing a great job in our schools, but we're buying their product. And we don't want them, and they do ask this comes up regularly, they want to know if they could come to our school and show our kids using this product. And they do that because then they want to use us as a testimonial, almost like a commercial, where we don't get anything out of it, and we're the 10th largest district, and it looks really good that we're using their product. So we don't want that. And then finally, it defines terms which could result in the suspension of the production or recording until the violation has been resolved to the satisfaction of the school principal or administrator site. So they enter into this contract, they agree to everything that we want them to do, and then somewhere along the way, something goes astray. Maybe we told them they couldn't use the name, and they're using the name. So this just gives us that power right there that we tell them, sorry, you have to stop until you rectify whatever the problem is. And pretty much that's it. It's a quick overview. We just want to make this process more inclusive. We want to be able to promote our schools that are doing great things by using their names. And we just want more guidance in there, so legally we're protected. And I can't thank Mr. Littlejohn enough for his guidance in this process. I mean, he's just, between Christy and Mr. Littlejohn, they just make this process so very simple. So anyway, that's my presentation for today, and if you have any questions, I'd love to take them.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So, two things. So first, a request. Let's see. It actually bugs me some that we give decision-making authority to another entity.
They don't make the decisions. We do.
Okay, but they
get the request.
They're an evaluator?
No, they get the request, and what their responsibility is from that point is to pass it on to us. So then at that point, we talk to the principal, we talk to, everyone I mentioned. Do you think this is a good idea? Is this something that you want to do? What they do is they make sure that all the permitting is in order, and they'll speak to Blair about all of that. They'll work with, our risk management people to make sure our insurance is, so they don't tell anybody to go away. They present us with every single offer.
Okay, and so I think what I would request is that the board gets like an annual report.
Okay.
On requests that were made and if they were denied, why, right? I'm just thinking about equity, right? So, okay, the other thing is, and I think this may be addressed now, but there was a relatively recent situation, whatever anniversary of the NFL was, I don't know these things, right? There was I would call her a new filmmaker, maybe? I don't know what the right words are. Who wanted to do a documentary at one of our high schools highlighting the football team in recognition of whatever this anniversary was for the NFL. And as I understood, the school would get money, the filmmaker, I guess, would get money, however it went. And that got squashed because we couldn't use the name of the school or show the students, right? And so as I read this, there's now a process by which that could happen.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and we still, as far as children being on camera and names and all of that, there is a policy in place too where we get permission for all of that, and then that happens. But yeah, it was not fair that you weren't able to use the names if it was positive for the district. It didn't make any sense.
Okay, and then my last question is on the one where a vendor would essentially create a commercial, and then, so if we were gonna get something out of it, like say that they would split the proceeds with the district, would we view that to be okay?
So that would be a donation because we're not in a position to be able to make a profit, but Mr. Littlejohn can explain more of that.
There's also a separate policy on the books about generally not endorsing products and services. So you have to square it with that as well.
Okay, so then, and the reason I asked the question is the way I heard it was, like, that would be prohibited because we don't want to be in a position of like endorsing and we wouldn't get anything out of it. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't because we weren't getting money. It's because we do not think we should be endorsing.
It's exploitation.
All right.
In many regards.
No, I just want to be clear about the thinking here because, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you. I just put a call in just yesterday about someone who is interested. When will this actually be, final? Are you gonna be bringing it back to us again? This is just the first.
This is it, but it should be in place by June, so that was the hope, that we would be all set for the new school year. I will say that this school year that passed, we wouldn't have approved many anyway, just because of the visitor policy that we had in place. We didn't want outside companies on our property. And so this year has been pretty, non-eventful as far as this, but we want everything in place for the new school year.
Okay.
Ms. Andrews, Ms. Bass just let me know that this will come to you for adoption on 7/21.
Any other questions? Thank you both.
Thank you, everyone.
Superintendent, are we through with the workshops?
No, sir, we have a few more.
A few more?
Yes, sir. At this time, I would like to invite to the podium our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Glenda Sheffield, Dr. June East, our Assistant Superintendent of Student Wellness, Daniel White, our Director of Safe Schools, and Vicki Evans, Parade Director of Employee and Labor Relations, with multiple policies to review with the board today. Dr. Sheffield.
Good afternoon, board members and Dr. Fenoy. Today's workshop is to align our current policies with the 2020 federal regulations that have been issued by the United States Department of Education. The 4 policies that are impacted with this new order is policy 5.81, which is protecting students from sexual harassment and discrimination. Policy 5.82, teen dating violence and abuse. Policy 5.001, protecting students from discrimination and harassment. And 5.002, anti-bullying and harassment. So at this time, Junisa Diane Wyatt is going to guide us through the student portion of these 4 policies, and Vicki Evans Pere is going to lead us through the adult sections, because these 4 policies currently have, they've had the student and adult policies combined, so we're going to be separating the policies. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Easter and the team to lead us through both groups.
Good afternoon. As Dr. Sheffield mentioned, we are changing the language inside of these policies to align with the current policy that is in place that the previous administration put into play. I do need to say that we are in the expectation of bringing back policies to you later next year when the new administration changes the policies again, but we have to follow what's in present law right now, so we are going to be putting these in place. So if there's any questions to that, we can answer that later. But I'm going to turn it over to Diane to start with the changes that we have in the student policies.
The first policy we want to talk about is 5.81, protecting students from sexual harassment and discrimination. With it, it has the most significant changes to us in relation to Title IX. First piece that we would like is to propose a change in order to align the title with the statute. So we'd like to change it to protecting students from sexual harassment and gender-based discrimination. There is new language that defines who the alleged target and alleged aggressors are referred as. They would be referred as the complainant and the respondent. That language also is going to include changes in very detailed how we report, investigate, and document the process, and how the grievance process is happening as well. Another change with this policy is the expectations of the roles. There are 3 major roles concerning this policy for the district. Title IX coordinator, there are roles and responsibilities, and that is a district level position that oversees the entire district's Title IX issue. Title IX lead contact is a school-based role. Each principal would recommend one person to be their Title IX lead contact. That person would ensure that all cases coming in were addressed, that they were assigned to an appropriate administration for investigation and that type of thing. And the final is the decision maker, and that would either be the principal level or a regional superintendent level. Last piece for this 5.81 is the grievance process. And the grievance process is outlined very specifically. One thing to note about that grievance process is that it, by regulations, is required to be in writing. And Our next policy to discuss is 5.82, teen dating violence and abuse. That policy has been aligned to the Florida Department of Education's model policy. It defines our victims' rights and the protections and safeguards we put in place for the victims and the appeals process. 5.001 is protecting students from discrimination and harassment. We have aligned it to go with the Florida Education Equity Act. It removes that language, as Dr. Sheffield mentioned, that dealt with employees, and the grievance process has also been revised. One addition to that is that it designed a grievance procedure by an employee against a student is also within this policy. And the last policy from Safe Schools is 5.002, anti-bullying and harassment. We, again, with this policy, are requesting that a name change happens for it to protecting students from bullying and harassment to align with statutes. We have updated it to, again, align with the Florida Department of Ed's model policy. And it definitely goes through very specific safeguards for setting up the interventions in place, in addition to the priority of how you go through and document and investigate. We do have requirements that stakeholders are involved in the design of that. So we are working with students, parents, and school-based administration and teachers in order to get their input for revisions that you would see in the development phase.
Mrs. Whitfield?
Can I just ask, thank you, on the first one where it said now we're switching it to gender-based discrimination, does that incorporate people's, for transgender students or employees, or is that just biologically sex determined? Do you know?
For it, and Lisa would be able to address that. She is with us.
Thanks.
You want to come here? She can come here.
Good afternoon. So the policies are set to align with the district's non-discrimination policy as well as a revised Title IX, and they would protect against discrimination based on gender identity or gender expression as well.
Any other questions? Dr. Robinson?
So can we make sure it says that?
It will, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to go into the employment policies. There's two policies that we're going to have revisions to our new policy. So 3.19 is our current policy prohibiting discrimination and harassment. And then 3.191 is going to be a policy that's geared towards Title IX specifically for discrimination and harassment. So policy 3.191 is the brand new policy. Now, this policy takes into consideration what, as Diane talked about for the students, also applies to employees in a K-12 environment for discrimination, or basically sexual harassment and sexual discrimination. So a lot of the things that are lined up in the student policy are now going to be in this new 3.191 policy for adults. We will also have a complaint process set out, how they do informal complaints, how they file a formal complaint, how the investigation by the Title IX investigator will be conducted. We'll have a Title IX coordinator as well who just oversees the investigation, and then a decision maker. Under the law, those have to be 3 separate people, all trained in Title IX. And we're going to be moving that policy into effect to have all of the components that are required by Title IX. And this is for adults. As Diane said, we split this up under 2 determining factors. The first one is who is the accused. Okay, in the first case, if the accused is a student and the student is going to be the one who could be facing discipline, that Safe Schools will handle it. Then if it is an employee who could possibly be disciplined for their behavior, then ELR would handle those investigations. So 3.19 is also going to address
as I said, allegations by students against faculty members. Then 3.19, we are going to be changing this one a little bit as well. 3.191 is going to specifically say prohibiting discrimination and harassment under Title IX. 3.19 is discrimination under Title VII. And if you know, Title VII is the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The reason why we need to revise this policy is because there were aspects of employee behavior embedded within the student policy. So if a teacher were racially discriminating against a student, it was handled in the student policy. It'll now be covered specifically in this policy 3.19. Very minor changes to that one. So this basically ends our workshop on this issue. Do you have any questions?
Any questions, board members? Dr. Robinson?
Okay, so I'm kind of late with this question, but in terms of bullying, and this is not really policy, but do we have, and I'm gonna call it treatment options for bullies? Because I mean, most bullies have been traumatized themselves. They have some issues that they're dealing with, and they're bullying people. They've been bullied, whatever God knows happened in their home. Do we, when kids are identified as bullying others, do we then identify them to try to provide them with some type of assistance in hopes that whatever the issue is remedied and they won't continue to bully? It's not a policy question, but
It's gonna be as we do with most students who are struggling on our schools. We'd have a school-based team meeting. We would put interventions in place depending on, what led to it and what the mitigating factors were. But absolutely, we would want to, stop the behavior, but also identify why the behavior is taking place. So yes, we would have some type of treatment plan for the student who is being bullied as well as the students who are bullying. We want to make sure that we address both parts of that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, ladies. Mr. Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, that's our last workshop for the day.
A motion to adjourn the workshops. Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Board members, you want to start the meeting immediately or want to take a 5-minute break? 5-minute break. Take a 5-minute break. Board of Palm Beach County to order on May 5th, 2021 at 5:12 p.m. Let the record show we still have quorum with all 7 board members present. Board members, we have 8 items to approve minutes, 8 sets of minutes on the agenda. We have a motion. Motion by Dr. Robinson, second by Mrs. Whitfield. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. The minutes are adopted as presented. We have no items to add for good cause. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any items to withdraw?
I do have one item to withdraw, Mr. Chairman.
We only have one item that's been pulled by board members, POL-A2. Are there any other items that any board member wishes to pull at this time? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve the agenda. Motion by Mrs. Whitfield, second by Ms. Ayala. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Are there any disclosures or abstentions? Seeing none, Mr. Superintendent, do you have any comments?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to say that it's been a very good week, and today especially, lots of phone calls from around the country. I want to just share some impressive achievements by Team Palm Beach today. Please join me in congratulating our Chief of Human Resources, Dr. Gonzalo LaCava, and the outstanding team in HR. Today we learned that we recently earned the 2021 Florida Governor Sterling Award, which is presented annually by Governor DeSantis to high-performing role model organizations, both private and public, that demonstrate superior management approaches and results. Specifically, the governance team determined that the HR division was named the winner in this category for the team's vision and focus on continuous improvements, which has resulted in a transformation to become a role model for other human resources departments. It's important for me to share after last summer, Dr. LaCava's team came to me and asked permission to have a team come in and give them constant feedback and evaluation almost weekly on how they can improve their processes. A result of that initiative led by that team, we found out today the HR division is one of only 4 school districts to ever receive this award since 1992. This is an honor for the team and the district as a whole. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm also extending kudos to where is she at? She left again, June. The Division of Student Wellness, which has been selected to present alongside the Department of Education's Director of Safe Schools during the upcoming Florida Organization for Instructional Leaders Conference. The DOE tells us that it selected our district because we have one of the most comprehensive threat assessment systems in place across the entire state of Florida. This is just one of the many accomplishments for the Division of Student Wellness. They were also recently invited to speak at the National Principal Supervisor Summit, and their work related to student mental health and multi-tiered systems of support will be featured in the upcoming Council of Great City Schools newsletter. All of these recognitions are just the latest examples of good things happening here in Palm Beach County for our students and staff. Let's give that team a round of applause as well. And here's another example. Every year, school district staff members are invited to take part in a charitable campaign called One Giving. I'd like to thank Team Palm Beach for once again being so generous. This year's effort raised almost $190,000. Money raised stays locally and benefits the Education Foundation of Palm Beach County, Florida Future Educators of America, the United Negro College Fund, and the United Way. And finally, May 3rd through the 7th is the week designated to honor our teachers locally and across the nation. Nearly 13,000 men and women are educators in Palm Beach County. On behalf of the entire school district, I'd like to extend my gratitude to our teachers. Thank you for your tireless efforts, particularly amid the challenges of the pandemic. We appreciate you during Teacher Appreciation Week and throughout the entire year. Mr. Chairman, those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, Mrs. McQuinn? None. Ms. Ayala? Mrs. Whitfield?
I just want to really briefly say congratulations to the HR team. I had a good friend reach out to me today to share this award that they received, and just told me how difficult it is. And I know, actually, I worked on this at the health department a long time ago. I know how difficult it is to receive an award like this. So I just wanted to say a huge congratulations to you all, and just an amazing work. I know this has been a terrible year for you as well. And so I just want to let you know that your work doesn't go unrecognized. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Andrews?
And thank you. And I'd like to say to the teachers, this is your week, but every week is your week. Happy Teacher Appreciation. I'm hoping that all of us will spend some time to thank our teachers. As we go through this pandemic, our teachers have been our heroes, a part of the School District of Palm Beach County family. and we celebrate you this week, Teacher Appreciation Week. We love you, teachers. You make it happen every single day for our children. When you think about education, it starts in the classroom. It starts with the teacher. And the last thing I want to talk about is the Education Foundation. You all are so awesome. That big red Apple truck is fabulous, 14 feet. It came rolling in to Royal Palm Beach High School last week, and it drove all the way to Glade Central, Lakeshore Middle, Pahokee Middle Senior High School, carrying supplies, $1 million of supplies given to the schools through the Education Foundation since September. Wow, it was a big day to see that big red truck go to the schools, giving out masks, hand sanitizer, school supplies to the teachers, to the principals, to the staff. We love you, Ed Foundation. You really get it done. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So I don't usually make comments other than to give a Black History fact or some statistics, but I do want to uplift the teachers because, I mean, they're the ones eyeball to eyeball, right? With the primary work of the school district. And this year has just been hell, and I know it. And I saw a Twitter feed from a teacher that I know that has had a tremendously positive impact, actually on my grandson, I'll just call it, who expressed a lot of frustration, and it sounded as though like the next tweet would be that she was out of here. And so I just think it's really important now more than ever that we say it. My mother was a teacher. She told me not to be a teacher because teachers were not appreciated. So I am just going to say it, that yes, 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 you are appreciated. And it's been so unfortunate that so many teachers felt that they were forced back into positions that they didn't want to be in. But let me add this: 2 wrongs do not make a right. And so while I will pound my fist on the table to do everything I can to make sure that we are keeping people as safe as possible during what I hope are the last days of this pandemic. And that includes our teachers, but it also includes our other employees. And I remain concerned about the plan for all employees in the Fulton Holland Educational Services Center to return. I hope that we're going to really look at that and make sure, just like I expect and hope and believe are working to make sure school-based staff are safe, we need to make sure that people in this building and all of our employees are safe as humanly possible. But yeah, go teachers.
Ms. Brill?
Thank you. And so this is a week and a month for celebration. And I too want to add my thanks to all of our wonderful teachers on this Teacher Appreciation Week. This has been a year like none other. I mean, we didn't think it would extend this long. I know that all of you have gone above and beyond, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, the bottom of everybody's heart, I'm sure sitting in this room, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, I know that we'll probably be making a recognition in a couple of weeks, but May is Haitian Heritage Month. And I really miss the opportunity to go and get together with everybody for the celebrations, to enjoy the food, to enjoy the camaraderie. So I am very hopeful that next year we'll be able to celebrate together. And then finally, Friday is School Lunch Hero Day. And I have to tell you that we need to say thank you, thank you, thank you to our school food service workers. They are working extraordinarily hard. I have my own school lunch hero in my family, and I can tell you those days out in the hot sun, serving the grab-and-go meals, I know many times they feel it's a thankless job, but they are helping to keep our families fed. So thank you, thank you, thank you to all of our school lunch heroes, and that's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Brill. And I'll echo the sentiments of my colleagues with respect to our teachers. They've been through a tremendously difficult year, and they've done best job they possibly could to make sure our kids get the best education possible under the circumstances. And I'm particularly thankful that so many of them have agreed to come back and teach this summer, when they certainly deserve a rest from all the stress and that they went through over the last 9 months, 8 months or so. So thank you to our teachers. We appreciate you. We should have more than a Teacher Appreciation Week. It should be months long, if not a year-long appreciation for everything they've done to keep this district running over the last months of the pandemic. We have 24 agenda item speakers. One of them is here present. The other ones are recorded, and the total recording time is 22 minutes. So I'll take the one that's here first, and then we'll take the recordings. So would Mr. Richard Logis come up to the podium, please? Mr. Logis, please watch the timer on the screen. You'll have 3 minutes. So please state your name when you begin for the record.
Rich Logis, L-O-G-I-S, Delray Beach, opinionsareworthless.com, regarding the board's proposed equity statement. A comment and 2 questions. Your equity statement is educational malignancy, and its victims are all children, parents in opposition, and taxpayers in opposition. Your statement is why every democracy in man's history commits suicide in the end. You either don't believe any of this, which would mean that your equity statement is a big lie, or the outcome is actually an infinitely more nefarious one. You do believe this, which makes you leaders of an educational cult whose singular mission is to toxify the minds, souls, and hearts of the most vulnerable of our population, our children. Your equity statement is no different from similar statements found in any collectivist nation. My first question is, where are the words math, reading, and science in your equity statement? And my second question is, have I, as a white male American, benefited from white advantage? Yes or no? If yes, show me where I have, please. There's 1 minute and 15 seconds left to answer the questions. Thank you.
Mr. Logis, this is not a time for the board to interact with you on this. Appreciate your comments.
It's absolutely a time for the board to interact.
It's our policy. We don't do this, so we're not. So please put the microphone down and sit back in your seat.
I paid for this microphone, sir.
If you're done
So how about you guys do interact with my questions and my statement?
We're not answering your questions. Please turn off the microphone. And
Let
sit
the
in your
record
seat.
show that you haven't answered the questions.
Let the record show. IT, would you start playing the recordings, please?
Taryn Hinojosa, I've already become aware that your meeting today is not regarding the masks. However, parents need to be heard, and this is the way we get heard, so you need to listen. We don't want the masks. They need to be optional in schools. Anything other than that is child abuse. You guys need to follow the lead of Pinellas County and other counties who realize that there's no leg to stand on anymore. You need to follow the governor's order and stop trying to make the quote-unquote COVID student policy stand.
Yes, it's George Warren, and I want to make masks optional.
Hello, my name is Jessica Jenny. I'm a mother of 3 children who attend public schools in Jupiter. I am absolutely outraged by the Palm Beach County School District's political tactics with regards to our children wearing masks. It's time that the parents take back what is theirs, which is the decision-making power for our kids. The district continues to turn their backs on the majority. It's wrong. There are 3 vaccines. Masks should be optional. enough catering to the fearful. They're the minority. They have the option to do virtual schooling. My kids have missed out on so much this year. Sports, field trips, photoshopped class pictures, masks all day, 5 days a week, 6 hours a day, even at recess. Our kids are being brainwashed into thinking the wrong way. In the meantime, our mayor is out pictured smoking and drinking at bars and at large gatherings without a mask. So is this a situation of this is for thee and not he? Because it sure does look that way. Let's be reminded that your power can and will be taken away. The pendulum only swings so far. You guys need to make the right decision. We're not backing down. Take the masks off of our kids.
Hello, my name is Carol McCormick, and I have a child at Limestone Elementary. I just wanted to let you know that I believe you understand that children are not as affected as everyone else with this COVID. I also want to tell you that most of you have had a wonderful childhood. We want our children to have a childhood too. We don't want them to have masks on for the rest of their lives or how indefinitely. They deserve a childhood. You all did also. I did. The least thing that we can give is our children an option to have a good childhood unmasked and have a normal childhood. And I think we need to get back to it as soon as possible. Thank you very much. I think it's going to be a long time before these children are not affected by all of this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Farrell. I am a mother of 3 children in Palm Beach County, and I am very upset that they still have to wear masks to school. I would like you guys to get rid of the mask mandate, make it optional. Children who want to wear a mask are welcome to. However, children who don't do not need to wear masks. I have a first grader that comes home with a dirty mask every day. I cannot do this any longer for him. The mask mandate needs to be done, but the governor's orders need to be followed, and masks need to be optional. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alicia Woodward. I'm calling on behalf of my students in Palm Beach County School District. I am calling in regards to mask. It has been over a year. The children need to get out of the mask. It is inhumane to keep them muzzled all day long, like a dog. My children are suffering emotionally. They are all in therapy. My children don't like school. They can't sit on a computer all day and learn either. So please take the politics out. Masks are submissive. They are taking away our children's identity. They are teaching them to be fearful. They are teaching them to not trust. They are teaching them to be scared of a virus that has a 99.6 survival rate. These kids do not affect anyone around them with COVID-19. Please make masks optional. Let parents who want to muzzle their child send them to school with a face diaper. Take these masks off of our babies. It is awful and inhumane. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Karen Berry. I wanted to express my support for making masks optional for the remainder of our school year. Upon the recommendation of our Florida Department of Education, they have used science and data to express their support and recommendation for making masks optional for the following school year. But since the letter was dated April of this year, I don't understand why this recommendation can't be taken immediately. I also am concerned about the discrimination against children with learning disabilities and the non-English speaking children who have difficulty while having to use a mask, and those concerned about equity in our classrooms. So please make masks optional for the remainder of this school year and definitely for next year. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Showalter. I'm from Wellington. I am calling in regards to the topic of masks, and my comment is that there's too much science to back the fact that we do not need masks. And I am asking for a recall of your policy on masks being mandatory. So I am asking to, at the bare minimum, make masks optional. And, you know, best case scenario, you get rid of the mask entirely. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Rachel Callie. I have 2 children in elementary school that I would like to return to school. However, we will not let them go if they have to wear masks. I implore you to please make the mask mandate optional. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and fellow parents of Palm Beach County. My name is Jessica Martinez, and I have 2 high school students in Palm Beach County at Wellington High. Today I am calling for topic BD2 to discuss the executive order and emergency policy placed by our governor this past Monday. I have reviewed your email that you sent out stating that the current executive order does not pertain to the school district. However, the executive order that he passed was to release all mandates that were placed upon counties and establishments due to the emergency order from COVID-19. Palm Beach County School Board, you informed us parents that you chose to follow the emergency order and the commissioners of Palm Beach County, and you placed a mandatory facial covering over our students for their entire day of class. This decision was based upon Palm Beach County being under an emergency order. Now that that emergency order has been lifted, you have chosen to inform us that this is not a mandate, but a policy, and this policy does not cover the current executive order. I question you on this. If the mandate, or policy as you call it, was placed on our children due to us being under an emergency order, and now we're no longer under the emergency order, then that policy/mandate should also be removed and or optional. Furthermore, your current teachers and staff are constantly bullying our children to pull the mask over their nose at all times, when your very own policy uses the word should, which is not an obligatory form of a must or has to. Should does not mean that their mask has to be over their nose all day. And they continue to bully our children. I've even had teachers tell my child that he's going to infect everyone. They're also trying to place upon our children disciplinary action for not wearing it properly. This is creating chaos. This is creating uncomfortable and learning environments. This is causing unnecessary stress. These masks are giving our children anxiety. These masks are giving them acne, facial rashes. These masks are making them feel like they have no voice. You have kindergartners who are afraid to speak because we understand no one wants to get sick, but you can't hide behind a mask. Please make it voluntary for our children. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Dawn Rofrano, and my daughter is in the Palm Beach County school system, and I just want to thank you so much for having this meeting and giving us the opportunity to be heard. As a parent, very, very grateful for that. I wanted to urge you all, please, to consider making masks optional at this point. There are many facts, science on this side that children are not affected, no differently than the flu, and our children are being affected absolutely by the situation of wearing masks with breathing and allergies and a whole host of anxiety, as well as social concerns and social issues. So I really thank you for considering this and looking at both sides and allowing us as parents to make the right decision for our children's health overall, and just so grateful. So thank you so much, and God bless. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Clifford Calley, and I'm calling to make my voice heard. Please stop making our kids wear masks to school. They're, for one, ridiculous and don't do anything. And I just ask you to please make it optional and stop doing this to our children. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Thank you.
My name is Melissa Borden. Today, the data does not support continued mask use. According to the CDC study, masks only decrease transmission of SARS-CoV-2 1.8%, not 50%, not 1.8. The masks are causing more harm than good. Overexposure of inhalation of carbon dioxide can cause dizziness, headaches, nausea, rapid breathing, shortness of breath, increased heart rate, eye and extremity twitching, cardiac arrhythmia, memory disturbances, lack of concentration, visual and hearing disturbances, sweating, restlessness, vomiting, shaking, flushed skin, and panic, not to mention all of the numerous psychological effects they are causing. It's solely your decision to this abuse. Under Florida statute 8.7, section 3, 1D, child abuse is defined as intentional infliction of physical or mental injury upon a child. 2, an intentional act that could reasonably be expected to result in a physical or mental injury to a child. Active encouragement of any person to commit an act that results or could reasonably be expected to result in physical or injury to a child. Please stop this abuse of children. Please make masks optional. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bernadette Helton. I would like to explore this work to change the mask mandate for students in brick and mortar school. I would like for there to be no mask or wearing of mask optional. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Yurko. This is in regards to face masks on kids. I believe that it is child abuse to be putting kids in face masks. They deserve and they should be breathing freely. I also think face masks are a medical device, and I oversee my children's medical care. And I am putting everyone on notice that I will not have my kids wear face masks in school. I chose to keep them virtual this year, and now that the mask mandates have been lifted, I want to send my kids back to school, and face masks should be optional, and I choose to not have my kids wear face masks. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby Huebner. I am calling to discuss the mask being optional in schools for the remainder of the school year and next school year. Our children have a 99.997% chance of surviving this virus, and this isn't even about masks working or not working. It's about common sense and the reasoning for having them. So anyway, it's time. The governor is getting rid of the state of emergency as it is come July. And with that said, the only reason that we have that in place is because of the state of emergency. If there was nothing else going on, then this would not be happening in schools. So therefore, this is coming to an end. It's time to move on. We have had plenty of time to learn that masks are not the answer, as our children are now having trouble breathing, are constantly having runny noses, are having acne on their face. There's many negative effects to it. I also have children living in South Florida in 90 degrees with masks on outside. This is completely absurd. It is time to make this optional for anybody else who would like to continue having their children wear masks. That is totally up to them. But for the rest of us, it is time to have the option so that our children can breathe the fresh air that is good for them.
I also think teachers and staff should all have that option as well.
Hi, my name is Peggy Stevenson. I am leaving a message about the face mask issue in the public school system. I highly request that masks are optional. I do not want my daughters wearing masks when they go to school. I was appalled that when our great Governor DeSantis came out and made masks optional, that the schools chose to force the children to wear masks. I don't want my kids wearing masks. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brenda Suntor, and I have 3 kids that are in the public Palm Beach County schools, and I would like for the mask issue that the kids have the option to wear or not wear it. I just think it's easier for them to not have to wear them if they don't want to. It should be their choice with the mandate being lifted in Florida, and I just think kids do not need to wear masks. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Leonetti, Lionetti. I have an 8th grader at Independence Middle School who will be going into 9th grade in the IB program at Dwyer High School, and I would like the board to consider making masks optional for students. Again, I would like the board to consider making masks optional for students. Teachers as well, if the board wishes to consider that as well. Masks optional. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Derek Bradshulis, Bradchulis. I've got students or children rather, at Lighthouse Elementary and Deacon Cove Elementary, and I'm calling them under the topic of making masks optional in the schools. I don't think anybody should be forced to wear masks, and I feel that if you want to wear a mask, you should also be able to wear a mask. I think there's a hesitancy to remove the mask requirement, but if you look around at a lot of the private schools that have done it, a lot of the daycares that have done it, they don't have any outbreaks of the COVID. There's always going to be isolated incidences, but you've got those now. I think that I know from my kids and the kids that they talk with, they'd like to not have to wear the mask. There's also potential negative consequences from wearing masks on your face for the whole 8 hours or 6 hours that they're in school. So I'd like you guys please make the mask optional. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandy Hassan, and I am the mother of 2 little girls, a 4th grader and a kindergartner. And on their behalf, I'm begging you please to make masks optional for our kids. Thank you.
My name is Lori Colombo. I am calling on the topic of mask mandates. I'm asking on the behalf of the children of Palm Beach County School District to please have an option to wearing masks. Based on the science, children are very at low risk, and we are asking that the children are given an option to wear a mask or not to wear a mask for the parents' and children's discretion. Thank you.
Good evening, school board. This is for the mask optional agenda item. And my name is David Yurko. I'm a Palm Beach County resident, and I'm a stay-at-home dad with twin 10-year-old boys. I would like the school board to consider, please, making masks optional for our kids in schools. There's a preponderance of evidence that now shows that masking not only does not work, but it actually harms. Please stop harming our children and causing them to wear masks in school for 8 hours a day, 6 to 8 hours a day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Paul Centaur. My comment is in regards to face mask wearing at schools, and I would like that to be optional. Once again, optional for face mask wearing at schools. David Paul Centaur. Thank you.
My name is Alicia Roundtree. I have 4 children in the Palm Beach County school system. Please remove the mask mandates that have been placed on our children. They need to be able to make a choice, and so do we. Thank you. My name is Nicole Bell. Please unmask our children and teachers. Make masks optional.
Okay, board members, that's the end of our recorded messages. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? If any, motion by Ms. Brill, seconded by Dr. Robinson. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Takes us to new business, POLA 2, Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend the board approve the development of proposed revised policy 5.016, choice schools and programs.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Ms. Ayala?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Superintendent, I wanted to dive into some of the practices in place that may exist outside of the policy that we're looking at here tonight in terms of how it addresses parental outreach, knowledge of timelines and process, language barriers and technology barriers that may exist, et cetera, for families that would like to engage in our choice process. So I was hoping I could ask our team that.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. If we can have the team come forward, you can absolutely ask those questions.
Thank you.
The issue that you're bringing up, Ms. Ayala, is really around practices, around outreach, that we have done a number of things. And I'll let the team talk more about what we have done on that piece.
Certainly. When it comes to parental outreach, we know the COVID impact that we faced for the last 16 months. I can go through a variety of different opportunities that we've extended to provide equity and access to our community and specifically to our families. The first is what we put together starting in June, July of 2020 to create a virtual showcase of schools, title being Innovate Your World, where not only did we highlight every choice school and choice program here in our district, but every school that we have. And when I say every school, I mean every public school. All school district schools and charter schools were highlighted as part of this to make sure that when we talk about choice, the opportunity is for all. In addition to that, we've put together multiple Facebook Live events highlighting both Dr. Sheffield, Mr. Oswald, Dr. Johnson, and then myself and Dr. Fenoy conducted one specific to choice and the COVID-19 response that we've had. Communication via school district in multiple languages. Our communication team does an incredible job putting out multiple pieces for timeline. When recruitment fairs are taking place for the individual schools, and then really putting out in the multiple languages. As part of our choice team, we have 2 dedicated staff members that continue to press on the ideas of English, Spanish, Creole, and they're working with our community-based foundations, such as churches or not-for-profits, YMCAs, Boys and Girls Club, etc. Last piece is around the online and paper-based application. It is in different languages, and really as families are applying, our team is small, but it is mighty. And I will say, as COVID continues to impact how we do this work, We're looking for expansion opportunities, and we're very cognizant of the equity statement, as I think that it impacts the way that we do this work, and then really tying it to how we're inspiring our students to be what they want to. We see them, and then ultimately that they're achieving their dreams.
So, Mr. Vargas, let me say one thing. So I had the privilege of being invited to speak to some of our families at, I think it was Highland Elementary School. And we had some representatives from the Guatemala Mayan Center there. And I was pleasantly surprised and very happy that I almost think 90% of the questions that I received from the Guatemala Mayan community was about choice. And, you know, as the conversation evolved, it became clear that not only were these parents deeply concerned about this reality, but there were some things that were teased out of the conversation. So, you know, so what I'll say to you is I think we, in this moment now with the CARES Act money, I think there's an opportunity to expand this work, because what I gleaned from that 2 hours with that community, we're gonna have to set up opportunities in a lot of different communities, not so just say computer access, but having someone there with them to help them actually hit the buttons that actually trigger getting into your system. We also learned from talking to the families. So again, I think, we've talked about it in different iterations today, but finding community partners who members of our communities who are often not heard actually listen to and they feel safe with. When these processes come around, obviously all of our technology is great. However, we need to find a way to use some of these community partners to get to those folks who want to do that. So it's just interesting. I had a firsthand experience hearing these families. So I think all of our work is great, but I think there's another layer now, and we have the resources to really expand this. I mean, you have to remember in HR and other operations, we'll hire temps sometimes to help us. I think one of the ideas I shared with one of the board members is that we have a group, just say we were speaking about the Guatemala Mayan Center. We have, or any of these other communities, we have students that could potentially help, right? Like it could be a service project for, you know, Latinos in Action, or the, students in the black student councils that are on our campuses. So I just think so I'm glad Ms. Ayala brought this up, and I'll let her continue, but I'm just telling you my firsthand experience from interacting with parents that day. We can definitely expand this work, and I want to make sure that we commit some resources to making that happen for your team.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you for all of that, Mr. Superintendent. I'm definitely happy to be at the time we're at, where the time is ripe to make these changes align with the vision the board has laid out for the future of the district, including the strategic planning as well as our equity work. So, and thanks to your team for the constant response, feedback, and addressing of concerns that have come up with those who reach out to me, and just getting me educated and up to speed on everything you're doing. I really appreciate it. One question I have additionally was, what opportunities currently exist for student-driven navigation of the process? Because I have had a couple of students reach out who say if they hadn't initiated it, their families really weren't in a position to assist them with that, which takes them out of the running against students who have that family support. So can you share what's being done for students to be as prepared and as ready as they can be to go into the portal and make those decisions?
So one of the pieces, and I'll let the team speak to as well, is the idea that we have a career coordinator, a choice coordinator on every high school campus. And I know that that's not elementary and middle, but on many of our middle school campuses we do as well. And their role and responsibility is to engage with those students, upcoming timelines and so on. Using social media has been a very effective tool for our team, in addition to some of the other interface that we have. So I think if we were giving recommendations to students that they're part of this social media piece as well, that they're tracking, and then really checking in with their choice or career coordinator as part of the process.
I would also add, just in the feeder patterns, most of our high schools and middle schools, just about all of them will go down to their feeder pattern schools and do presentations. And I'll tell you, it's probably one of the best times to really educate the kids who are interested in certain career pathways and certain programs, to hear about more in detail, and then who the contact people are, who to actually talk to people in the high school, or if middle school's going down to elementary school, to actually really get that one-on-one conversation that occurs during those presentations.
Mr. Chairman, last follow-up, thank you for sharing that information. And while what we have in front of us is procedural and I think brings clarity to a lot of things that your department does, I'm hopeful that the practices that you lay out for the vision you've just shared and that we all have as a district will start to make the process more equitable for all families and accessible so that things that have occurred in the past can start to fade away when choice season comes around. Thank you.
Ms. Brill?
Thank you. So I'm going back to my K-8 issue, just to say that I am still extremely unhappy with the way we are treating K-8s. To say that a K-8 is a district school offering kindergarten through 8th grade, students assigned to the attendance boundary for K-5 grade levels do not automatically continue to the middle school grades. That to me, and speaking to families, and just flies in the face of the whole idea of a K-8. The K-8 is supposed to allow the continuity for the student as they move through middle school. So, and I know that we have an issue with not having enough space. I understand that. I understand that Plumosa School of the Arts, there were concerns that that makes that school different. But, you know, we keep talking about our trying to keep the children in the district and not in the charter schools and not in the private schools. Well, they look at K-8s the way I look at K-8. You enroll in it and your child has the opportunity to continue through. So I don't know whether you know, because you're using the K-5 portion as boundaried, I don't think people are going to understand that. And that's one of the reasons why I think that there's going to be a problem in my area, particularly with K-8s, if you don't have a consistency where the student can enroll early on and continue through 8th grade. So I know this is in development, but I just need to again express my concern that this really flies in the face of what a K-8 is meant to be. I still don't understand why you're even making it a K-8 if you're not going to allow the students to continue through.
And Ms. Burrow, to your point around the K-8, we do have, at the board request, when we came back, I think it was April 22nd with the actual workshop, that for this particular piece, we did not touch the K-8 that's already embedded in the policy for development, because we do have a board workshop scheduled for July 28th. And it's specifically around us working to try to develop this K-8 policy. And then when we go back to the choice policy, it will be to place in the revised K-8 policy that we collectively can agree on. But I do understand your point.
And if I may follow up, I will approve the development, obviously, of the policy. I'm not going to oppose that. But when you do come back to us,
Yes.
you know, maybe there are some solutions. I don't know if it's portables or what it is. We have to look at how, I don't even know how many K-8s we have. I know we're throwing around ideas for new K-8s, but I do think we need to explore the continuity piece and see if there's anything in some of those other schools that we can do to continue. I mean, it's almost as if, I mean, this may not be a solution if you had two schools near each other and it was a continuum, but you had them separate, but it's still the same school, if you follow what I'm saying, where the grades up to fifth grade would be in the one building, and then the students that would transition to the rest of the K-8 in another. I don't know, I just think we need to think out of the box and find a way to resolve it, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. Well, since you brought up K-8, you know, so absolutely, you know how I feel about K-8. I really believe that if fifth graders have to apply, that what we've done is a bait and switch. I think that applies across the board, right, to all the K-8s. And I think that we have set up Plumosa as a K-8, and so it should be a K-8 as set up. And I think that we received, I can't remember if we received the letter, but I know that the Delray Chamber, I don't remember who was on that meeting with me. You know, Ashley is the one who came up with the language right of first refusal, right? And so, you know, I stand on that. But I want to go back to, well, first off, can we also address the arts continuum? I think I brought this up before, so we specifically call out IB, we specifically call out the pre-medical, I think it is, right? I think I brought this up before. I know this is not an easy fix. I'm clear, but we need to be about fixing it. Like, we need to start, because it is wrong that that there is not a clear, it's not the same kind of preference as when we call out IB and pre-medical, right? So, and that's the issue. I mean, Bach is the one that led me to come to this building and start having conversations with people, right? So I would ask that we address that when we come back in July 28th, that we also address that arts continuum, whatever the good, the bad, or the ugly is. If it's a 5-year plan to get to whatever, but don't ignore it, please. And I'm also hoping that one day we will have that huge comprehensive choice workshop that looks at the GIS, the mapping, to see who actually can't attend a particular type of program. So, and this is not, I'm not forgetting this. I'm gonna keep asking for it until we do it, right? So, all right, but now to go back to Ms. Ayala's point, and I'm really thrilled that she brought up some of these issues. So I'm gonna just throw out suggestions, and you guys do what you will with it, and then I'll ask you about it later. So, so one of the things I think that, especially for our priority attendance areas, right? The priority attendance SAC areas, most have a history of being bounded schools, and those boundaries disappeared when we changed the school to choice. And so it's that historic fact. Now, my neighborhood is in the priority attendance area for Bach. There was a point in time when Bach would send letters to the 5th graders in the priority attendance areas and invite them to apply. Like, you are welcome here. That history of displacement does create some tension, right? My neighbors do not particularly think that Bach wants them, right? I would ask that we, specifically with the priority attendance areas, add another layer of outreach, right? There should be school-based, letter, robocall, whatever it is. But the school should say, we want you, come to our choice open house or whatever, right? The other thing is, and as Dr. Fenoy and Ms. Ayala were talking, why don't we just look at whether or not we can bring that big choice fair down to a more local level? So maybe, for example, at the Guatemalan Mayan Center, it might be choice night at the Guatemalan Mayan Center, and people from the department come, and maybe people from surrounding choice programs come, and the parents are there, and the laptops are set up, and they could actually apply, but the kids are, they hear, and the parents hear all the comfortable programs. I know that when our people go from high school to go to the middle school to recruit, when the children pay attention, because that's a big question, right? They may not take that information home to their parents. And so it's almost, it doesn't have the benefits that we would expect or we would hope, right? And so somehow we have to connect with the parents and the children at the same time. And I think if just explore the possibility of community-based choice fairs as a way to do that. We could pull in those community partners. We could have it at a site that is the community identifies with and it feels welcomed at, and we come to them. So I think that might help with some of that. And then I would also ask that if we don't already do it, that there's a parent link, is that what it's called, a robocall, that like the superintendent's voice is on it, like 2 weeks before the big, huge choice fair. And so that, because we can't count on children, y'all know this, we can't count on children to take the information home to their parents. Okay, I'm done, thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
And I think you've done it in the Glades. So you may want to just say hooray, because that has helped us when you've actually had that specialized choice fair in the Glades region. I do appreciate that.
Kudos to Angela Avery Moore and those principals in the Glades, because that has been a huge lift and effort for them.
I have a question, and I discussed this with Dr. Sheffield today, but not this part of it. So we know that the K-8 portion is going to be changed. rather than leave it out there confusing, because I don't think this board is gonna approve it the way it currently is, where it's gotta be a lottery system for sixth grade, can we just delete that section out of this policy for now? You told me there's not gonna be any change for the K-8s for the next school year. We're gonna continue as we are. The parents understand at this point that their kids are gonna stay there. So why don't we just delete the K-8 portion out of this policy? If we're gonna have a workshop, come back and change it, and then have to amend this policy anyway, just take it out now and leave it out with some kind of note possibly there that the board will be discussing the policy for K-8s and it'll be inserted at a later date.
I would work with Lisa Carmona, our attorney, and I'm sure, I don't know if Lisa is still, Lisa?
She's here.
I would work with Lisa. I don't see why we cannot do it. And then we will come back.
Okay, board members. How do you feel about that? Instead of putting it out there with which we know we're gonna change, rather than adopting a new policy with the K-8 section in there, just take it out for now and come back to it afterwards and get it done this summer so we can add it in. Dr. Robinson?
That makes sense, right? I'm not quite sure why you led with the boards would not approve it as it is, but I didn't know that, so I'm glad you informed
At
me.
least three of us don't like the K-8 portion about the lottery. So that's the portion I meant. I mean, we're all gonna approve this. I think we'll all approve the policy. It's just that I don't think any of us, well, the majority of us don't agree with the lottery system for sixth grade. So that's the part, that's what I meant. I don't think we agree on that portion.
Okay, well, I mean, I still think that was inappropriate, and 3 is not the majority, because it could, maybe 4.
All right,
4 is
so we'll
more than
vote on the
3.
motion.
I'm just saying.
Can somebody make them? I can't make a motion.
May I
Mrs.
please
Whitfield?
talk? And raise my hand. So I was trying to hold back on saying anything about the K-8 because I believe we are having a full discussion about this later. I have done an obscene amount of research with staff on this because I want to understand it better. I personally, this is after talking to many people, including principals on this, I would like the students to actually have to check a box to say that they're interested in going to the sixth grade program. I'm not trying to stop them from being K-8s, but I think truly we do not have K-8s. What we have is K-5 programs with a choice component after it. And there's a lot of concerns about boundaries. I have a ton of concerns about this. So I would like to hold off as well until have this discussion as a full workshop, but I would like to ask staff to at least tell us what the limitations would be if we took this out today. What kind of problems is that going to cause for you in the future or this summer before we just make a change right now?
Well, it wouldn't impact us at this moment because we've already conducted the lottery for FY22. So as long as we have the new revised language with whatever it's going to be before we begin the marketing for FY23, which won't be very long, we should be fine.
So how long do we have to get it done?
Usually we start the marketing in August.
Okay, so if we can get this policy with the K-8 figured out as a board before August, you guys are gonna be okay if we pull it out right now?
Yes,
Yes?
because we won't be conducting another lottery. It would just roll based on where we are now, which there is no language.
Okay, I'd like to have a more full discussion about the K-8s because I think there's a lot of issues to be discussed. But we can pull it out for right now and approve it without it, and that's fine as long as staff's okay with it.
Mrs. McQuinn?
I initially raised my hand simply because I'm requesting that when you're kind of polling us, because I wasn't sure where we were about having a motion on the floor, but that we literally have to respond by person. Because sometimes when I'm way over here, you don't see me. So that was really why I had my hand up, to make sure that we're not just saying, well, this many board members agree, let's find out who agrees. And frankly, it's okay to me whichever way.
So, Ms. McQuinn, would you make a motion to amend the motion that's on the floor to pull out the K-8 from this policy that we have here for development?
Sure. I move that we amend the policy to wait for the K-8 to be added or amended later.
Ms. Carmona?
Yes.
I got to get a second on that. Are you telling me that motion's not satisfactory? Because I got to get a second.
I have some concerns with that motion.
Okay.
So if I may, could I suggest that the board vote to approve language stating that the procedures that are in place right now will be revised over the summer, so that we have a process. We don't end up, we've got a month where there is no process for K-8, which would leave us open to challenges, and there's always a challenge somewhere. So I'd like to leave it as is for a month, is what I would suggest, with the clarification that the process will be revised in July or August.
I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I'm not comfortable with it because there's no way that I'll support that. I don't know what the other board members are going to do, but there's no way I'm going to support a policy that includes a provision that is definitely going to be changed, that I can't say that's definitely going to be changed. I'm not going to support. I don't want to see that policy go forward with something in there that this board, now 4 of us have said that we want to have a workshop to change the procedures on K-8. So, I mean, the point of having it in there when it says there'll be a lottery for 6th grade is ridiculous because 4 of us have already said basically that we don't want to see a lottery for 6th grade. We want it to be a K-8, not a K-5 with some kind of option to move on afterwards. Who didn't speak yet?
I have just a comment on what you're saying.
Right, comment, Ms. Brill, then
Excuse
Dr.
me,
Robinson.
just real quick, this is for development, we're not approving it. So I don't really see, I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm completely on board with it, but this is development, not approval. So as long as it doesn't come back to us for approval.
It will.
Is it gonna come back to us before the summer?
The first reading is for development, correct? And then it's going to come back to us at the next opportunity for the first reading.
Yeah, understanding the board's concerns, if we could work on some language that would allow there to be a process in place, but recognizing that the process will be modified over the summer.
Just as a follow-up, when is it coming back to us if we approve the development today?
August, I believe, right?
No, Carol has the.
June 23rd.
June 23rd.
Okay, so then, okay.
Mrs. McQuinn,
I'd like clarification on where we are, what motion.
we have no motion. We just have the current motion on the floor, which is approve this one for development.
So we're still just asking questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Robinson was next, and then Mrs. Whitfield was after that.
Okay, so, I think that what we said before was that we wanted more information and we should get that in July. Now, so as I understand, the point being made here is that whatever we do to the policy today is coming back in June, but we won't get the information until July, right? And so then the logical question after that is, what harm is done if this entire policy is not approved until after July? I'm assuming we're talking July because all these other things are scheduled, right? And so it's just, a scheduling issue. So what harm is done if this policy is not approved until after the July 28th date?
Okay, Lisa. I'm fine, go ahead.
If I may suggest that we just, based on the conversation, that we would have a motion that would strike lines 574, the section on K-8 continuum, 574 through 595. We just, to remove that from development, and then after the board workshop in July, we can add in and bring the entire policy back for revision at that time, when we have a K-8 section that meets the board's satisfaction.
Mr. Barbier.
I got other board members, Dr. Robinson and Ms. Whitfield, then Ms. Brill.
Okay, so I just had a question hanging out there. So what is the downside? Is there any downside if this entire policy was not approved? If everything was just held until August,
Until August.
right? Like, tell me, because if August and then the second reading would be in.
To your point, Dr. Robinson, if we were to hold while we're in development until after we do the workshop on K-8, there is nothing there's nothing that's being jeopardized here. So if you wanted us to say we're in development, so let's hold until after we're done with the workshop to get our K-8, to get the K-8 workshop and try to get that K-8 policy to embed, and then come back for development with the whole K-8 and everything after we've workshopped, it's okay.
So could we then pull the item today and then allow the team to work on those pieces and have the workshop and then bring it back for development, as Glenda just said? Would that be reasonable to the attorneys?
Can I just make one comment? Because I really do think I have a limitation here that no one's thought of. One of the problems that we'll have is when we go forward in this plan and we decide to turn these into true K-8s where they go K through 8, that is a de facto boundary change. And it would mean that we would actually have to do boundary changes for all of the K-8 schools. If we were not, otherwise kids would have 2 middle school options. So I'm not saying that we can't do that. All I'm saying is that we have to think this through, and if we tried to do that in August, we wouldn't have enough time to be able to pull off boundary changes before we have to market the next year. Is that not true? Am I making this up?
We discussed.
It's not true.
Go ahead, Dr. Rob. We discussed that it would not be boundary changes. You have an option. You can either stay in the K-8 because you're not going to get the same athletic facilities and everything else, or you can choose to go back to your boundaried middle school.
I think there's
That's what we
legal
discussed.
ramifications, Mr. Barbieri, to have 2 middle schools, boundaried middle schools.
So I'm still in my previous timeline question. So, but since I have the mic, I'm gonna answer. The K-8s, the middle school part is choice. My issue was, do they have right of first refusal because they've been there? So it'd still be choice. They would still be bounded someplace else for middle school. So they're not bounded to 2 places. Now, because they would be at that particular school for K-5, they would have right of first refusal. So they would have more access, if you will. But I need to finish my timeline talk. Because I always miss this. How much time is required between first and second reading of policies?
30, I think it's 30 days. So we could do if we can do workshop in development on July 28th, which we already have that plan. We had the workshop plan. So can we do the workshop in development again on July 28th and then come back in August for adoption?
Okay. I mean, it sounds good to me. You guys have to say, like, I don't know if that causes choice, some kind of like rush to do something, but.
We would continue to, as Dr. Sheffield said, we would continue to practice under the current policy. And to Dr. Johnson's point, the idea would be that if we can have this done by August, the recruitment season is 12 months, but we really start to press emphasis at the start of the school year all the way through October for our showcase of schools.
Okay.
Ms. Brew?
Thank you. So if you come back tweaking this, you also need to look at lines 119 to 124. I know that Mr. Oswald was quoting some lines, but my suggestion is that rather than just voting this down, that the superintendent withdraw it from the agenda and then come back at a time that staff is comfortable, whether it's after the workshop or however you want to work it out, but let all of you work together. You know what our intent is.
Yeah, so what's interesting, we're trying to work this out without all of the information. Carol just told me that we wouldn't be able to make the August deadline. So we need some time to figure out all the things that you want and what happens logistically. There's no way we can do it sitting right here. We got too much information to try to find.
Dr. Fenoy, I was thinking that maybe if we do this in July, and maybe that's Carol just told you, I mean, there's not enough time to get it done before even school starts. I mean, for the parents to decide, you know, whether they want to put their kids in the, you know, in the boundaried school or somewhere else. So, I mean, we're going to have to do this workshop and this development much sooner than July, the end of July, to get it done by the time school starts, what, the 12th of August, and we're going to not have a policy in place until after school starts?
So then what we'll need to do is work with the board office to see if there are going to be some additional workshop dates that are going to be added. And if there's some additional dates added, then yes, we could, because I think we have, there were one more that's coming up, but we're also having some workshops that we also need to add for the reopening of school. funds and so forth. So there are many workshops out there that we were up against. So I'll work with Ms. Bass to see if there are some additional dates that's gonna be added, and we could move it up much sooner.
Dr. Robinson?
Yeah, I think that that would be fantastic, and I'd be willing to add another, day or two to my calendar. If this workshop on this policy is gonna be scheduled with other things, then I still would ask that somewhere we get on the calendar this comprehensive look at choice, right? If we can't do it over the summer, because I understand it's all, we need to block it out on the calendar sometime. And I think that that's gonna be, a couple-hour workshop.
If I may, Chairman Barbieri, the clarification that needs to be made is that I understand the sense of urgency, and I think the team is very aware and pressing for that. But the changes will be impactful for FY23, not for FY22. So yes, continuing to press on the K-8 issue and the policy and the pieces around it, but the start has to be for the recruitment season for FY23, which is that timeline that I described.
I was under the misunderstanding that this would take into account the 22 lottery, but.
Understood.
Okay.
That's already taken place.
Already done.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Ayala?
I understand and respect everyone's concerns regarding K-8, but there's plenty in this policy that should still be approved. So pushing it back, not something I'm willing to support tonight.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So I move to table, this choice policy until, I have to give a time certain. What time you want me to give you?
We still have a pending motion. I'm sorry.
We have a pending motion? I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So I'm searching for someone to give me a potential date.
Well,
So,
So we do have meetings on 6/2, June 2nd, June 23rd, July 21st, and then where this one was scheduled at July 28th. There is a possible addition of a meeting day on July 14th, if that helps. That's currently a no meeting date, but a possibility to add if we needed to bring some workshops in.
What are the two dates in June?
The 2nd, which is a workshop day. The 23rd is the board meeting day, but we could add a workshop prior to the board meeting if you think it's not going to be too long.
so I will conclude my motion with June 2nd.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Robinson. The table, seconded by, second? We have no second on Dr. Robinson's motion. Ms. Burrow?
If I'm reading my calendar correctly, we have nothing scheduled for June 30th, correct? And if we're all willing to put on so that we can do something more comprehensive, rather than loading it onto a day where we have other workshops?
June 30th, most of the staff is on vacation that time. We usually have the
Okay,
last
sorry.
week in June and the first week in July that everybody in this building is trying to get their vacation, so they're back.
Sorry, I forgot what a vacation is.
Yeah.
So back to the original.
What about the 14th? I think we might be able to add one on the 14th.
What month?
July, excuse me.
What day?
14th of July.
Of July.
So that'd be like a week early.
So let's go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I move
That'll
to
give us time
table
for August if we get it July 14th.
All right, so do we have a second on Dr. Robinson's motion?
for July 14th.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Brill. All those in favor? Raise your hands, please. 5 in favor, 2 opposed? Mrs. Whitfield and Ms. Ayala are opposed. Motion carries 5-2. Tabled until July 14th. That'll take us to board discussion items. The first board discussion item is Ms. Ayala on the leasing policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I brought this up because I've been contacted by some community organizations and community leaders who, after the change, were kind of caught off guard or didn't fully, they couldn't frankly afford what the new proposed cost was in some schools, and so there was concern. And I've been speaking with Wanda Paul and her team, our chief of ops, to make sure that I understand our end and the changes that were made before my time on the board in 2018, as well as summer of 2020. So I wanted to just go through some questions about the policy and what caused the changes and what we're looking at in the future and revisions that could be made to maybe make the process more clear, to make sure that we are being fair to nonprofit partners and those who are providing educational services in our facilities, and to make sure that we're also being, you know, just considering in a effective manner that's not case by case everyone's situations and what they offer to the district. Mr. Superintendent, could I speak to Wanda about it?
Yeah, you can ask your questions. They'll come, the team will come forward.
Great. I didn't know if you wanted to come forward or you want me to just address you from there. What do you prefer? All right, great.
Ms. Breaux, you want to comment while Ms. Paul's
So,
coming up?
first of all, I want to thank Ms. Ayala because when I also received phone calls, and I think I read an article too, I think there are certain unintended consequences of the policy, but I would really prefer if you would be willing to allow us to bring the conversation back. I'd like to have the policy in front of me to be able to follow, because it's, you know, I know you're asking questions, but I may have other questions as well. And I think the intent is fantastic. I agree with you.
Mrs. Wood, Mrs.
I
Woodward?
did send that information out to the board members today. So you probably, you know, the way the week's been going, you probably didn't have an opportunity to look at it today. So, but we can certainly answer the questions
Mrs. Woodfield?
at this time.
I also would like to thank Ms. Ayala for bringing this up. I think, you know, I've had some concerns that I've expressed to Wanda about our current leasing rates and the expense that's put onto our community providers. And one of the things that I would like to discuss, if we do bring this back in the future, to have a more robust discussion on this, is two pieces. One, I have suggested a sliding scale for nonprofit organizations, which I think could really mitigate some of the issues, depending on who the, you know, the people are. And then also a piece in there about principal kind of decision. So if the principal wants this person, if they think that this organization brings benefit to the school, that could also be taken into consideration to bringing the costs down. And I think that one of the issues that we have with that is that right now, if a principal does that, it takes funding away from the principal and from the school, and I think we should switch it, and I think the funding should come away from us, rather than them, because I know this is a big reason why they need leases to happen in their schools, is because they want that funding. So that's something I'd love to discuss later as well. So thank you, Ms. Ayala, for bringing this up.
Mrs.
This is
McQuinn?
something I think is important.
I have very recently heard from a couple of principals who don't want to have to make that decision. So I want us to be very careful about that. And, you know, in the not too distant past, we've had principals disciplined for making some poor decisions. So I just want to, this requires some very clear direction to what we're saying should be done.
Mrs. Paul?
Ms. Ayala needs to answer questions first.
If I may.
Good.
Thank you. Okay, so could we talk about the categories of leases, what's known as the matrix on the documents that go over the leasing policy, and what those cover, what they mean, who they encompass?
Chris, you want to start with that?
Of course, it'd be my pleasure.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, this is Chris Garrison, Director of Planning and Intergovernmental Relations, and this is Joelle Shaw, a manager that, in the department that primarily deals with leases and other things as assigned. So.
if you may go ahead and
Oh, yes.
proceed. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Appreciate the introduction. So the category A has been the same for a number of years. It did not change in 2018, and that's the commercial organizations. And they are charged approximately twice as much as the nonprofit organizations are, which is category B, nonprofit. Their rate is 50% of the commercial rate. And then category C was a new category that was added in 2018 as a request, as a result of a board request. Some of the veteran board members remember that we wanted a provision, now it's actually section 12 of policy 7.18, that addresses high quality organizations that provide much needed services in schools with the highest need. And so that provision was added in there. Previously, we only addressed the behavioral health agreements, which were, a very limited group of service providers. And this expanded that to other groups that have service agreements that provide out-of-school programming for our schools of highest need.
So those are typically community-based organizations.
Correct.
And all of those
nonprofits.
agreements, all of those agreements must come to the board to be approved.
Correct. And then category D is not a lease, it's uses of our school that occur through an interlocal agreement with one of our local governments. We track them in TRIREGA, which is our leasing system, IBM TRIREGA, so that we have a way to evaluate how much our schools are getting used, and also to compare it against how much our schools are using those local government facilities. And then moving on to category F, which is polling places. Of course, you all know that our schools are heavily used for polling places, and whenever we can, we accommodate that in our school calendar. And then category E is school-based organizations, which are those entities that are either add value to our staff or to our students. And then category G is employee-based organizations. And then category H is Boys and Girls Scouts activities. And finally, category I was added in 2018 to provide clarity as to charter school uses of our district-operated schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so if I understand correctly, then for every category that you mentioned for educational purposes, let's not talk about commercial and nonprofit, which are A and B, but for every other category that includes educational services or the polling place, fees are waived. Or unless they're used for non-educational purposes, which then goes into, it's either a commercial or nonprofit-based rate based on the agreement. Is that correct?
Right, they're not really, I wouldn't say the fees are waived. I mean, that nomenclature may be used here. It's that they're not really considered a lease. In your example is a polling place, there's a polling place agreement that we sign with the supervisor of elections.
Okay. So what can be done with monies received from these leases?
So it's in probably the least restrictive category, the internal fund account. So it's very important that schools use this money. They can do everything from field trips for their students, any number of things that really benefit our students. So the leasing revenue is a very important component of our.
Let me speak to that because I was a principal, so they use it for, like you said, kids need clothes. Sometimes principals buy that stuff. Teacher appreciation, anything to do with kids, T-shirts for your senior class. So they use these monies, and I think part of what we were trying to solve for in 18 was that some schools get leased way more than others, and our elementary schools in particular. What we found when I first got here in 16 is that at the end of the lease, sometimes the school was having to take money out of their own coffers to cover that lease being in their building because all of our other consumables, toilet paper, all of the cleaning supplies weren't covered in those leases. So then the schools would then have to take it out of their own budget. So if the lease is done correctly, they generate some revenue, especially the elementary schools, because high schools got football games and basketball games. They generate revenues in other entities. So this was a way to try to normalize that because we had too many schools that were having leases and then losing money on the back end.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And what's the division of monies between the district and the schools that are leased? Roughly.
So for commercial, it's 80-20, 80% going to the school, am I correct with that?
Yes, you are,
And
and
with
20%.
with the nonprofit, it's 65% to the school and 35% to the central office.
Okay, great. One more. Could you explain the relationship that schools have with the lessees? Because, as Ms. McQuinn brought up, it's a complicated process and they may not want all of that pressure on them to make that decision. But can you just explain what the current relationship is on how those decisions are made at a school site, by a facilitator who helps lessees that are interested in renting that space?
Okay, yes. Each school has a designated leasing coordinator. It might be the school treasurer, it might be the school secretary, it might be a teacher that wants to take on the additional work. And they are the ones that liaison with their lessees. The central office provides support for ensuring that they comply with district policy and thereby avoid audit findings. As you indicated, there are partnerships and special relationships that develop with long-term lessees.
Just for
Mrs. McQuinn?
just for clarification, are we still requiring that those, then be signed off by the regional superintendent, by the region?
Only the fee waivers. If the school wants to waive the fee, or if there's a request that the district's portion of the fee be waived, then it goes up through the chain of command, either up to Mrs. Paul's level at the chief operating officer, or in some cases up to the superintendent level.
Thank you, and I think that's an important distinction because that is, again, where some principals or their designees have tripped up in the past.
Mrs. Whitfield?
How is this rate schedule different, or is it different when it comes to after-school programs or summer school programs? Or is it just larger groups of time?
Well, the after-school programs, I would think, and Mrs. Shaw can help correct me, she deals more directly than I do, but they tend to use classrooms, which are, fairly reasonable in cost. Our latest fee increase was only $3 for the nonprofit level, the first increase that we've had since 2015. So for those spaces tend to be very cost effective, and they're also a win-win for the school district. They usually provide enrichment opportunities for our students. They're occurring during times when we still have either ambient air remaining from the school day, or we have the facilities fully on because the custodians are still present. So those are the win-wins in terms of leases.
Go ahead, Ms. Ayala.
Could you talk about, so it went 3 nonprofit, 6 raise, right? $3 increase by nonprofit, $6 increase in commercial leases. So can you talk to me about the cost that the district incurs depending on the usage? So it's a 2-hour minimum. So we're talking, utilities, there may be can you just walk me through examples of what that could look like on our end?
You can use the presentation. So I want to also make the distinction, and I think Mr. Oswald can talk to this, that we have extended learning programs in the schools that are community-based and so forth. So that's an agreement that comes to the board and the board signs for that agreement. So I want to make sure that that is totally separate. They have a vetting process for that, and they work through the principal for that. So the big change, if I answer your question, if I want to answer your question there, is that previously leasees could say, I want to use this room for an hour at this side of the building. I can use this, and I want to use this other room for 2 hours, maybe in another location. And this one is at 9 o'clock, this one is at 11 o'clock. So we were charging them for 2 hours maybe. So what we said is if you're gonna, the new rate structure that was approved by the board, we said that if you're gonna come into our buildings, you need to do it in 2-hour blocks. That's number one. And that was a input from our maintenance personnel that deal with our HVAC systems, where they're firing up the whole school for 2 hours, or for an hour here and an hour there. And that's wear and tear on equipment. So what they requested was, can we just do it in 2-hour blocks? And that way we're not firing up the whole entire building. And the other part is to try to put them kind of close to each other in the same location. So hope that answers that piece.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
One last question, and I'm done. Could you just tell us the simplest way that a lessee who is a nonprofit or a community leader or someone who wants to provide a service to us is interested in leasing one of our spaces, the easiest path for them to take to do that?
To start at the location, as we said, we have leasing coordinators in our schools. So if they start at the school as the first step, we're their central office to provide whatever support the school requires. But that is the first beginning part of that. And then just trying to identify what exactly do they want to do? What is their program? What's the time requirements and so forth? And then we have a lot of information that's on the Leasing Resource Center that they can also look at to determine, kind of what the rules are and so forth.
Thank you.
Ms. Brill?
Thank you. And if we do have someone, which recently there was, that feels that they're being charged excessively, is there an appeals process or a process whereby they can contact someone in the district for it to be explained to them?
So I guess the question would be, on our end, why is it considered excessively? If I've dealt with leasing programs before in the past, and anytime you make a leasing or a change to the rate schedule, nobody likes it. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And so, because we did not have the summer of 2020 to kind of phase in the program or phase in this new rate schedule, it's kind of hitting people by surprise. And we probably could have done, I would suggest we could have done a better job of communicating that. But quite honestly, our focus was on whether we were going to open the buildings at all, and stuff. So that's really where we tried to focus on. And so I would suggest in the future that we definitely have to do a better job of making sure that our habitual people that rent from us understand if we're making any kind of changes. And
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, that's what I was going to suggest, is if we do make a change, then to notify everybody who leases from us, have something go out to them so that they know, so that they're informed in advance, because now having the chance to look at the matrix, it seems very fair, but this caught me by surprise as well.
yeah, Ms. Ayala, Board Member Ayala, we had extensive conversation yesterday and then also this morning. And that was, a great suggestion from her to say that, if we make any changes, not just only on leasing policies, but just that affect our community and so forth, maybe provide better communication. One of the things that Chris is working on with our IT department is to look at all the people that lease from us and making sure that we communicate with them. And that's something that was worked out with Ms. Ayala this morning. So yes, we have some improvement we need to do on that. It's not to, it wasn't intentional to catch people off guard. It was just obviously that, we were worried about our churches, whether we would be able to lease to our churches, to our programs. And so it was a lot on our plate. So I do apologize for any kind of miscommunication, and we definitely will try to do better in the future.
I have one last question. Why do we give the schools 80% for commercial, but we only give them 65% on nonprofits?
I'll tell you, just probably sitting at the table, the one's been involved in leasing a little bit longer than the other two, is that the real estate director who previously did leasing explained to me that it was because the nonprofit rates are so much smaller, you know, they're half the rate of the commercial, in order to sufficiently attempt to recoup some of the expenses, and they use the word attempt deliberately, that it was a higher percentage to accomplish that.
Understand, okay, thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Potato.
My question is more from Mr. Burke and probably Chris. So, listening to this conversation, I think that last piece speaks to it. Now that, our utility company may be raising our rates, I'm very curious, does this impact leases at some point? Because if the board is gonna be spending millions of extra dollars in utility bills, we'll be eating that cost. And so it's just a question.
No, I think it's a very good question. I think we need to just, try to hold steady on the current change. You know, too much change over a short period of time is not good. But in respect to, the district making money off these leases, we don't make any money. We barely, you know, we don't even break even in most cases. And so, I think just, you know, to answer your question, our rates are gonna go up quite a bit over the next, 3 years on the FPL side. And so it's gonna impact us, but I don't think it's, at this time, especially with this new rate schedule, to try to pass that cost on to our, lessees. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So I would just request, since this has been brought up, that legal take a look at why we give all these waivers for the girls and Boy Scouts. I don't know if that's something that originated in whatever that was from the feds that's now changed. I don't know where that came from. But let me just say this. So in all these years, gosh, it's just so good to see us moving this direction and for the newest board member to ask these questions. There was a point in time where the people that sat up here seemed to think that these leases were, like a line item, a stream of income, as opposed to working with our community partners, right? And so this matrix actually came out of like a whole bunch of conversations that seemed like struggle. So, I don't know, before we ever talk about FP&L raising our rates, and if we were to start considering increasing these rates, I would ask us to do some kind of analysis on the benefit for our children for these programs, right? So I had a city commissioner call me and say, how can we help? What can we do? And I'm going to be talking about bringing in people from the community that have expertise to do things at the schools. So now why then would I want to put any barriers to that, right? And so, over this time, we as a district have come to understand that it does in fact take a village, right? And that we don't have everything that our young people need in order to have them have this wonderful life that we all dream of for them. And we have to have our community partners. And that's why, we pushed and got this grace for the nonprofits as compared to the for-profit agencies. But I don't want to see us backsliding because of FP&L or anybody else, right? So, and I also understand the bills have to be paid, right? In my experience, when people come and then they say, well, but the principal won't waive everything, right? And I said, but that's because she has to pay the custodians, or he has to pay. Nobody ever disagrees about paying the custodians, ever, right? But I just don't want us to move to what I would consider to be the wrong direction. So I just want to put that warning light up now. Thank you.
Mrs. Andrews?
Yes, and I want to thank Ms. Ayala for bringing this up. I've just enjoyed this conversation because this is really what it's all about, really making a difference for our community, for our children, as well as for our schools. But I heard Chris say that the Department of Real Estate actually does a lot of this. So we may need to go back and look at how they formulate the formulas to do what they do as it relates to fees and structures. And I know that you said that, we just kind of did this, but now that it's being brought up and we're talking about it, I'd like for you to go back and work with the real estate people and see if there's anything that we need to do different.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank you all so much.
Mrs. Andrews, the next item is yours.
Thank you. I know it's getting late, but I really do want us to take the time to have this discussion tonight. First of all, I wanted to say that I put BD2 discussion about the executive orders and the emergency policy on because it was important for me, and I think it's important for this board to share together tonight about all of the calls that we've received over the last few weeks, all of the messages we've received through email from the parents. We heard them again tonight. So I think we really have to talk about some of the issues as it relates to the mask, to the pandemic, and for what we're trying to do for our children. So I put this BD2 down because I didn't want to walk out of this board meeting without really having a discussion with my fellow board members about what your thoughts are as we move forward for the future. So I'm asking the chair that I've had some time to talk to the general counsel, and maybe she can kind of engage with me a little bit, Mr. Chair, before we have our discussion. So if we can bring her
Yeah,
up.
today, Mrs. Andrews, today I did speak, I sat with the general counsel and I asked her what would be the procedure for modifying the policy that we currently have in place that requires the children to wear masks in the schools. Since the policy contains a whole lot of things other than just the COVID stuff, it's not simply just revoking the policy and going through that process, so it would have to be amended. So I asked the general counsel to be ready this evening to just when I saw your board discussion item, to give us the options that are available to the board.
Can she come up? I do want to read something before she starts, if you all could hear me for a quick minute. First of all, I'd like to say the governor's executive orders as well as policy 5.326. We just need to make sure our voices are heard here tonight because we know as board members, it's going to be our decision as we move forward with all of the policies that we have in the school district. One thing the school board does is policy. That's what we're all about. And especially as we go through the COVID. We received the emails from the parents about the facial coverings, the masks. And the goal is to keep every child safe. And we sat here tonight and talked about losing students. I heard you, Mr. Burke, talking about students leaving the school district of Palm Beach County that we can't find. We don't know where they are. A lot of the calls that I had with many of the parents were talking about they may leave the school district because the school board's not responsive and it's not listening to their voice. So I felt like we need to have this conversation tonight and really respond whichever way we can tonight as to where we're going as we move forward. So I want to tell the parents, I do respect their advocacy for their children. They're the best advocates there are for their children because they're the parents. And we hear them, so that's really important to me. And we've heard the governor, his executive order number 21-101, we know that. But the general counsel talked to me in a lot of detail on just yesterday and a few days ago about the protocols of this 5.326 policy for COVID. And as you're saying, Mr. Barbieri, we need her now to kind of let us know. This policy was approved, and I think all of you got it. It was approved back in August 2020 and just revised November 2020. So we need to begin to review this policy and have open discussions about the next steps. People are wondering, what am I going to do with my child as it relates to COVID and the masks? And they're very serious about it because you heard all the comments about health care, safety, and everything else, but truly about the children getting educated. And we hear the same concerns from the other side for those parents that truly want to keep the mask. So it's a two-way street, but we've got to talk about how we're going to try to move forward for the community, for the parents, for them to understand where we're going. So I think we need to be talking about developing a timeline, requirements of where the masks, making masks optional, making no mask requirements, mask requirements, safety protocols as it relates to the summer as well as the beginning of next school year. And we talked a little bit at legal about a policy change, whether we could do an emergency policy change, which could happen quickly when you look at this policy, 5.326, or whether we have to go through the normal process of a policy change. You heard a whole lot about that tonight, so we had a lot of policies that we discussed. getting guidance from our health care officials. I mean, we need more of that. I looked on the computer, seems like we haven't had our health meeting, Dr. Fenoy, with your group since December. I was checking around to see when the last time your health committee had actually worked. Now, you can tell me that you're already meeting, but we need to get some guidance from the health officials. You know, I've been asking every meeting, when can we bring Dr. Alonso back or somebody else back here to help us and guide us? And I also ask about legal liability. If we change what we're doing, where we know COVID is still there, we don't know what's going to happen. We hear that the students, the children, it's not as aggressive, you know, it's a low priority, but any one child that gets sick is a priority as far as I'm concerned. So we have to be very careful, but we do have to talk about what we're going to do. And I really don't want to go home one more night or one more day without us talking about how we plan to move forward. And I'd like to open it up now for our general counsel to talk about some of the things she talked to me about as how we look at this policy. We did this policy when we were full blown in COVID. Right now, we are getting better, but we're not there yet. But we do hear the parents, and I want them to know I do hear them. We hear their voices, and we need to have a little discussion tonight as to what we're going to do.
Mrs. Bernard, before you start, there's a couple of board members who want to speak, so that maybe you'll be able to cover what they.
Sure.
Mrs. McQuinn, then Ms. Brill, then Dr. Robinson.
This is a question for the here and now. I asked Dr. Fenoy earlier in the week, but I'm not going to share his answer. I just want us all to know now the answer. I have several parents, so it cannot be just District 1, who are saying right now that their children are in, and I'm going to use elementary and middle school. I haven't heard it from a high school. That their children are outside at recess and or PE who are still masking. I thought that we had I forgot the word I want now, but mask-free time when our children are outside. I can't tell you how many emails I've gotten today just about that one issue. So if we can get some direction on that for all of our schools, I'm saying now, this is not a principal decision.
No, and I would just thank you for bringing this up. So the board and staff were very clear months ago that outside physical activity, they did not have to wear masks. So that is in writing. And so what I would suggest for any family where that occurs, they need to contact their principal and let them know. Because the board and my team have already instructed people that outside masks were not required and they could take them off at any time.
Ms. McQuinn, are you finished? Ms. Brill?
Thank you, Mrs. McQuinn, because that's exactly what I was going to bring up. And Dr. Fenoy knows I brought this up to him also this week about children wearing masks outside. It is really brutal outside. And I understand that, Dr. Fenoy, that you say that they can go to their principal, but I'm looking at this policy that we were just given, 5.326, and it clearly states facial coverings will not need to be worn after seated when eating or drinking as outlined in the district protocols that will be posted to the district website. I skimmed over the policy. I don't see us mentioning in here that they don't have to wear those masks outside. So I think at the very least, we should be able to do an emergency change, because I don't want children in 90-degree heat running around outside with masks on their face. So I think that would meet the requirements that Ms. Bernard has given us, so I'll turn it over to legal, but according to what you provided us with, it would have to have an emergency health effect. There's definitely a health effect to still students running around with masks on in 90+ degrees.
Let me read the language of what we've already submitted. Scope and sequence of physical education classes have been adjusted so that the standards for the first month do not require strenuous physical activity. Since students will be sitting in class. Oh, I'm reading the documents that we created for the schools that clearly outlines the physical activity. That's not our policy, right? Oh, yeah, no, I'm just telling what our practice is. Oh, okay. Well, I just want the public to know that we have been clear that they do not have to wear masks outside.
Well, just as a follow-up, I think that since we are policymakers, we can tweak. I think we should be able to change the policy, the emergency policy, right, to match the practice. because this policy really it does not support what Dr. Fenoy is reading, which is what the practice is.
Before you weigh in on that, I know you're gonna weigh in on that. Dr. Robinson was next, and then Mrs. Whitfield.
Thank you. So, yes, this is a wonderful, wonderful place to be, right? To have the nerve to talk about whether or not we need masks, right? So, so let me just talk a little bit about risk reduction. So, a year ago, well, I guess not quite, in September, we put in layered precautions as I think were very appropriate, right? I do agree that there's truly a downside for children having recess outside with masks on. But I really think that we need to ask, as Ms. Andrews asked, that we have Dr. Alonso come to us. We need to ask Dr. Alonso, and we need to ask the Health Advisory Committee to weigh in. I mean, knowing the relative decrease in infectivity in children, the relative decreased severity in children, and the fact that they'll be outside makes me a little more comfortable that we could, just actually say, don't wear your mask outside during recess. I could tell you, I was telling my grandchildren to wear their mask outside at recess. But I also understand that I have a biased view of this whole thing, right? So, trust and believe when you guys are getting those 11 p.m. emails from me, I'm also reading all the latest stuff about COVID, right? And so what is not out there is when we start relaxing, right? There were metrics for reopening school, which, by the way, we didn't follow, but okay. But there are no metrics based on any research for when you can start going inside, classrooms with no mask and feel comfortable, right? That everybody will remain well. I'm, concerned that come August, we're gonna have more children coming back to school. I know Mike Burks wants all of them to come back to school. That still causes me a little anxiety but I think we have to search for, and I've been searching for it, I haven't found it, some guidance on the removal of masks. And so to go back to the Commissioner of Education's suggestion that we make masks voluntary in the fall, it's just too early for us to make that call. But we have to find, I'm repeating myself. I just keep looking for the science that would make me know that we were doing something safe, down the road. And it is just not out there yet. But, okay, I don't know. This thing just caused me way more anxiety, I think, than it causes you guys, because I know what inflammation does in the body, right? And just saying that there's a low risk of death, well, first off, if it's your kid, that's 100%. That's what I used to always tell my patients. Well, the risk of so-and-so is, 70% or whatever, but if it's you, it's 100%, right? And so, and then if, I just don't want to make a decision that I know could harm someone. And in this case, it could harm people other than the ones who are not wearing the mask. That's the troublesome part. If I decided not to wear my mask and I'm only risking myself and not potentially somebody else, then that's my call, right? But in this case, it could harm someone else. And then the other thing, and I'll close, is, Dr. Alonso is reporting, and the statistics show an increasing, it's not big, but a trend of increasing cases in children, right? Which is troublesome, because even if you have a mild case, then your CAT scan will show inflammation in your lungs. And what does inflammation do? It leads to scars. And so, potentially people who have mild cases, could have significant emphysema in 20 years. So it's, I know I'm rambling, but I just want you to know that I really do want to remove the mask. But I want us to be at a place where we can do so safely, and we're just not there yet. So.
Mrs. Whitfield?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments about this. First of all, many of you know I went to school for public health, so I believe a lot in public health. It is absolutely my passion. It's actually why I do this job, because I think we have the ability to impact the lives of people around us. I think I'm the only person at this dais who's actually had COVID. I got it last April, and it was awful. I was very, very sick. And I actually got the vaccine as soon as I humanly could, not because I didn't know how it would impact me, but because I knew it could impact someone else, that I could carry a vaccine to someone else, or I could carry a disease to someone else. So my husband and I both got the vaccine as soon as they approve it for 12 and up. My daughter's gonna get it, because I believe in protecting the community. This is the part that concerns me the most about this, is that there's a lot of people in our community who don't want to get the vaccine, and they're not doing it because they can't get it, and they're not doing it because it's going to cause them some sort of illness or adverse reaction. They just don't feel like it. And to me, the vaccine is about your neighbor. It's about your family. It's about people who maybe couldn't get it. And it is about the children in your lives who haven't been approved for the vaccine yet. So this mask issue, I completely understand. I don't want to wear masks anymore. I don't want to send my child wearing masks. I would like us to consider opening the playgrounds again, because as a part of my public health world, these kids need places to exercise and be outside. So I would like to consider that as much as possible. But I want to make sure that this community is protected, because I see my job here as taking care of everyone in this community. That is why I do this job. And so I've talked to a lot of friends who don't believe in masks, don't think that they're doing anything, but I tell you right now that I held my infant daughter when I had COVID, and I wore a mask, and I didn't give it to her. And I didn't give it to anybody else in that NICU. And so to me, they work. I believe in them, and I believe in public health measures. So I just want you to know that if you're listening to this public, and I know you are, I'm just here to encourage you. I want to move forward with this as much as anyone, but I want to encourage you to please get the vaccine so that Palm Beach County can move forward out of this. I don't want to do this anymore either. So I'm ready to move forward with our discussion. I want to do it with science on our side. I want to make sure the community feels heard. I am reading your emails that are coming forward, but I believe in the science, and I believe in public health, and I believe in taking care of your neighbor. So please, please, please consider, if you can get the vaccine, help us so that we can get to a place where we can take the masks off our kids, because I don't like it on them either. Thanks so much.
Sean, Ms. Bernard, I know you're going to respond to some of these questions, but my understanding of this policy is that, and I remember there's a catch-all, and I just saw it. It's on paragraph 7. So the superintendent can suspend, revoke, or rescind portions of this policy based on updates, available information from the CDC, state or local authorities. So in reality, he can suspend the recess issue, right? I mean, he can tell the principals, I'm modifying the policy. He's got the authority, so he can say no more masks on playgrounds for any children in the district, right? He can do that.
Correct.
So if we need to amend the policy, then tell us how we would go about doing that. Can it be done, as Mrs. Andrews suggested, as an emergency situation, or do we have to go through the whole process of, development and all that before we can modify the policy?
Well, it depends. If the superintendent is using the authority that is outlined in the policy, that just requires the superintendent to issue a bulletin to that effect. So there isn't a long process for that piece. I want to make clear to the board, because there were some things that I heard that I wanted to make sure were clarified with the board. And that is that policy 5.326 is not an emergency policy. I want to make sure that the board understands that. I know and understand that it began, when we started this process, if you remember, it began as an emergency policy, but that expired after 90 days. And then the board went through the rulemaking process of making it a permanent policy. So what we are dealing with is a permanent policy, but there is a caveat in the policy that you mentioned, Mr. Barbieri, where the superintendent can make a change. Now, if the board, wanted to have a change in its permanent policy, of course, upon the superintendent's recommendation, for a permanent policy, we would have to go through the rule-making process, meaning it would have to go through development. You're not required to have a workshop before development. That's optional unless the public requests a workshop. But you would have to go through development and then go through the adoption process. And as we know, that takes some time. We looked at the schedule, and of course I'd want to confirm with Ms. Bass, but I think if we went through the rulemaking process, we might be able, and we'd have to start now, obviously, but we might be able to get an adoption possibly by July, late July, early August, I believe, when I've looked at this previously. Now, there was a question about whether or not, assuming the superintendent did not want to use his authority to make changes, if we could do an emergency policy. And so to that, I would say it would not be the recommendation of the general counsel to do an emergency policy. And I know, Ms. Brill, you mentioned that it might constitute, or it might qualify under the standard for an immediate danger or health or safety issue. When we looked at that, perhaps if you're talking specifically about, being outside, perhaps, but I'd caution you about making some sort of general blanket, optional requirement for masks, because as we know, children are not always outside. And so that's where I would worry if we did some sort of emergency policy that just had a blanket optional usage of the mask. But we probably could make an argument, particularly if, we probably want to make sure the language is solid, because that standard is very strict. It's an immediate danger to the public health, safety, or welfare. Many would argue that, removal of the mask is the opposite of that. And so I think once you include the fact that, the child is outside, it's 90, whatever degrees weather, we might be able to make an argument in that limited circumstance under an emergency policy.
Ms. Brill and Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. So, and as you were speaking, and I was just thinking, this is to the superintendent, since we do have the procedures for the schools, if the superintendent was willing, I know he was going to re-communicate it because there's been some misunderstanding, but if we all have agreement that we don't think the children should be wearing their masks outside in recess and on the playground, if we all agree, if the superintendent would be willing to send out a communication to the families, just saying that, masks are not required when the children are outside. This way, it's not only the schools, but I think that would appease a lot of the families that are concerned about the children being out there. And, clearly if somebody wanted their child to wear a mask out there, they could. I'm just worried about dehydration, the heat. We are going to have extended time now for the children to catch up academically. We have camps that are going to be there. So I don't think it takes a policy change per se. If the superintendent was willing to just put out a communication, which I think would ease people's minds and get us, that would be the first step.
Yeah,
of-
absolutely. I mean, all I'll be doing is reiterating what we've already stated.
Right,
I'm
but
sorry.
the.
So,
but the
yeah, I'll
fam-
be glad to do that.
Yeah, but families don't know it, that's the problem, and so I think that, we have to give ourselves a little PR too. And by putting that out in a communication, that's a positive communication that we are listening, and I think it's the first step.
Dr. Robinson, then Mrs. McQuinn, then Mrs. Andrews.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, I agree about the communication to reiterating with the schools and also to the parents that masks are optional during outside recess, right? Because if I'm gonna remain very paranoid and my grandchildren gonna wear their mask outside for recess, they should be able to. So, now, but the other question I had is about the playground. So what's the direction on the playgrounds? Because it sounds like some are open and some are not.
Yeah, we as a team literally talked about that on Monday. I think Mike Burke's team and Wanda's team have done an analysis, and so we're gonna finalize those decisions about opening up the playgrounds for the summer. We just haven't finalized it, but they brought the information to me on Monday, and we'll finalize it by the end of the week.
Okay.
Mrs. McQuinn?
Going to what Dr. Robinson just said, there were two different issues. One is outside at recess or PE. We had a PE teacher in District 1 who was having students 6 feet apart, wearing a mask, just walking the track. Principal did stop that. But playgrounds are not open, it's my understanding. And several of the parents are saying, please open our playgrounds. So don't confuse PE recess with playgrounds.
Mrs. Andrews, then Mrs. Whitfield.
And we need the playgrounds open. Why can't we open the playgrounds? Did he say we're gonna open them now? Did you say that? I just wanna make sure I heard it.
You said for the summer.
I said, the information was just brought to me about the analysis, so we'll make a decision on when, but we will definitely have them open this summer. I haven't made a decision whether I'm gonna open them right now.
Well, I would like for you to consider that because this is one, I mean, we can't do everything, Dr. Fanoy. I had been asking you about the health committee, and I looked on the computer. I was pretty disgusted when I saw that the health committee had not met since December. And I keep asking at every meeting, we're saying we're following the science. Well, I'm reading on my own. Dr. Robinson, you are a doctor, so you have a lot more knowledge, but I'm reading in the Palm Beach Post. I'm looking and calling other districts and trying to find as much information as I can, listening to Dr. Fossey, all these people, but we need a health committee and we need Dr. Alonso here with us to help us get here. As I called around just recently about the other school boards across the state, they're looking at trying to get themselves together. They haven't made a decision as to whether to remove the mask yet because the governor just put this out, and most of them have policies as we have policies. So it takes some time to get through the policy level, but they're beginning to discuss this stuff. So we're talking about, we're looking at the health metrics and the pieces here. I think as a board, we need to be talking about that publicly. I'm not interested in just talking to my friends or my husband or people in the community. As a board, collective group, I can't do anything by myself, but I am concerned about every kid and making sure that they are going to be safe and that we are having the information given to us so that we can make the best decisions possible to get these masks off their face. Now, we've been sitting in here since 2 o'clock today, and we know how cumbersome this is and how dirty it is and the germs. Can you imagine the children all day? They've been doing this since last year. Last year, this is when we put this policy together. So I understand the scaredness of the parents in the sense of their children being harmed because of the germs and checking the temperature when they get off the bus after they've worn these masks all day. I understand where they're coming from. I understand the parents who have children with underlying issues. We're talking about ESC children and ELL children who can't even come into the school because guess what? They can't wear a mask. And so I'm looking at all of the pieces. So we need to be real sure that we're getting the medical information that we need because we're going to have to make a decision more sooner than later. And so we've got to make sure that we get the information from our health care experts. And so, Dr. Fanoa, do you have a team? Do you have a healthcare team that can come back to get with us?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I talk to them regularly. We have them scheduled to come. So yeah, it's on the agenda.
Okay, because we need it immediately. And I need parents to know that we're trying to get the health information so we can move forward. And so, we've got to get something done. I don't want to lose any more children. I don't want anybody to die or get sick, but I really do want to get them back to school and to get these masks off as quickly as possible.
Mrs. Whitfield?
I just wanted to say, I think we can open the playgrounds. I think what we could do is we could just have the kids line up and sanitize their hands. The issue is that they touched the playground where another kid touched. If you sanitize their hands when they came off before they touched their eyes, nose, or mouth, I think they would be fine. I'm not a doctor, but, you know, from my understanding of disease transmission, I feel like we could do that and sanitize them as they come back into the classroom, and they would be okay. So I think it might be a way for us to move forward and move on from some of this right now, and knowing the importance in balancing the mental health issues and the need for activity. Kids need exercise so badly, and they need to be out there. So I think I would love it if you would consider it as well, at least as a first step.
Dr. Fenoy, I agree with Mrs. Whitfield. I mean, if we're letting the kids go outside and play together during recess, and for goodness sake, open up the playgrounds and let the kids play the rest of the school year. Let them play outside. You know, it's like they've been cooped up now for months and months. We're letting them go outside without masks on. They're playing together. They're touching each other, playing tag and whatever, touching each other. So what's the difference if they're playing on a swing? They're swinging instead of, you know, just open up the playgrounds at the schools and let the kids play. You know, it's like they're outside without masks on anyway. Let them play on the playgrounds. Dr. Robinson, you were next.
Thank you. So, yeah, I'll agree with both of you, but I want to add like some context because, so what is clear now is that the transmission of this virus by touching something contaminated and then taking it to your face is much less than was originally thought, right? And so, like, I'm actually much more comfortable with opening the playgrounds and playing on the playground than I am with taking off the mask outside, because it's airborne. But I'm actually good with both. You know, I think that we can, and, you know, you ask whoever you need to ask. But I'm comfortable with opening the playgrounds and with having the mask be optional for outdoor recess or PE, right? So I'm good with that, but I just want to add that context because we all talk about how we feel, and I want to talk about disease transmission, so thank you.
So, Dr. Fenoy, will you agree to that? I mean, we can't make you do it, but you have the authority under the policy.
No, seriously, we made the decision on Monday, so we have all the evidence. It was just, we needed to get through Wednesday to see how you guys feel about stuff, but team is ready to go. Mike's team presented everything, so we'll circle back and we'll get the communication out this week. Say it again?
I said, let them party outside on Friday.
Oh, Mrs. Andrews, go ahead.
I like this discussion. I think we did well tonight. I really do. And I like this discussion because we are the ones that are accountable as the board, and the parents are suffering, the children are suffering. And I'm waiting to see that healthcare committee. I'm waiting to see them, and I'm not playing because I'm telling parents we're watching the science, we're working with our healthcare officials, and we're going to get back with them with some information. So, you know, one of the things, Mr. Barbieri, I think we need to put this on our agenda to be talking about this. I mean, we may not have an answer to anything, but I almost see us having a standing conversation about where we are as we move forward to opening the schools up, as to what we're doing, whether it's going to be mask optional, or no mask. And where are we with the science and the health? Every time we see each other, we should have those conversations, because every day that we don't have those conversations, it's the day that people are saying that we're not taking their kids serious. So I like that idea if anybody would go along with me.
I agree with you, Mrs. Andrews. I think we need to have some discussions on what we're going to do with these masks, and we do need Dr. Alonso here and the superintendent's committee to tell him, so that at some point we can tell the parents, yes, starting in August, the kids are not going to wear masks in the schools unless they want to wear masks. I mean, we need to get there. these parents, you know, a lot of them feel, you know, differently than some of us. And it's enough. I mean, we're getting hundreds and hundreds of emails from parents that want to take the mask off their kids. So at least we have to give them some hope that this board is actually listening to them and considering when that can happen, rather than just keep saying, we're not making a decision yet, we're not making a decision yet. I mean, we got to have some discussions on it so the parents know that we are looking at this and making a decision at some point soon, what we're going to be doing, you know, whether it's, we make it optional starting at the beginning of the school year based on whatever the situation is with COVID at that time, so that at least we have, they have some finality and as much as we can give them as to what's going to be expected of their children at the end of the summer when they come back here. Dr. Robinson, I believe your hand was up next.
Yeah, thank you. So again, I keep looking for some research on just some metrics that would help guide that. And so my request is, Dr. Fenoy, if you can, I don't know who the person would be, but have somebody call some of the, like the medical schools and the departments of epidemiology and ask them if they are aware of any research being done or in progress or any kind of guidance they can give us. Because we know, well, I know that 6-foot social distancing will be out in August, right? And so what we're talking about is like full scale back in school, like business as usual. Like, I don't know what the magic number is to feel comfortable. We know we're not gonna be zero. I don't know if we're ever going to be zero, right? But I would like to have some kind of guidance, right? I don't know if anybody's been, for example, monitoring different countries and a lot of their experiences are all over the place. So you all almost have to go like district by district in various countries to see what they did. Some of the reports that were coming out early on about the different experiences in different countries were painting this overall blanket when in actuality, if you went into the details, which was essentially like county by county or district by district, different things were happening. And so the question is, if any of these epidemiologists are digging into that, they can give us some information that can help guide us in this decision-making. That's my request.
Ms. Brill?
Thank you. So just to summarize where I believe we are, we're going to have communication go out that the children don't have, it's optional to wear their masks during PE and recess, and that we're going to open up the playgrounds, right? And then hopefully, Dr. Fenoy, we can have at the next meeting a healthcare professional, Dr. Alonso or someone else, come to us, and we can have an item on the agenda to start to talk about, even though it's still premature, what direction we're moving in, because there are parents that have spoken to me who have clearly stated their children will not attend Palm Beach County schools if their masks are not optional, and they need to make their placements for their children like now, if their children are going to be starting somewhere else in August. So I just want to be fair to the families that are out there. So if we could have someone here and continue the conversation so that we know where we're going.
Mrs. McQuinn?
And just a tiny bit of clarification that some schools are going to want. I got a text. So many, and this is particularly at the elementary, well, it's only at the elementary level, but many teachers like to reward their classes if we have been really compliant, that we're just going to go outside in this little area and we're going to chat and breathe. Look at the clouds. And I'm really being serious about this. So can we make it clear, if they're outside, it may not be the fine arts PE teacher. If they're outside and clearly they're supervised by someone, they don't have to wear a mask.
This is what I'll commit to do right now, since y'all have me on the spot. Let me get communications and academic team together to come up with some language, and we'll get it all wrapped up this week.
Okay, progress. Dr. Robinson, you going to end that progress?
I have my hand up just to make the statement that the concept of going outside and breathing and looking at the clouds and stuff is safer than recess. Okay.
Okay. Yep, agreed. All right, there's no further discussion? Good. We need a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mrs. Whitfield, seconded by Ms. Ayala. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0.